The Project Gutenberg ebook of the Orbis Pictus. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: The Orbis Pictus. Author: Johann Amos Comenius. Editor: C.W. Bardeen. Translator: Charles Houle. Release date: March 9, 2009. Ebook number 28299. Most recently updated, January 4, 2021. Language: English. Credits: produced by Louise Hope, Chris Kernow, Joseph Cooper and the online distributed proofreading team at https://www.pgdp.net. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. The Orbis Pictus. This text includes characters that require UTF-8, Unicode, file encoding, OEOE ligature, used in all Latin text. Male sign Aries. Astrological symbols. See below. If any of these characters do not display properly, in particular, if the diacritic does not appear directly above the letter or if the apostrophes and quotation marks in this paragraph appear as garbage, you may have an incompatible browser or unavailable fonts. First, make sure that the browser's character set or file encoding is set to Unicode, UTF-8. You may also need to change your browser's default font. The two sections numbered sieve use astrological symbols. Most are accompanied by a definition, so the meaning will be plain even if your browser cannot display them. When a symbol is used in place of a word, its meaning is shown in a pop-up. Typographical errors are shown in the text with mouse hover pop-ups. In the Orbis Pictus text, apparent errors in punctuation and typography, such as italic type where Roman is expected, were unchanged except in chapter headers, where readers may need the exact format for text searches. Uncorrected errors are noted with pop-ups. Note that Dutch generally means German. Line breaks are approximately but not exactly the same as in the original. Editor's preface, 1887, critics' comments, 1887, title page, 1727/1887, author's preface, 1658, translator's introduction, 1659, advertisement, 1727, Orbis Pictus Latin Index English Index Transcribers Notes. The Orbis Pictus of Johann Amos Comenius. This work is, indeed, the first children's picture book. Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th edition, 6. 182 Syracuse, NY, C.W. Bardeen, Publisher, 1887. Copyright, 1887, by C.W. Bardeen. It may not be generally known that Comenius was once solicited to become president of Harvard College. The following is a quotation from Volume 2, p. 14, of Cotton Mather's Magnalia, that brave old man, Johannes Amos Comenius, the fame of whose worth has been trumpeted as far as more than 3 languages, whereof everyone is indebted unto his Janua, could carry it, was indeed agreed withal, by one Mr. Winthrop in his travels through the Low Countries, to come over to New England, and illuminate their college and country, in the quality of a president, which was now become vacant. But the solicitations of the Swedish ambassador diverting him another way, that incomparable Moravian became not an American. This was on the resignation of President Dunster, in 1654. Note of Professor Payne, compares History of Education, Boston, 1886, p. 125. Editor's preface. when it is remembered that this work is not only an educational classic of prime importance, but that it was the first picture book ever made for children and was for a century the most popular textbook in Europe, and yet has been for many years unattainable on account of its rarity. The wonder is, not that it is reproduced now but that it has not been reproduced before. But the difficulty has been to find a satisfactory copy. Many as have been the editions, few copies have been preserved. It was a book children were fond of and wore out in turning the leaves over and over to see the pictures. Then as the old copper plates became indistinct they were replaced by wood engravings, of coarse execution, and often of changed treatment. Von Romer complains that the edition of 1755 substitutes for the original cut of the soul, number 43, as here given, a picture of an eye, and in a table the figures II, and adds that it is difficult to recognize in this an expressive psychological symbol, and to explain it. In an edition I have, published in Vienna in 1779, this cut is omitted altogether, and indeed there are but 82 in place of the 157 found in earlier editions, the following, as numbered in this edition, being omitted: 1. The alphabet, 2. 36, 43, 45, 66, 68, 75, 76, 78 to 80, 87, 88, 92 to 122, 124, 126, 128, 130 to 141. On the other hand, the Vienna edition contains a curious additional cut. It gives number 4, the heaven, practically as in this edition, but puts another cut under it in which the earth is revolving about the sun, and after the statement of Comenius, Caelum rotator, et ambiterum, in medio stantem interpolats, prout veteres crediderunt, recenti horas enim defendunt modum terri circa solum, as the ancients used to think, for later authorities hold that the motion of the earth is about the sun. 2 specimen pages from another edition are inserted in Payne's Compares History of Education, between pages 126, 127. The cut is the representative of number 103 in this edition, but those who compare them will see not only how much coarser is the execution of the woodcut Professor Payne has copied, but what liberties have been taken with the design. The only change in the Latin text, however, is from desinat figuras rerum in the original, to figurum rerum desinat. In this edition the cuts are unusually clear copies of the copper plates of the first edition of 1658, from which we have also taken the Latin text. The text for the English translation is from the English edition of 1727, in which for the first time the English words were so arranged as to stand opposite their Latin equivalents. The cuts have been reproduced with great care by the photographic process. I thought best not to permit them to be retouched, preferring occasional indistinctness to modern tampering with the originals that would make them less authentic. The English text is unchanged from that of the 1727 edition, except in rare instances where substitutions have been made for single words not now permissible. The typography suggests rather than imitates the quaintness of the original, and the paper was carefully selected to produce so far as practicable the impression of the old hand presses. In short, my aim has been to put within the reach of teachers at a moderate price a satisfactory reproduction of this important book, and if the sale of the Orbis Pictus seems to warrant it, I hope subsequently to print as a companion volume the Vestibulum and Janua of the same author, of which I have choice copies. C. W. Bardeen. Syracuse, September 28, 1887. Comments upon the Orbis Pictus. During 4 years he here prosecuted his efforts in behalf of education with commendable success, and wrote, among other works, his celebrated Orbis Pictus, which has passed through a great many editions, and survived a multitude of imitations. Smith's History of Education, NY, 1842, p. 129. The most eminent educator of the 17th century, however, was Johann Amos Comenius. His Orbis Sensualium Pictus, published in 1657, enjoyed a still higher renown. The text was much the same with the Janua, being intended as a kind of elementary encyclopedia, but it differed from all previous textbooks, in being illustrated with pictures, on copper and wood, of the various topics discussed in it. This book was universally popular. In those portions of Germany where the schools had been broken up by the 30 Years' War, mothers taught their children from its pages. Corrected and amended by later editors, it continued for nearly 200 years, to be a textbook of the German schools. History and Progress of Education, by Philobiblius, N.Y., 1860, p. 210. The Janua would, therefore, have had but a short-lived popularity with teachers, and a still shorter with learners, if Comenius had not carried out his principle of appealing to the senses, and called in the artist. The result was the Orbis Pictus, a book which proved a favorite with young and old, and maintained its ground in many a school for more than a century. I am sorry I cannot give a specimen of this celebrated book with its quaint pictures. The artist, of course, was wanting in the technical skill which is now commonly displayed even in the cheapest publications, but this renders his delineations none the less entertaining. As a picture of the life and manners of the 17th century, the work has great historical interest, which will, I hope, secure for it another English edition. Quick's Educational Reformers, 1868, Syracuse edition, p. 79. But the principle on which he most insisted is that the teaching of words and things must go together, hand in hand. When we consider how much time is spent over new languages, what waste of energy is lavished on mere preparation, how it takes so long to lay a foundation that there is no time to lay a building upon it, we must conclude that it is in the acceptance and development of this principle that the improvement of education will in the future consist. Anyone who attempts to inculcate this great reform will find that its first principles are contained in the writings of Comenius. Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th edition, 7. 674. The first edition of this celebrated book was published at Nuremberg in 1657, soon after a translation was made into English by Charles Houle. The last English edition appeared in 1777, and this was reprinted in America in 1812. This was the first illustrated school book, and was the first attempt at what now passes under the name of object lessons. Short History of Education, W. H. Payne, Syracuse, 1881, p. 103. Of these, the Janua and the Orbis were translated into most European and some of the Oriental languages. It is evident that these practices of Comenius contain the germs of things afterwards connected with the names of Pestalozzi and Sto. It also may be safely assumed that many methods that are now in practical use, were then not unknown to earliest teachers. Gill's Systems of Education, London, 1876, p. 13. The more we reflect on the method of Comenius, the more we shall see it is replete with suggestiveness, and we shall feel surprised that so much wisdom can have lain in the path of schoolmasters for 250 years, and that they have never stooped to avail themselves of its treasures. Browning's Introduction to the History of Educational Theories, 1882, New York edition, p. 67. The Orbis Pictus, the first practical application of the intuitive method, had an extraordinary success, and has served as a model for the innumerable illustrated books which for 3 centuries have invaded the schools. Compares History of Pedagogy, Payne's translation, Boston, 1886, p. 127. He remained at Patok 4 years, which were characterized by surprising literary activity. During this short period he produced no less than 15 different works, among them his World Illustrated, Orbis Pictus, the most famous of all his writings. It admirably applied the principle that words and things should be learned together. The World Illustrated had an enormous circulation, and remained for a long time the most popular textbook in Europe. Painter's History of Education, N.Y., 1886, p. 206. Or, SICE Lever NS un equivalent de la véritable intuition, SI, en suite, le contenu du tout parade fort défectueux, au point de vue de la science de nos jours, SI, enfin, un effort exagéré pour l'intégrer de la conception de l'enfant écrit, pour les choses modernes, trop de denominations latines qui paraissent tedieuses, l'Orbis Pictus était pourtant, pour son temps, un ouvre trace original et trace spirituelle, qui fit faire un grand progrès à la pédagogie et servait longtemps de livre. D'école utile et de modèle à d'innombrables livres d'images, souvent pires. Histoire d'Education, Frederick Ditz, Redolfi's French translation, Paris, 1880, p. 178. Here Comenius wrote, among others, his second celebrated work, the Orbis Pictus. He was not, however, able to finish it in Hungary for want of a skillful engraver on copper. For such a one he carried it to Michael Enter, the bookseller at Nuremberg, but the engraving delayed the publication of the book for 3 years more. In 1657 Comenius expressed the hope that it would appear during the next autumn. With what great approbation the work was received at its first appearance, is shown by the fact that within 2 years, in 1659, Enter had published a second enlarged edition. Karl von Romer, translated in Barnard's Journal of Education, v. 260. The Janua had an enormous sale, and was published in many languages, but the editions and sale of the Orbis Pictus far exceeded those of the Janua, and, indeed, for some time it was the most popular textbook in Europe, and deservedly so. Laurie's Johann Amos Comenius, Boston edition, p. 185. Text General 2. 19, 20. The Lord God brought unto Adam every beast of the field, and every fowl of the air, to see what he would call them. And Adam gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. General 2. 19, 20. Adduxit Dominus Deus ad Adam cuncta animantia terri, and universa volatilia celi, ut viderit quomodo vocaret illa. Appellavit Adam nominibus sui cuncta animantia, and universa volatilia celi, and omnes bestias agriae communi opera didactica par 1. p6, Amst. 1657 FOL Didactici nostri prora and pupis esto, investigare, and invenire magem, quo docentes minus docient, discants vero plus discant, scoli minus habeant strepitus, nausea, vana laboris, plus automoti, deliciarum, solidic perfectus, Respublica Christiana minus tenebrarum confusionis dissidiorum, plus lucis, ordinus, paces and tranquillitatis. The author's preface to the reader. Instruction is the means to expel rudeness, with which young wits ought to be well furnished in schools, but so, as that the teaching be 1. True, 2. Full, 3. Clear, and 4. Solid. 1. It will be true, if nothing be taught but such as is beneficial to one's life, lest there be a cause of complaining afterwards. We know not necessary things, because we have not learned things necessary. 2. It will be full, if the mind be polished for wisdom, the tongue for eloquence, and the hands for a neat way of living. This will be that grace of one's life, to be wise, to act, to speak. 3. 4. It will be clear, and by that, firm and solid, if whatever is taught and learned, be not obscure, or confused, but apparent, distinct, and articulate, as the fingers on the hands. The ground of this business, is, that sensual objects may be rightly presented to the senses, for fear they may not be received. I say, and say it again aloud, that this last is the foundation of all the rest, because we can neither act nor speak wisely, unless we first rightly understand all the things which are to be done, and whereof we are to speak. Now there is nothing in the understanding, which was not before in the sense. And therefore to exercise the senses well about the right perceiving the differences of things, will be to lay the grounds for all wisdom, and all wise discourse, and all discreet actions in one's course of life. Which, because it is commonly neglected in schools, and the things which are to be learned are offered to scholars, without being understood or being rightly presented to the senses, it cometh to pass, that the work of teaching and learning goeth heavily onward, and affordeth little benefit. See here then a new help for schools, a picture and nomenclature of all the chief things in the world, and of men's actions in their way of living, which, that you, good masters, may not be loath to run over with your scholars, I will tell you, in short, what good you may expect from it. It is a little book, as you see, of no great bulk, yet a brief of the whole world, and a whole language, full of pictures, nomenclatures, and descriptions of things. The pictures are the representation of all visible things, to which also things invisible are reduced after their fashion, of the whole world. And that in that very order of things, in which they are described in the Genulatini Lingui, and with that fullness, that nothing very necessary or of great concernment is omitted. 2. The nomenclatures are the inscriptions, or titles set every one over their own pictures, expressing the whole thing by its own general term. 3. The descriptions are the explications of the parts of the picture, so expressed by their own proper terms, as that same figure which is added to every piece of the picture, and the term of it, always showeth what things belongeth one to another. Which such book, and in such address may, I hope, serve, to entice witty children to it, that they may not conceit a torment to be in the school, but dainty fare. For it is apparent, that children, even from their infancy almost, are delighted with pictures, and willingly please their eyes with these lights, and it will be very well worth the pains to have once brought it to pass, that scarecrows may be taken away out of wisdom's gardens. 2. This same little book will serve to stir up the attention, which is to be fastened upon things, and even to be sharpened more and more, which is also a great matter. For the senses, being the main guides of childhood, because therein the mind doth not as yet raise up itself to an abstracted contemplation of things, evermore seek their own objects, and if they be away, they grow dull, and writhe themselves hither and thither out of a weariness of themselves, but when their objects are present, they grow merry, wax lively, and willingly suffer themselves to be fastened upon them, till the thing be sufficiently discerned. This book then will do a good piece of service in taking, especially flickering, wits, and preparing them for deeper studies. 3. Whence a third good will follow, that children being won hereunto, and drawn over with this way of heeding, may be furnished with the knowledge of the prime things that are in the world, by sport and merry pastime. In a word, this book will serve for the more pleasing using of the vestibulum and genulinguarum, for which end it was even at the first chiefly intended. Yet if it like any, that it be bound up in their native tongues also, it promiseth three good thing of itself. First, it will afford a device for learning to read more easily than hitherto, especially having a symbolical alphabet set before it, to wit, the characters of the several letters, with the image of that creature, whose voice that letter goeth about to imitate, pictured by it. For the young ABC scholar will easily remember the force of every character by the very looking upon the creature, till the imagination being strengthened by use, can readily afford all things, and then having looked over a table of the chief syllables also, which yet was not thought necessary to be added to this book, he may proceed to the viewing of the pictures, and the inscriptions set over them. Where again the very looking upon the thing pictured suggesting the name of the thing, will tell him how the title of the picture is to be read. And thus the whole book being gone over by the bare titles of the pictures, reading cannot but be learned, and indeed too, which thing is to be noted, without using any ordinary tedious spelling, that most troublesome torture of wits, which may wholly be avoided by this method. For the often reading over the book, by those larger descriptions of things, and which are set after the pictures, will be able perfectly to beget a habit of reading. 2. The same book being used in English schools, will serve for the perfect learning of the whole English tongue, and that from the bottom, because by the aforesaid descriptions of things, the words and phrases of the whole language are found set orderly in their own places. And a short English grammar might be added at the end, clearly resolving the speech already understood into its parts, shewing the declining of the several words, and reducing those that are joined together under certain rules. 3. Thence a new benefit cometh, that very English translation may serve for the more ready and pleasant learning of the Latin tongue, as one may see in this edition, the whole book being so translated, that everywhere one word answereth to the word over against it, and the book is in all things the same, only in two idioms, as a man clad in a double garment. And there might be also some observations and advertisements added in the end, touching those things only, wherein the use of the Latin tongue differeth from the English. For where there is no difference, there needeth no advertisement to be given. But, because the first tasks of learners ought to be little and single, we have filled this first book of training one up to see a thing of himself, with nothing but rudiments, that is, with the chief of things and words, or with the grounds of the whole world, and the whole language, and of all our understanding about things. If a more perfect description of things, and a fuller knowledge of a language, and a clearer light of the understanding be sought after, as they ought to be, they are to be found somewhere whither there will now be an easy passage by this our little encyclopedia of things subject to the senses. Something remaineth to be said touching the more cheerful use of this book. I let it be given to children into their hands to delight themselves withal as they please, with the sight of the pictures, and making them as familiar to themselves as may be, and that even at home before they be put to school. 2. Then let them be examined ever and anon, especially now in the school, what this thing or that thing is, and is called, so that they may see nothing which they know not how to name, and that they can name nothing which they cannot shew. 3. And let the things named them be shewed, not only in the picture, but also in themselves, for example, the parts of the body, clothes, books, the house, utensils, and c4. Let them be suffered also to imitate the pictures by hand, if they will, nay rather, let them be encouraged, that they may be willing, first, thus to quicken the attention also towards the things, and to observe the proportion of the parts one towards another, and lastly to practice the nimbleness of the hand, which is good for many things. If anything here mentioned, cannot be presented to the eye, it will be to no purpose at all to offer them by themselves to the scholars, as colors, relishes, and which cannot here be pictured out with ink. For which reason it were to be wished, that things rare and not easy to be met withal at home, might be kept ready in every great school, that they may be shewed also, as often as any words are to be made of them, to the scholars. Thus at last this school would indeed become a school of things obvious to the senses, and an entrance to the school intellectual. But enough, let us come to the thing itself. The translator, to all judicious and industrious schoolmasters. Gentlemen, there are a few of you, I think, but have seen, and with great willingness made use of, or at least perused, many of the books of this well-deserving author Mr. Johann Comenius, which for their profitableness to the speedy attainment of a language, have been translated in several countries, out of Latin into their own native tongue. Now the general verdict, after trial made, that hath passed, touching those formerly extant, is this, that they are indeed of singular use, and very advantageous to those of more discretion, especially to such as already have a smattering of Latin, to help their memories to retain what they have scatteringly gotten here and there, to furnish them with many words, which, perhaps, they had not formerly read, or so well observed, but to young children, whom we have chiefly to instruct, as those that are ignorant altogether of things and words, and prove rather a mere toil and burthen, than a delight and furtherance. For to pack up many words in memory, of things not conceived in the mind, is to fill the head with empty imaginations, and to make the learner more to admire the multitude and variety, and thereby, to become discouraged, than to care to treasure them up, in hopes to gain more knowledge of what they mean. He hath therefore in some of his latter works seemed to move retrograde, and striven to come nearer the reach of tender wits, and in this present book, he hath, according to my judgment, descended to the very bottom of what is to be taught, and proceeded, as nature itself doth, in an orderly way, first to exercise the senses well, by representing their objects to them, and then to fasten upon the intellect by impressing the first notions of things upon it, and linking them on to another by a rational discourse. Whereas indeed, we, generally missing this way, do teach children as we do parrots, to speak they know not what, nay which is worse, we, taking the way of teaching little ones by grammar only at the first, do puzzle their imaginations with abstractive terms and secondary intentions, which till they be somewhat acquainted with things, and the words belonging to them, in the language which they learn, they cannot apprehend what they mean. And this I guess to be the reason, why many great persons do resolve sometimes not to put a child to school till he be at least 11 or 12 years of age, presuming that he having then taken notice of most things, will sooner get the knowledge of the words which are applied to them in any language. But the gross misdemeanor of such children for the most part, have taught many parents to be hasty enough to send their own to school, if not that they may learn, yet, at least, that they might be kept out of harm's way, and yet if they do not profit for the time they have been at school, no respect at all being had for their years, the master shall be sure enough to bear the blame. So that a schoolmaster had need to bend his wits to come within the compass of a child's capacity of 6 or 7 years of age, seeing we have now such commonly brought to our grammar schools to learn the Latin tongue, and to make that they may learn with as much delight and willingness, as himself would teach with dexterity and ease. And at present I know no better help to forward his young scholars than this little book, which was for this purpose contrived by the author in the German and Latin tongues. What profitable use may be had thereof, respecting chiefly that his own country and language, he himself hath told you in his preface, but what use we may here make of it in our grammar schools, as it is now translated into English, I shall partly declare, leaving all other men, according to my wont, to their own discretion and liberty, to use or refuse it, as they please. So soon then as a child can read English perfectly, and is brought to us to school to learn Latin, I would have him together with his accidents, to be provided of this book, in which he may at least once a day, beside his accidents, be thus exercised. I let him look over the pictures with their general titles and inscriptions, till he be able to turn readily to any one of them, and to tell its name either in English or Latin. By this means he shall have the method of the book in his head, and be easily furnished with the knowledge of most things, and instructed how to call them, when at any time he meet with them elsewhere, in their real forms. 2. Let him read the description at large, first in English, and afterward in Latin, till he can readily read, and distinctly pronounce the words in both languages, ever minding how they are spelled. And withal, let him take notice of the figures inserted, and to what part of the picture they direct by their like, till he be well able to find out every particular thing of himself, and to name it on a sudden, either in English or Latin. Thus he shall not only gain the most primitive words, but be understandingly grounded in orthography, which is a thing too generally neglected by us, partly because our English schools think that children should learn it at the Latin, and our Latin schools suppose they have already learned it at the English, partly, because our common grammar is too much defective in this part, and scholars so little exercised therein, that they pass from schools to the universities and return from thence, some of them, more unable to write true English, than either Latin or Greek. Not to speak of our ordinary tradesmen, many of whom write such false English, that none but themselves can interpret what they scribble in their bills and shop books. 3. Then let him get the titles and descriptions by heart, which he will more easily do, by reason of these impressions which the viewing of the pictures hath already made in his memory. And now let him also learn, 1. To construe, or give the words one by one, as they answer one another in Latin and English. 2. To parse, according to the rules, which I presume by this time, he hath learned in the first part of his accidents, where I would have him tell what part of speech any word is, and then what accidents belong to it, but especially to decline the nouns and conjugate the verbs according to the examples in his rudiments, and this doing will enable him to know the end and use of his accidents. As for the rules of genders of nouns, and the preterperfect tenses and supines of verbs, and those of concordance and construction in the latter part of the accidents, I would not have a child much troubled with them, till by the help of this book he can perfectly practice so much of etymology, as concerns the first part of his accidents only. For that, and this book together, being thoroughly learned by at least thrice going them over, will much prepare children to go cheerfully forward in their grammar and school authors, especially, if whilst they are employed herein, they be taught also to write a fair and legible hand. There is one thing to be given notice of, which I wish could have been remedied in this translation, that the book being writ in High Dutch doth express many things in reference to that country and speech, which cannot without alteration of some pictures as well as words be expressed in ours, for the symbolical alphabet is fitted for German children rather than for ours. And whereas the words of that language go orderly one for one with the Latin, our English propriety of speech will not admit the like. Therefore it will behove those masters that intend to make use of this book, to construe it verbatim to their young scholars, who will quickly learn to do it of themselves, after they be once acquainted with the first words of nouns and verbs and their manner of variation. Such a work as this, I observe to have been formerly much desired by some experienced teachers, and I myself had some years since, whilst my own child lived, begun the like, having found it most agreeable to the best with children, who are most taken up with pictures from their infancy, because by them the knowledge of things which they seem to represent, and whereof children are as yet ignorant, are most easily conveyed to the understanding. But for as much as the work is now done, though in some things not so completely as it were to be wished, I rejoice in the use of it, and desist in my own undertakings for the present. And because any good thing is the better, being the more communicated, I have herein imitated a child who is forward to impart to others what himself has well liked. You then that have the care of little children, do not much trouble their thoughts and clog their memories with bare grammar rudiments, which to them are harsh in getting, and fluid in retaining, because indeed to them they signify nothing, but a mere swimming notion of a general term, which they know not what it meaneth, till they comprehend particulars, but by this or the like subsidiary, inform them, first with some knowledge of things and words wherewith to express them, and then their rules of speaking will be better understood and more firmly kept in mind. Else how should a child conceive what a rule meaneth, when he neither knoweth what the Latin word importeth, nor what manner of thing it is which is signified to him in his own native language, which is given him thereby to understand the rule. For rules consisting of generalities, are delivered, as I may say, at a third hand, presuming first the things, and then the words to be already apprehended touching which they are made. I might indeed enlarge upon this subject, it being the very basis of our profession, to search into the way of children's taking hold by little and little of what we teach them, that so we may apply ourselves to their reach, but I leave the observation thereof to your own daily exercise, and experience got thereby. And I pray God, the fountain and giver of all wisdom, that hath bestowed upon us this gift of teaching, so to inspire and direct us by his grace, that we may train up children in his fear and in the knowledge of his Son Jesus Christ our Lord, and then no doubt our teaching and their learning of other things subordinate to these, will by the assistance of his blessed Spirit make them able and willing to do him faithful service both in church and commonwealth, as long as they live here, that so they may be eternally blessed with him hereafter. This, I beseech you, beg for me and mine, as I shall daily do for you and yours, at the throne of God's heavenly grace, and remain while I live ready to serve you, as I truly love and honor you, and labor willingly in the same profession with you, Charles Hoole. From my school, in Lothbury, London, January 25, 1658. N.B. Those heads or descriptions which concern things beyond the present apprehension of children's wits, as those of geography, astronomy, or the like, I would have omitted, till the rest be learned, and a child be better able to understand them. The judgment of Mr. Hezekiah Woodward, sometimes an eminent schoolmaster in London, touching a work of this nature, in his Gate to Science, Chapter 2. Certainly the use of images or representations is great. If we could make our words as legible to children as pictures are, their information therefrom would be quickened and surer. But so we cannot do, though we must do what we can. And if we had books, wherein are the pictures of all creatures, herbs, beasts, fish, fowls, they would stand us in great stead. For pictures are the most intelligible books that children can look upon. They come closest to nature, nay, saith Scaliger, art exceeds her. An advertisement concerning this edition. As there are some considerable alterations in the present edition of this book from the former, it may be expected an account should be given of the reasons for them. 'Tis certain from the author's words, that when it was first published, which was in Latin and Hungary, or in Latin and High Dutch, everywhere one word answered to another over against it, this might have been observed in our English translation, which would have fully answered the design of Comenius, and have made the book much more useful, but Mr. Hoole, whether out of too much scrupulousness to disturb the words in some places from the order they were in, or not sufficiently considering the inconveniences of having the Latin and English so far asunder, has made them so much disagree, that a boy has sometimes to seek 7 or 8 lines off for the corresponding word, which is no small trouble to young learners who are at first equally unacquainted with all words, in a language they are strangers to, except it be such as have figures of reference, or are very like in sound, and thus may perhaps, innocently enough join an adverb in one tongue, to a noun in the other, whence may appear. The necessity of the translations being exactly literal, and the two languages fairly answering one another, line for line. If it be objected, such a thing could not be done, considering the difference of the idioms, without transplacing words here and there, and putting them into an order which may not perhaps be exactly classical. It ought to be observed, this is designed for boys chiefly, or those who are just entering upon the Latin tongue, to whom everything ought to be made as plain and familiar as possible, who are not, at their first beginning, to be taught the elegant placing of Latin, nor from such short sentences as these, but from discourses where the periods have a fuller close. Besides, this way has already taken, according to the advice of very good judges, in some other school books of Mr. Hoole's translating, and found to succeed abundantly well. Such condescensions as these, to the capacities of young learners are certainly very reasonable, and would be most agreeable to the intentions of the ingenious and worthy author, and his design to suit whatever he taught, to their manner of apprehending it. Whose excellency in the art of education made him so famous all over Europe, as to be solicited by several states and princes to go and reform the method of their schools, and whose works carried that esteem, that in his own lifetime some part of them were not only translated into 12 of the usual languages of Europe, but also into the Arabic, Turkish, Persian, and Megalic, the common tongue of all that part of the East Indies, and since his death, into the Hebrew, and some others. Nor did they want their due encouragement here in England, some years ago, till by an indiscreet use of them, and want of a thorough acquaintance with his method, or unwillingness to part from their old road, they began to be almost quite left off. Yet it were heartily to be wished, some persons of judgment and interest, whose example might have an influence upon others, and bring them into reputation again, would revive the Comenian method, which is no other, than to make our scholars learn with delight and cheerfulness, and to convey a solid and useful knowledge of things, with that of languages, in an easy, natural, and familiar way. Didactic works, as they are now collected into one volume, for a speedy attaining the knowledge of things and words, joined with the discourses of Mr. Locke * and 2 or 3 more out of our own nation, for forming the mind and settling good habits, may doubtless be looked upon to contain the most reasonable, orderly, and completed system of the art of education, that can be met with. Yet, alas! how few are there, who follow the way they have pointed out? Though every one who seriously considers it, must be convinced of the advantage, and the generality of schools go on in the same old dull road, wherein a great part of children's time is lost in a tiresome heaping up a pack of dry and unprofitable, or pernicious notions, for surely little better can be said of a great part of that heathenish stuff they are tormented with, like the feeding them with hard nuts, which when they have almost broke their teeth with cracking, they find either deaf or to contain but very rotten and unwholesome kernels, whilst things really perfected of the understanding, and useful in every state of life, are left unregarded, to the reproach of our nation, where all other arts are improved and flourish well, only this of education of youth is at a stand, as if that, the good or ill management of which is of the utmost consequence to all, were a thing not worth any endeavors to improve it, or was already so perfect and well executed that it needed none, when many of the greatest wisdom and judgment in several nations, have with a just indignation endeavored to expose it, and to establish a more easy and useful way in its room. 'Tis not easy to say little on so important a subject, but thus much may suffice for the present purpose. The book has merit enough to recommend itself to those who know how to make a right use of it. It was reckoned one of the author's best performances, and besides the many impressions and translations it has had in parts beyond sea, has been several times reprinted here. It was endeavored no needless alterations should be admitted in this edition, and as little of any as could consist with the design of making it plain and useful, to shun the offence it might give to some, and only the Roman and italic character alternately made use of, where transplacing of words could be avoided. J. H. London, July 13, 1727. Mr. Locke's Essay upon Education. Dr. Tabor's Christian Schoolmaster. Dr. O. B. Walker of Education. Mr. Monroe's Essay on Education. His Just Measures of the Pious Institutions of Youth, and c. Orbis Sensualium Pictus, a world of things obvious to the senses drawn in pictures. I. Invitation. Invitatio. The Master and the Boy. Magister and Pure. Come, boy, learn to be wise. Veni, pure, disi sapere. P. What doth this mean, to be wise? P. Quid hoc est, sapere. To understand rightly, to do rightly, and to speak out rightly all that are necessary. Intelligere rect, agere rect, et elici rect omnia necessaria. P. Who will teach me this? P. Quis dospit me hoc? I, by God's help. Ego, cum Deo. P. How? P. Quomodo. I will guide thee through all. Ducum te per omnia. I will shew thee all. Ostendum tibi omnia. I will name thee all. Nominabo tibi omnia. P.C. Here I am, lead me in the name of God. P.N. Adsum, duke me in nomine Dei. Before all things, thou oughtest to learn the plain sounds, of which man's speech consisteth, which living creatures know how to make, and thy tongue knoweth how to imitate, and thy hand can picture out. Ante omnia, debs desiris simplicis sonos ex quibus sermo humanus constat, quos animalius ion former, and tua lingua sit imitari, and tua manus potest pingere. Afterwards we will go into the world, and we will view all things. Postea ibimus mundum, and spectabimus omnia. Here thou hast a lively and vocal alphabet. Hic habs vivum et vocal alphabetum. All pictures am, and z cornix cornicator, the crow crieth. Agnes ballad, bee the lamb blayeth. B cicadas strided, ci the grasshopper chirpeth. C upupa dicit, do the hoop pusseth. D infans ijolat, the infant crieth. Ventus flat, fi the wind bloweth. Ff answer jingrid, ga the goose gagleth. Ggos halid, ha h the mouth breatheth. H muse mentrid, I the mouse chirpeth. I anus tetranid, ka the duck quaketh. K lupus ululat, lu the wolf howleth. L ursus murmurat, mum the bear grumbleth. Felis clamid, now the cat crieth. N origa clamid, o the carter crieth. O pulus pipit, pi the chicken peepeth. Pp cuculus cuculat, cuckoo the cuckoo singeth. Qq canis ringitur, the dog grinneth. R serpens sibilat, si the serpent hisseth. S graculus clamid, tack the jay crieth. Tt bubo ululat, uu the owl hooth. Uu lepus vigid, va the hare squeaketh. Ww ranico axid, coax the frog croaketh. XX asinus rooted, y the asprayeth. Y tabanus dicid, ds the breeze or horse fly saith. ZZ2. God. Deus. God is of himself from everlasting to everlasting. Deus est ex ipso, ab eterno in aeternum. A most perfect and a most blessed being. Perfectissimum and beatissimum ens. In his essence spiritual, and 1. Essentia spiritualis and unus. In his personality, 3. Hypostasi trinus. In his will, holy, just, merciful and true. Voluntate, sanctus, justus, clemens, verax. In his power very great. Potentia maximus. In his goodness, very good. Bonitate optimus. In his wisdom, unmeasurable. Sapientia, imsus. A light inaccessible, and yet all in all. Lux in accessa, and tamen omnia in omnibus. Everywhere, and nowhere. Ubique and nullibi. The chiefest good, and the only and inexhausted fountain of all good things. Summum bonum, et solus et inexhaustus fons omnium bonorum. As the Creator, so the Governor and Preserver of all things, which we call the world. Ut Creator, et Gubernator et Conservator omnium rerum, quas vacumis mundum. 3. The world. Mundus. The heaven, 1. Hath fire, and stars. Caelum, 1. Habet ignum and stellus. The clouds, 2. Hang in the air. Nubes, 2. Pendant in aere. Birds, 3. Fly under the clouds. Aves, 3. Volant sub nubibus. Fishes, 4. Swim in the water. Pisces, 4. Natant in aqua. The earth hath hills, 5. Woods, 6. Fields, 7. Beasts, 8. And men, 9. Terra habet montes, 5. Silvas, 6. Campos, 7. Animalia, 8. Homines, 9. Thus the greatest bodies of the world, the 4 elements, are full of their own inhabitants. Ita maxima corpora mundi, quaetu or elementa, sunt plena habitatoribus sui. 4. The heaven. Caelum. The heaven, 1. Is wheeled about, and encompasseth the earth, 2. Standing in the middle. Caelum, 1. Rotator, and ambiterum, 2. Stantum in medio. The sun, 3. Wheresoever it is, shineth perpetually, howsoever dark clouds, 4. May take it from us, and causeth by his rays, 5. Light, and the light, day. Sol, 3. Ubi est, fulgit perpetuo, ut densa nubula, 4. Eripiant eum nobis, facit sui radius, 5. Locm, lux diem. On the other side, over against it, is darkness, 6. And thence night. Ex opposito, sunt tenebrae, 6. Ind nox. In the night shineth the moon, 7. And the stars, 8. Glister and twinkle. Nox splendet luna, 7. And stellae, 8. Micant, scintillant. In the evening, 9. Is twilight, vesperi, 9 est crepusculum, in the morning, 10. The breaking, and dawning of the day. Main aurora, 10. And deliculum. V fire. Ignis. The fire gloweth, burneth, and consumeth to ashes. Ignis ardet, urit, cremet. A spark of it struck out of a flint, or firestone, 2. By means of a steel, 1. And taken by tinder in a tinder box, 3. Lighteth a match, 4. And after that a candle, 5. Or stick, 6. And causeth a flame, 7. Or blaze, 8. which catcheth hold of the houses. Scintilla aegis elisa e salis, pyrite, 2. Opcalibes, 1. Et accepta of fomite in suscitabulo, 3. Accendit sulphuratum, 4. Et ind candilum, 5. Vel lignum, 6. Et excitat flammam, 7. Vel incendium, 8. Quod corrupit edificia. Smoke, 9. Ascendeth therefrom, which, sticking to the chimney, 10. Turneth into soot. Famus, 9. Ascended ind, qui, adherens camino, 10. A bit in fuliginum. Of a firebrand, or burning stick, is made a brand, 11. Or quenched stick. Extore, ligno ardent, fictitio, 11. Lignum extinctum. Of a hot coal, red hot piece of a firebrand, is made a coal, 12. Or a dead cinder. Ex pruna, cand and particulatores, fit carbo, 12. Particula mortua. That which remaineth, is at last ashes, 13. And embers, or hot ashes. Quod remanet, tandem est cines, 13. And favela, ardens cines. 6. The air. Air. A cool air, 1. Breathe it gently. Aura, 1. Spirat lenitor. The wind, 2. Blow it strongly. Ventus, 2. Flat valide. A storm, 3. Throw it down trees. Procella, 3. Sternit arbors. A whirlwind, 4. Turneth itself in a round compass. Turbo, 4. Agit se in gyrum. A wind underground, 5. Causeth an earthquake. Ventus subterraneus, 5. Excitat terremotum. An earthquake causeth gapings of the earth, and falls of houses. 6. Terremotus facit labes, and ruinas. 6. 7. The water. Aqua. The water springeth out of a fountain, 1. Floweth downwards in a brook, 2. Runneth in a beck, 3. Standeth in a pond, 4. Glideth in a stream, 5. Is whirled about in a whirlpit, 6. And causeth fens, 7. Aqua scatet e font, 1. Deflut in torrente, 2. Manet in rivo, 3. Stat in stagno, 4. Flut in flumen, 5. Giratur in vortis, 6. And facit palliads, 7. The river hath banks, 8. Flumen habet rippas. The sea maketh shores, 9. Bays, 10. Capes, 11. Islands, 12. Almost islands, 13. Necks of land, 14. Straits, 15. And hath in it rocks, 16. Mare facit littera, 9. Sinus, 10. Promontoria, 11. Insulas, 12. Peninsulas, 13. Isthmos, 14. Freta, 15. And habet scopulos, 16. 8. The clouds. Nubes. A vapor, 1. Ascendeth from the water. Vapor, 1. Ascended ex aqua. From it a cloud, 2. Is made, and a white mist, 3. Near the earth. Ind nubes, 2. Fit, et nebula, 3. Propterum. Rain, 4. And a small shower distilleth out of a cloud, drop by drop. Pluvia, 4. Et imber, still at nube, gatatum. Which being frozen, is hail, 5. Half frozen is snow, 6. Being warm is mildew. Qui gelata, grando, 5. Semi-gelata, nix, 6. Calefacta, rubigo est. In a rainy cloud, set over against the sun the rainbow, 7. Appeareth. In nube pluviosa, opposita soli iris, 7. Apparent. A drop falling into the water make the bubble, 8. Many bubbles make froth, 9. Gutta incidens in aquam, facit bulam, 8. Multi buli facient spumam, 9. Frozen water is called ice, 10. Dew congealed, is called a white frost. Aqua congelata glacies, 10. Ros congelatus, dissiter pruina. Thunder is made of a brimstone-like vapor, which breaking out of a cloud, with lightning, 11. Thundereth and striketh with lightning. To nitra fit ex vapori sulfuro, quod erumpens e nube cum fulgur, 11. Tonate and fulminate. 9. The earth. Terra. In the earth are high mountains, 1. Deep valleys, 2. Hills rising, 3. Hollow caves, 4. Plain fields, 5. Shady woods, 6. In terra sunt alti montes, 1. Profundi valles, 2. Elevati colles, 3. Cavi spelunci, 4. Plani campi, 5. Opasi silvae, 6. X the fruits of the earth. Terri foetus. A meadow, 1. Yieldeth grass with flowers and herbs, which being cut down, are made hay, 2. Pratum, 1. Fert gramina, cum floribus and herbis qui defecta funt faenum, 2. A field, 3. Yieldeth corn, and pot herbs, 4. Arvum, 3. Fert fruges, and olera, 4. Mushrooms, 5. Strawberries, 6. Myrtle trees, and sea come up in woods. Fungi, 5. Fraga, 6. Myrtili, and sea proveniunt in silvis. Metals, stones, and minerals grow under the earth. Metalla, lapides, mineralia, nascuntur sub terra. 11 Metals. Metalla. Lead, 1. Is soft, and heavy. Plumbum, 1. Est molle and grave. Iron, 2. Is hard, and steel, 3. Harder. Ferrum, 2. Est durum, and calibs, 3. Durier. They make tankards, or cans, 4. Of tin. Facient cantharos, 4. Estano. Kettles, 5. Of copper, ahenna, 5. Ecupro, candlesticks, 6. Of Latin, candelabra, 6. Ex orichalco, dollars, 7. Of silver, thaleros, 7. Ex argento, ducats and crown pieces, 8. Of gold. Scuditos et coronados, 8. Ex oro. Quicksilver is always liquid, and eat thorough metals. Argentum vivum, semper licet, and corroded metalla. 12 Stones. Lapides. Sand, 1. And gravel, 2. Is stone broken into bits. Arena, 1. And sabulum, 2. Est lapis comminutus. A great stone, 3. Is a piece of a rock, or crag, 4. Saxum, 3. Est parspitri, cautis, 4. A whetstone, 5. A flint, 6. A marble, 7. And C are ordinary stones. Cos, 5. Silex, 6. Marmor, 7. And C sunt obscuri lapides. A lodestone, 8. Draw it iron to it. Magnus, 8. Ad trahete ferrum. Jewels, 9. Are clear stones, as gemmi, 9. Sunt pellucidi lapilli, the diamond white ut adamas candidus, the ruby red, rubinus rubeus, the sapphire blue, sapphirus ceruleus, the emerald green, smaragdus virides, the jacinth yellow, and C hyacinthus luteus, and C. And they glister being cut into corners. Et micant angulati. Pearls and unions, 10. Grow in shellfish. Margaritae and unions, 10. Crescunt in conchis. Corals, 11. In a sea shrub. Corallia, 11. In Marina arbuscula. Amber, 12. Is gathered from the sea. Succinum, 12. Colligator e mari. Glass, 13, is like crystal. Vitrum, 13. Simile est crystallo. 13 Tree. Arbor. A plant, 1. Grow it from a seed. Planta, 1. Procrescit e semine. A plant waxed to a shoot, 2. Planta a bit in fruticam, 2. A shoot to a tree, 3. Frutex in arborum, 3. The root, 4. Beareth up the tree. Radix, 4. Sustentat arborum. The body or stem, 5. Riseth from the root. Stirps, stemma, 5. Surgit e radis. The stem divideth itself into boughs, 6. And green branches, 7. Made of leaves, 8. Stirps se divided in ramos, 6. And fronds, 7. Factus e folius, 8. The top, 9. Is in the height. Cocumen, 9. Est in summo. The stalk, 10. Is close to the roots. Truncus, 10. Ad hare radicibus. A log, 11. Is the body felled down without boughs, having bark and rind, 12. Pith and heart, 13. Caudex, 11. S stipes dejectus, sine ramus, habens cordicem and librum, 12. Pulpam and medullum, 13. Birdlime, 14. Grow it upon the boughs, which also sweat gum, rosin, pitch, and C. viscum, 14. Ad nascitur ramus, qui entium sudant, gumi, resinum, piem, and C. 14. Fruits of trees. Fructus arborum. Fruits that have no shells are pulled from fruit-bearing trees. Poma di serpuntur, a fructiferous arboribus. The apple, 1. Is round. Malum, 1. Est rotundum. The pear, 2. And fig, 3. Are something long. Pyrum, 2. And ficus, 3. Sunt oblonga. The cherry, 4. Hangeth by a long start. Cerasum, 4. Pendet longo pediolo. The plum, 5. And peach, 6. By a shorter. Prunum, 5. And persicum, 6. Breviary. The mulberry, 7. By a very short one. Morum, 7. Brevissimo. The walnut, 8. The hazelnut, 9. And chestnut, 10. Are wrapped in a husk and a shell. Nux juglans, 8. Avellana, 9. And castanea, 10. Invalida sunt cordyceae and putamini. Barren trees are 11. The fir, the alder, the birch, the cypress, the beech, the ash, the sallow, the linden tree, and c, but most of them affording shade. Sterils arbor sunt 11. Abies, alnus, betula, cupressus, fagus, fraxinus, salix, tilia, and c. sed plerique umbriferi. But the juniper, 12. And bay tree, 13. Yield berries. At juniperus, 12. And laurus, 13. Ferunt bacchus. The pine, 14. Pineapples. Pinus, 14. Strobilos. The oak, 15. Acorns and galls. Quercus, 15. Glans and gallas. 15 flowers. Flores. Amongst the flowers the most noted, inter flores notissimi, in the beginning of the spring are the violet, 1. The crotos, 2. The daffodil, 3. Primo vir, viola, 1. Hyacinthus, 2. Narcissus, 3. Then the lilies, 4. White and yellow and blue, 5. And the rose, 6. And the clove gilliflowers, 7. And C. tum lilia, 4. Alba and lutea, and coeryaea, 5. Tandem rosa, 6. And caryophyllum, 7. And c. Of these garlands, 8. And nosegays, 9. Are tied round with twigs. Ex hycerta, 8. And cervii, 9. V. enter. There are added also sweet herbs, 10. As marjoram, flower gentle, rue, lavender, rosemary, hyssop, spike, basil, sage, mints, and C. aduntur entium herbi odorati, 10. Ut amaracus, amaranthus, ruta, lavandula, rosmarinus, libanotus. Hyposus, nard, ocimum, salvia, menta, and C. amongst field flowers, 11. The most noted are the May lily, germander, the bluebottle, chamomile, and C. intercampestus flores, 11. Notissimi sunt lilium convallium, camadryas, cyanus, chamomillum, and c. And amongst herbs, trefoil, wormwood, sorrel, the nettle, and cet herbi, citicis, trifolium, absinthium, acetosa, urtica, and c. The tulip, 12. Is the grace of flowers, but affording no smell. Tulipot, 12. Est decus florum, sed expers odoris. 16 potherbs. Olara. Pot herbs grow in gardens, as lettuce, 1. Colewort, 2. Onions, 3. Garlic, 4. Gourd, 5. The parsnip, 6. The turnip, 7. The radish, 8. Horseradish, 9. Parsley, 10. Cucumbers, 11. And pompions, 12. Olara nascuntur in hortus, ut lactica, 1. Brassica, 2. Cepa, 3. Allium, 4. Cucurbita, 5. Cicer, 6. Rapa, 7. Raphanus minor, 8. Raphanus major, 9. Petroselinum, 10. Cucumaries, 11. Pepins, 12. 17 Corn. Frugas. Some corn grows upon a straw, parted by knots, as wheat, 1. Rye, 2. Barley, 3. In which the ear hath awns, or else it is without awns, and it nourisheth the corn in the husk. From antiquidam crescunt super culmum, distinctum genicules, ut. Triticum, 1. Siligo, 2. Hordeum, 3. In quibus spica habet aristas, aut est mutica, fovit grana in gluma. Some instead of an ear, have a rhizome, or plume, containing the corn by bunches, as oats, 4. Millet, 5. Turkey wheat, 6. Quidam pro spica, habent paniculam, continentum grana fasciatum, ut. Avena, 4. Millium, 5. Frumentum saracenicum, 6. Pulse have cods, which enclose the corns in 2 shales, as peas, 7. Beans, 8. Vetches, 9. And those that are less than these lentils and earls, or tears. Legumina habent siliquas, qui includunt grana valvules, ut. Pisum, 7. Fabi, 8. Vicia, 9. And minors his lentes and cicera. 18 Shrubs. Frutices. A plant being greater, and harder than an herb, is called a shrub, such as are planta major and duria herba, dissiter frutex, ut. Sunt in banks and ponds, the rush, 1. The bulrush, 2. Or cane without knots bearing cat's tails, and the reed, 3. Which is knotty and hollow within. In ripes and stagnus, juncus, 1. Syrpus, 2. Canna inodes firens typhos, and arundo, 3. Nodosa et cava intus. Elsewhere, 4. The rose, the bastard corinths, the elder, the juniper. Alibi, 4. Rosa, Ribes, Sambucus, Juniperus, also the vine, 5. Which putteth forth branches, 6. And these tendrils, 7. Vine leaves, 8. And bunches of grapes, 9. On the stalk whereof hang grapes, which contain grapestones. Item vitus, 5. Qui emitted palmites, 6. Et hycapriolos, 7. Pampinos, 8. Et racemos, 9. Quorum scapopendentivi, continents acinos. 19 Living creatures, and first, birds. Animalia, and primum, aves. A living creature liveth, perceiveth, moveth itself, is born, dieth, is nourished, and groweth, standeth, or sitteth, or lieth, or goeth. Animal vivid, senti, movet esse, nascitur, moritur, nutritur, and crescit, stat, aut sedet, aut cubat, aut gradator. A bird, here the king's fisher, 1 * making her nest in the sea, is covered with feathers, 2. Flieth with wings, 3. Hath 2 pinions, 4. As many feet, 5. A tail, 6. And a bill, 7. Avis, hic halcyon, 1 in mari nidulans, taketer plumes, 2. Volet panes, 3. Habet duas alas, 4. Tautidem pedes, 5. Caudum, 6. And rostrum, 7. The she, 8. Layeth eggs, 10. In a nest, 9. And sitting upon them, hatcheth young ones, 11. Faimela, 8. Ponit ova, 10. In nido, 9. Et incubans iis, excluded pulos, 11. An egg is covered with a shell, 12. Under which is the white, 13. In this the yolk, 14. Ovum taciter testa, 12. Sub qua est albumen, 13. In hoc vitellis, 14. XX tame fowls. Aves domestici. The cock, 1. Which croweth in the morning, hath a comb, 2. And spurs, 3. Being gelded, he is called a capon, and is crammed in a coop, 4. Gallus, 1. Qui contit main, habet Christum, 2. And calcaria, 3. Castratus dissiter capo and saginator in ornithotrophico, 4. A hen, 5. Scrapeth the dunghill, and picketh up corns, as also the pigeons, 6, which are brought up in a pigeon house, 7, and the turkey cock, 8. With his turkey hen, 9. Gallina, 5. Ruspater femedum, and colligit grana, sicut and columbi, 6, qui educantur in columario, 7, and Gallipavus, 8 cum sua male gride, 9 the gay peacock, 10. Pride in his feathers. Formosus pavo, 10. Superbit panes. The stork, 11. Buildeth her nest on the top of the house. Ciconia, 11. Nidificat in tecto. The swallow, 12. The sparrow, 13. The magpie, 14. The jackdaw, 15. And the bat, 16. Or fledermaus, used to fly about houses. Hirundo, 12. Passer, 13. Pica, 14. Monvula, 15. And Vespertilio, 16. Musilatus, volatant circadomus. XXI singing birds. Oscines. The nightingale, 1. Singeth the sweetliest of all. Luscinia, Philomela, 1. Contit suavissime omnium. The lark, 2. Singeth as she flieth in the air. Aelauda, 2. Cantilot volitans in aere, the quail, 3. Sitting on the ground, Coturnix, 3. Sedens humi, others on the boughs of trees, 4. As the canary bird, the chaffinch, the goldfinch, the siskin, the linnet, the little titmouse, the wood wall, the robin redbreast, the hedge sparrow, and sea cedarii, in ramus arborum, 4. Utilitiala peregrina. Fringilla, Carduelis, Acanthes, Linaria, Parvus parus, Galgulus, Rubcula, Curuca, and C. The party-colored parrot, 5. The blackbird, 6. The stare, 7. With the magpie and the jay, learn to frame men's words. Discolor Psittacus, 5. Marula, 6. Sturnus, 7. Cum pica, and Monvula, discunt humanus voces former. A great many are wont to be shut in cages, 8. Pleric solent includi cavice, 8. XXII birds that haunt the fields and woods. Aves campesters and sylvesters. The ostrich, 1. Is the greatest bird. Struthio, 1. Ales est maximus. The wren, 2. Is the least. Regulus, 2. Trochilus, minimus. The owl, 3. Is the most despicable. Noctua, 3. Despicata. The hoopoe, 4. Is the most nasty, for it eateth dung. Upupa, 4. Sordidissimus, vesitor enim stercoribus. The bird of paradise, 5. Is very rare. Maniacodiata, 5. Rarissimus. The pheasant, 6. The bustard, 7. The deaf wild peacock, 8. The moorhen, 9. The partridge, 10. The woodcock, 11. And the thrush, 12. Are counted dainties. Phasianus, 6. Tarda, Otis, 7. Certus, Tetro, 8. Atagon, 9. Perdix, 10. Gallinago, rusticola, 11. And Tertus, 12, Habentur indelicius. Among the rest, the best are, the watchful crane, 13. The mournful turtle, 14. The cuckoo, 15. The stock dove, the spate, the jay, the crow, and 16. Inter reliquas, potissimi sunt, grus 13. Pervigil. Turdur, 14. Gemins. Cuculus, 15. Palumbes, Picus, Garulus, Cornix, and 16. XXIII ravenous birds. Aves rapaces. The eagle, 1. The king of birds looked upon the sun, Aquila, 1. Rex avium, intiter solemn. The vulture, 2. And the raven, 3. Feed upon carrion. Vultur, 2. And corvus, 3. Pascuntur morticinus, cadaveribus. The kite, 4. Pursueth chickens. Milvus, 4. Insectator pulos gallina ceos. The falcon, 5. The hobby, 6. And the hawk, 7. Catch at little birds. Falco, 5, Nisus, 6. And accipiter, 7. Captain aviculas. The gerfalcon, 8. Catcheth pigeons and greater birds. Astur, 8. Captat columbus and aves majors. XXIV waterfowl. Aves aquatici. The white swan, 1. The goose, 2. And the duck, 3. Swim up and down. Oler, 1. Candidus, answer, 2. And Annas, 3. Natant. The cormorant, 4. Deveth. Mergus, 4. S. emergit. Add to these the water hen, and the pelican, and 10. Add his fulicam, pelicanum, and 10. The osprey, 5. And the seamew, 6. Flying downwards used to catch fish, but the heron, 7. Standing on the banks. Haliaetus, 5. And Gavia, 6. Devolans, Captain Pisces, said Ardea, 7. Stands in ripes. The bittern, 8. Putteth his bill in the water, and belloweth like an ox. Buccio, 8. Inferit rostrum aquae, and mugit ut bos. The water wagtail, 9. Waggeth the tail. Motacilla, 9. Motate cautum. XXV flying vermin. Insectivolentia. The bee, 1. Maketh honey which the drone, 2. Devoureth. Apis, 1. Facit mel quad fucus, 2. Depassit the wasp, 3. And the hornet, 4. Molest with a sting, and the gad bee, or breeze, 5. Especially cattle, but the fly, 6. And the gnat, 7. Us. Vespa, 3. And cribro, 4. Infestant oculio, and estrum, acilis, 5. Imprimus picus. Autumn musca, 6. And culex, 7. Nos. The cricket, 8. Singeth. Gryllus, 8. Cantalot. The butterfly, 9. Is a winged caterpillar. Papilio, 9. Astalida erica. The beetle, 10. Covereth her wings with cases. Scarabaeus, 10. Tagit alas vaginus. The glowworm, 11. Shineth by night. Chichindala lampiris, 11. Nitet noctu. XXVI four-footed beasts, and first those about the house. Quadrupeda, and primum domestica. The dog, 1. With the whelp, 2. Is keeper of the house. Canis, 1. Cum catalo, 2. Est custos domus. The cat, 3. Riddeth the house of mice, 4. Which also a mousetrap, 5. Doth. Felis, catus, 3. Purgat domum omuribus, 4. Quod entium muscipula, 5. Facet. A squirrel, 6. The ape, 7. And the monkey, 8. Are kept at home for delight. Sciurus, 6. Simia, 7. And Cercopithecus, 8. Habenter domi delectamento. The dormouse, 9. And other greater mice, 10. As, the weasel, the marten, and the ferret, trouble the house, glee, 9. And cedari mures majors, 10. Ut, mustla, martes, vipera, infestant domum. XXVII herd cattle. Pecora. The bull, 1. The cow, 2. And the calf, 3. Are covered with hair. Taurus, 1. Vacca, 2. And Vitulus, 3. Teganter pilis. The ram, the wether, 4. The ewe, 5. And the lamb, 6. Bear wool. Aries, vervex, 4. Ovis, 5. Cum agno, 6. Gestant lanum. The he-goat, the gelt goat, 7. With the she-goat, 8. And kid, 9. Have shag hair and beards. Hercus, caper, 7. Cum capra, 8. And hedo, 9. Habent. Villos and aruncos. The hog, the sow, 10. And the pigs, 11. Have bristles, but not horns, but also cloven feet as those others, have. Porcus, scrofa, 10. Cum porcellis, 11. Habent cetas, at non cornua, sed entium ungulas by sulcus ut illa. XXVII laboring beasts. Gementa. The ass, 1. And the mule, 2. Carry bird hens. Asinus, 1. And mulus, 2. Gestant onera. The horse, 3. Which amain, for graceth, carrieth us. Equus, 3. Quam juba, for ornat, gestat nos ipsos. The camel, 5. Carrieth the merchant with his ware. Camelus, 5. Gestat mercatorum cum mercibus sui. The elephant, 6. Draweth his meat to him with his trunk, 7. Elephas, Barus, 6. Atrahete pabulum proboscid, 7. He hath 2 teeth, 8. Standing out, and is able to carry full 30 men. Habet duos dentes, 8. Prominence, and potest portar entium triginta viros. XXIX wild cattle. Pharaipicoods. The buff, 1. And the buffle, 2. Are wild bulls. Urus, 1. And bubalus, 2. Sunt fairy boves. The elk, 3. Being bigger than an horse, whose back is impenetrable, hath naggy horns as also the hart, 4. Alces, 3. Major equo, cujus tergus est impenetrabilis, habet ramosa cornua, ut and cervus, 4. But the roe, 5. And the hind calf, almost none. Sed capria, 5. Cum hinulo, nulla. The stoneback, 6. Huge great ones. Capricornus, 6. Pregrandia, the wild goat, 7. Hath very little ones, by which she hangeth herself on a rock. Rupicapra, 7. Minuta, quibus suspended se ad rupem. The unicorn, 8. Hath but one, but that a precious one. Monoceros, 8. Habet unum, sed preciosum. The boar, 9. Assaileth one with his tushes. Aper, 9. Grassiter dentibus. The hare, 10. Is fearful. Lepus, 10. Paves. The coney, 11. Diggeth the earth. Cuniculus, 11. Perfodyterum, as also the mole, 12. Which make hillocks. Ut and talpa, 12. Qui facet grumos. Triple X wild beasts. Ferae bestia. Wild beasts have sharp paws, and teeth, and are flesh-eaters. Bestia habent ocutos unguis, and dentes, sunt carnivori, as the leon, 1. The king of four-footed beasts, having a mane, with the lioness. Ut Leo, 1. Rex quadrupedum, jubitus, cum leina. The spotted panther, 2. Maculosus, pardo, panthera, 2. The tiger, 3. The cruelest of all. Tigris, 3. Imminissima omnium. The shaggy bear, 4. Villicis ursus, 4. The ravenous wolf, 5. Rapax lupus, 5. The quick-sighted ounce, 6. Lynx, 6. Visupollens, the tailed fox, 7. The craftiest of all. Caudata vulpus, 7. Astutissima omnium. The hedgehog, 8. Is prickly. Erinaceus, 8. Esticuliatus. The badger, 9. Delighteth in holes. Melis, 9. Gaudet late bris. XXXI serpents and creeping things. Serpents and reptilia. Snakes creep by winding themselves, anguis reponsinuendo se, the adder, 1. In the wood, coluber, 1. In silva, the water snake, 2. In the water, natrix, hydra, 2. In aqua, the viper, 3. Amongst great stones. Vipera, 3. In Saxus, the asp, 4. In the fields. Aspis, 4, in campis. The boa, or mild snake, 5. In houses. Boa, 5. In domibus. The slow worm, 6. Is blind. Cecilia, 6. Est coeca. The lizard, 7. And the salamander, 8. That liveth long in fire, have feet. Lacerda, 7. Salamandra, 8. In igni vivax, habent petes. The dragon, 9. A winged serpent, killeth with his breath. Draco, 9. Serpens elatus, nicat halitu. The basilisk, 10. With his eyes, basiliscus, 10. Ocules, and the scorpion, 11. With his poisonous tail. Scorpio, 11. Venenata cauda. XXXII crawling vermin. Insecta repentia. Worms gnaw things. Vermes, rodunt res. The earthworm, 1. The earth. Lumbricus, 1. Pterum. The caterpillar, 2. The plant. Erica, 2. Plantum. The grasshopper, 3. The fruits. Cicada, 3. Fruges. The mite, 4. The corn. Circulio, 4. Frumenta. The timberworm, 5. Wood. Teredo, casas, 5. Ligna. The moth, 6. A garment. Tinea, 6. Vestem. The bookworm, 7. A book. Blatta, 7. Librum. Maggots, 8. Flesh and cheese. Termites, 8. Carnum and caseum. Handworms, the hare. Acari, capillum. The skipping flea, 9. The louse, 10. And the stinking wall louse, 11. Bite us. Saltans pulex, 9. Pediculus, 10. Phaetons cymex, 11. Mordent nos. The tyke, 12. Is a bloodsucker. Ricinus, 12. Sanguisugus est. The silkworm, 13. Make silk. Bombyx, 13. Facet sericum. The pismire, 14. Is painful. Formica, 14. Est laboriosa. The spider, 15. Weaveth a cobweb, nets for flies. Arania, 15. Texit aranium, Rishamussus. The snail, 16. Carrieth about her snail horn. Cochlea, 16. Circumfertestum. XXXIII creatures that live as well by water as by land. Amphibia. Creatures that live by land and by water, are viventia in terra and aqua, sunt the crocodile, 1. A cruel and preying beast of the river Nilus, Crocodilus, 1. Imines and Predatrix bestianilli fluminis, the castor or beaver, 2. Having feet like a goose, and a scaly tail to swim. Castor, fiber, 2. Habens pedes ons rhinos and squamine caudum ad natandum. The otter, 3. Lutra, 3. The croaking frog, 4. With the toad. And coxons rana, 4. Cum buffone. The tortoise, 5. Covered above and beneath with shells, as with a target. Testudo, 5. Operta and infra, testis, susciuto. Thursive river fish and pond fish. Pisces fluviatiles and lacusters. A fish hath fins, 1. With which it swimmeth, and gills, 2. by which it taketh breath, and prickles instead of bones, besides the male hath a milt, and the female a roe. Piscus habet pinnas, 1. Quibus natat, and branchias, 2. Quibus respirat, and spinas loco osseum, praeterea, mos lactes, fomina ova. Some have scales, as the carp, 3. And the luce or pike, 4. Quidem habent squamas, ut carpio, 3. Lucius, lupus, 4. Some are sleek as the eel, 5. And the lamprey, 6. Alii sunt glabri, ut, anguilla, 5. Mustela, 6. The sturgeon, 7. Having a sharp snout, groweth beyond the length of a man accipenser, strio, 7. Mucronatus, crescit ultra longitudinem viri. The sheath fish, 8. Having wide cheeks, is bigger than he, Silurus, 8 bucculentus, major illo est, but the greatest, is the Huson, 9 sed Maximus Antasius, Huso, 9. Minuos, 10. Swimming by shoals, are the least. Apui, 10. Natans gregatim, sunt minutissimi. Others of this sort are the perch, the blay, the barbel, the esh, the trout, the gudgeon, and tranch, 11. Alii huges genera sunt perxa, alburnus, mullus, barbus, thymulus, truta, gobius, tinca, 11. The crabfish, 12. Is covered with a shell, and it hath claws, and crawleth forwards and backwards. Cancer, 12. Taketer crusta, habet chellis, and gradator poro and retro. The horse leech, 13. Sucketh blood. Hirudo, 13. Shujit sanguinum. XXXVC fish, and shellfish. Marini Pisces and conchi. The whale, 1. Is the greatest of the sea fish. Balena, Cetus, 1. Maximus Piscium marinorum. The dolphin, 2. The swiftest. Delphinus, 2. Velocissimus. The skate, 3. The most monstrous. Raya, 3. Monstrosissimus. Others are the lamprel, 4. The salmon, or the lax, 5. Alii sunt murinula, 4. Salmo, ezox, 5. There are also fish that fly, 6. Danterentium volatiles, 6. Ad herrings, 7. Which are brought pickled, and plaice, 8. And cods, 9. Which are brought dry, and the sea monsters, the seal. 10. And the seahorse, and sea adhalses, 7. Qui salsi, and passers, 8. Comicellus, 9. Qui adferuntur arafacti, and monstra marina, focam, 10. Hippopotamum, and sea shellfish, 11. Have shells. Concha, 11. Habet testes, the oyster, 12. Affordeth sweet meat. Ostria, 12. Dat sapidam carnum. The purple fish, 13. Purple, murex, 13. Purpuram, the others, pearls, 14. Alii, 14. Margaritas. 30. Man homo. Adam, 1. The first man, was made by God after his own image the 6th day of the creation, of a lump of earth. Adamus, 1. Primus homo, formitus est Deo ad imaginum suum sexta decret Iones, e glebiteri. And Eve, 2. The first woman, was made of the rib of the man et Eva, 2. Prima mulier, formita est e costa viri. These, being tempted by the devil under the shape of a serpent, 3. When they had eaten of the fruit of the forbidden tree, 4. Were condemned, 5. To misery and death, with all their posterity, and cast out of paradise, 6. Hi, seducti a diabolo sub specie serpentis, 3. Cum commiderant de fructia vetitai arboris, 4. Damnati sunt, 5. Ad miserium and mortem, cum omni posteritate sua, and ejecti e paradiso 6. XXXVII. The 7 ages of man septimitates hominis. A man is first an infant, 1. Then a boy, 2. Then a youth, 3. Then a young man, 4. Then a man, 5. After that an elderly man, 6. And at last, a decrepit old man, 7. Homo est primum infans, 1. Deant puer, 2. Tum adolescens, 3. Int juvenis, 4. Postea vir, 5. Dehind senex, 6. Tandem silicernium, 7. So also in the other sex, there are, a girl, 8. A damosel, 9. A maid, 10. A woman, 11. An elderly woman, 12. And a decrepit old woman, 13. Sic entium in altero sexu, sunt, pupa, 8. Pula, 9. Virgo, 10. Mulier, 11. Vetula, 12. Anus decrepita, 13. 38. The outward parts of a man membra hominis externa. The head, 1. Is above, the feet, 20. Below. The forepart of the neck, which ends at the armholes, 2. Is the throat, 3. The hinder part, the crag, 4. Caput, 1. S supra, infrapedes, 20. Anterior pars colli, quod desit in axillas, 2. S jugulum, 3. Posterior cervix, 4. The breast, 5, is before, the back, 6, behind, women have in it 2 dugs, 7. With nipples, pectus, 5. Est ante, dorsum, 6. Retro, foemini sunt in illo bini mammi, 7. Cum pupillus. Under the breast is the belly, 9. In the middle of it the navel, 10. Underneath the groin, 11. And the privities. Sub pectori est venter, 9. In ejus medio, umbilicus, 10. Subtus ingen, 11. And pudenda. The shoulder blades, 12. Are behind the back, on which the shoulders depend, 13. On these the arms, 14. With the elbow, 15. And then on either side the hands, the right, 8. And the left, 16. Scapulae, 12. Sunt et tergo, a quibus pendent humeri, 13. Of his brachia, 14. Cum cubito, 15. Int ad utrumque latus, manus, dextera, 8. And sinistra, 16. The loins are next the shoulders, with the hips, 18. And in the breech, the buttocks, 19. Lumbi, 17. Excipiunt humerus, cum coccyx, 18. And in potus, culo, nates, 19. These make the foot, the thigh, 21. Then the leg, 23. The knee, being betwixt them, 22, in which is the calf, 24. With the shin, 25. Then the ankles, 26. The heel, 27. And the sole, 28. In the very end, the great toe, 29. With 4 other toes. Absolvunt pedum, femur, 21. Tum crus, 23. Genu, 22. Intermedio, in quosura, 24. Cum tilia, 25. Abentali, 26. Calx, calcaneum, 27. And solum, 28. In extrema hallux, 29. Cum quachu or digitus. 36. The head and the hand. Caput and manus. In the head are the hair, 1. Which is combed with a comb, 2, 2 hairs, 3. The temples, 4. And the face, 5. In caput sunt capillas, 1. Qui pectator pecten, 2. Ors, 3. Bini, and tempora, 4. Facies, 5. In the face are the forehead, 6. Both the eyes, 7. The nose, 8. With 2 nostrils, the mouth, 9. The cheeks, 10. And the chin, 13. In facie sunt frons, 6. Oculus, 7. Uterc, nasus, 8. Cum duobus naribus, os, 9. Geni, mali, 10. And mentum, 13. The mouth is fenced with a mystico, 11. And lips, 12. A tongue and a palate, and teeth, 16. In the cheekbone. Os septum est mistus, 11. And labius, 12. Lingua cum palato, dentibus, 16. In maxilla. A man's chin is covered with a beard, 14. And the eye, in which is the white and the apple, with eyelids, and an eyebrow, 15. Mentum virile tacetur barba, 14. Oculos vero, in quo albugo and pupilla, palpebris, and supercilio, 15. The hand being closed is a fist, 17. Being open is a palm, 18. In the midst, is the hollow, 19. Of the hand. The extremity is the thumb, 20. With 4 fingers, the forefinger, 21. The middle finger, 22. The ring finger, 23. And the little finger, 24. Manus contract acta, pugnus, 17. Est aperta, palma, 18. In medio vola, 19. Extremitas, pollex, 20. Cum quachu or digitus, indus, 21. Medio, 22. Annulari, 23. And auriculari, 24. In every one are 3 joints, A, B, C, and as many knuckles, D, E, F with a nail, 25. In quilibet sunt articuli tres, A, B, C, and totidem condyle, D, E, F cum unguo, 25. XL the flesh and bowels. Caro and viscera. In the body are the skin with the membranes, the flesh with the muscles, the chanels, the gristles, the bones and the bowels. In corpore sunt cutis cum membranes, caro cum muscules, canales, cartilagens, ossa and viscera. The skin, 1. Being pulled off, the flesh, 2. Appeareth, not in a continual lump, but being distributed, as it were in stuffed puddings, which they call muscles, whereof there are reckoned 405, being the chanels of the spirits, to move the members. Cute, 1. Detracta, caro, 2. Apparat, non continua massa, sed distributa, tanquam infarsimina, quos vocant musculos, quorum numerantur quadrangenti quinqua, canalis spirituum, ad movendum membra. The bowels are the inward members, viscera sunt membra interna, as in the head, the brains, 3 being compassed about with the skull, and the skin which covereth the skull. Ut in caput, cerebrum, 3. Circumdatum cranio, and pericranio. In the breast, the heart, 4. Covered with a thin skin about it, and the lungs, 5. Breathing to and fro. In pectori, cor, 4. Obvolutum pericardio, and pulmo, 5. Respirans. In the belly, the stomach, 6. And the guts, 7. Covered with a caul. The liver, 8. And in the left side opposite against it, the milt, 9. The 2 kidneys, 10. And the bladder, 11. In ventra, ventriculus, 6. And instina, 7. Obducta aumento. Jecur, hepar, 8. And a sinistro oppositus ei lean, 9. Duo renes, 10. Cum vesica, 11. The breast is divided from the belly by a thick membrane, which is called the midriff, 12. Pectus dividitur a ventra crassa membrana, qui vocatur diaphragma, 12. XLI the chanels and bones. Canales and ossa. The chanels of the body are the veins, carrying the blood from the liver, canales corpora sunt veni deferens sanguinum ex hepate, the arteries, carrying, heart and life from the heat, arteriae, calorem and vitami cord, the nerves, carrying, sense and motion throughout the body from the brain. Nervi, sensum et motum, per corpus cerebro. You shall find these 3, 1. Everywhere joined together. In venes hectria, 1. Ubique sociata. Besides, from the mouth into the stomach is the gullet, 2. The way of the meat and drink, and by it to the lights, the weasand, 5. For breathing, from the stomach to the anus is a great intestine, 3. To purge out the ordure, from the liver to the bladder, the ureter, 4. For making water. Poro, ob or in ventriculum gula, 2. Via sibiac potus, and juxta hanc, ad pulmonum gutter, 5. Pro respiratione, a ventriculo adenum colon, 3. Ad exernendum stercus, ob hepate ad vesicam, ureter, 4. Redendi urinae. The bones are in the head, the skull, 6. The 2 cheek bones, 7. With 32 teeth, 8. Ossa sunt in caput, calvaria, 6. Dui maxilli, 7. Cum xxxii. Dentibus, 8. Then the backbone, 9. The pillar of the body, consisting of 34 turning joints, that the body may bend itself. Tum, spina dorsi, 9. Columna corporis, constans exthersive. Vertebris, ut corpus quid flectora se the ribs, 10. Whereof there are 24. Costi, 10. Quarum viginti quaetu or. The breastbone, 11. The 2 shoulder blades, 12. The buttock bone, 13. The bigger bone in the arm, 15. And the lesser bone in the arm os pectoris, 11. Dui scapulae, 12. Os cessibuli, 13. Lacerdae, 15. And ulna. The thigh bone, 14. the foremost, 16. And the hindmost bone, in the leg, 17. Tibia, 14. Fibula, 16. Anterior, and posterior, 17. The bones of the hand, 18. Are 34, and of the foot, 19. 30. Ossa manus, 18. Sunt triginta quaetu or, pedis, 19. Triginta. The marrow is in the bones. Medulla est in ossibus, xlii. The outward and inward senses. Sensus externi and interni. There are 5 outward senses, sunt quinque externi sensus, the eye, 1. Seeth colors, what is white or black, green or blue, red or yellow. Oculus, 1. Videt colores, quid album velatrum, viride vel coerulum, rubrum aut luteum, sit. The ear, 2. Heareth sounds, both natural, voices and words, and artificial, musical tunes. Oris, 2. Audit sonos, tum naturals, voces and verba, tum artificials, tonos musicos. The nose, 3. Sentate smells and stinks. Nasus, 3, olfacet odors and fedors. The tongue, 4. With the roof of the mouth tastes savors, what is sweet or bitter, keen or biting, sour or harsh. Lingua, 4. Cum palato gustat sapors, quid dulce aut amarum, acre aut acidum, acerbum aut austerum. The hand, 5. By touching discerneth the quantity and quality of things, the hot and cold, the moist and dry, the hard and soft, the smooth and rough, the heavy and light. Manus, 5. Tangendo dignoscit quantitatem, and qualitatem rerum, calidum and frigidum, humigum and siccum, durum and mal, laev and asperum, grave and leve. The inward senses are 3. Sensus interni sunt tres. The common sense, 7. Under the forepart of the head, apprehendeth things taken from the outward senses. Sensus communis, 7. Sub sensipit apprehendit residential perceptus a sensibus externus. The fantasy, 6. Under the crown of the head judgeth of those things, thinketh, and dreameth, fantasia, 6. Subvertus, dijudicat residential istis cogitat, somniat. The memory, 8. Under the hinder part of the head, layeth up everything and fetcheth them out, it loseth some, and this is forgetfulness. Memoria, 8. Sub occipitio, recondit singula and depromit, deperdit quidam, and hoc est oblivio. Sleep, is the rest of the senses. Somnus, est requis sensuum. Sliein the soul of man anima hominis. The soul is the life of the body, one in the whole. Anima est vita corporis, una in toto. Only vegetative in plants, tantum vegetativa in plantis, withal sensitive in animals, simul sensitiva in animalibus, and also rational in men. Entium rationalis in homin. This consisteth in 3 things, haec consistet in tribus, in the understanding, whereby it judgeth and understandeth a thing good and evil, or true, or apparent. In ment, intellectu, qua conoscit, and intelligit, bonum ac malum, vel verum, vel apparens. In the will, whereby it chooseth, and desireth, or rejecteth, and mislike the thing known. In voluntate, qua elegit, and concupisci, aut regisit, and aversator cognitum. In the mind, whereby it pursueth the good chosen or avoideth the evil rejected. In animo, quo prosequiter bonum electum, vel fugit malum rejectum. Hence is hope and fear in the desire, and dislike. Hin spes and timor, in cupidine, and aversatione, hence is love and joy, in the fruition, hin amor and gaudium, in fruit ione, but anger and grief, in suffering. Sed iraac dolor, in passione. The true judgment of a thing is knowledge, the false, is error, opinion and suspicion. Vera cognitio rei, s scientia, falsa, error, opinio, suspiciio. Xliv deformed and monstrous people. Deforms and monstrosi. Monstrous and deformed people are those which differ in the body from the ordinary shape, as the huge giant, 1. The little dwarf, 2. One with two bodies, 3. One with two heads, 4. And such like monsters. Monstrosi, and deformed sunt abeunt corpora communi forma, ut sunt, immanes gigas, nanus, pomilio, 2. Bicorpor, 3. Biceps, 4. And id genus monstra. Amongst these are reckoned, the jolt-headed, 5. The great-nosed, 6. The blubber-lipped, 7. The blub-cheeked, 8. The goggle-eyed, 9. The wry-necked, 10. The great-throated, 11. The crump-backed, 12. The crump-footed, 13. The steeple-crowned, 15. Add to these the bald-pate, 14. His accensentur, capito, 5. Naso, 6. Labio, 7. Buccio, 8. Strabo, 9. Obstipus, 10. Stromasus, 11. Gibbasus, 12. Loripes, 13. Silo, 15. Ad calvistrum, 14. XLV the dressing of gardens. Hort orum cultura. We have seen man, now let us go on to man's living, and to handicraft trades, which tend to it. Vidimus hominum, jam pergamus ad vidum hominis, and ad arts mechanicas, qui huc facient. The first and most ancient sustenance, were the fruits of the earth. Primus and antiquissimus vitus, erant frugus terrae. Here upon the first labor of Adam, was the dressing of a garden. Hin primus labor Adami, horticultura. The gardener, 1. Diggeth in a garden plot, with a spade, 2. Or mattock, 3. And maketh beds, 4. And places wherein to plant trees, 5. On which he setteth seeds and plants. Hortulanus, Olator, 1. Faudet in viridario, Ligone, 2. Aut bipolio, 3. Facit pulvinos, 4. Ac plantaria, 5. Quibus inserit semina and plantas. The tree gardener, 6. Plantate trees, 7. In an orchard, and graftations, 8. In stocks, 9. Arborator, 6. Plantat arbors, 7. In pomario, inserit circulos, 8. Viveratacibus, 9. He fenceth his garden, either by care, with a mound, 10. Or a stone wall, 11. Or a rail, 12. Or pales, 13. Or a hedge, 14. Made of hedge stakes, and bindings, sepid horchum velcura, muro, 10. Aut masonry, 11. Aut vocera, 12. Aut plancus, 13. Aut sepe, 14. Flexa e suidibus and vitalibus, or by nature, with brambles and briars, 15. Vel naturadumus and vepribus, 15. It is beautified with walks, 16. And galleries, 17. Ornator ambulacris, 16. And pergolas, 17. It is watered with fountains, 18. And a watering pot, 19. Regitor fontanes, 18. And harpagio, 19. Xlvi husbandry. Agricultura. The plowman, 1. Yoked oxen, 3. To a plow, 2. And holding the plow stilt, 4. In his left hand, and the plow staff, 5. In his right hand, with which he removeth clods, 6. He cutteth the land, which was manured afore with dung, 8. With a share, 7. And a coulter, and maketh furrows, 9. Arator, 1. Unget boves, 3. Aratro, 2. And tenens stivam, 4. Laeva, rallum, 5. Dextra, quaam avet glebas, 6. Synditarum, stercoratum antiaphamo, 8. Vomera, 7. Et dentali, facit sulcos, 9. Then he soweth the seed, 10. And harroweth it in with a harrow, 11. Tum seminat semen, 10. And inocotixa, 11. The reaper, 12. Sheareth the ripe corn with a sickle, 13. Gathereth up the handfuls, 14. And bindeth the sheaves, 15. Messer, 12. Meti fruges maturis fals mes oris, 13. Colligit manipulos, 14. And colligit mergits, 15. The thrasher, 16. Thrashit corn on the barn floor, 17. With a flail, 18. Tosseth it in a winnowing basket, 19. And so when the chaff, and the straw, 20. Are separated from it, he putteth it into sacks, 12. Tritur, 16. Tricerat frumentum in area horii, 17. Flagello, tribula, 18. Jactat ventilabro, 19. Et gita palea and stramine, 20. Separata, congerit in saccos, 21. The mower, 22. Maketh hay in a meadow, cutting down grass with a scythe, 23. And raketh it together with a rake, 24. And maketh up cocks, 26. With a fork, 25, and carrieth it on carriages, 27. Into the hay barn, 28. Phonisca, 22. Facit phenum in prato, descans gramen fals venaria, 23. Corradit grastro, 24. Componit acervos, 26. Furca, 25. And conviat viabus, 27. In phenile, 28. Slatii growing. Pecuaria. Tillage of ground, and keeping cattle, was in old time the care of kings and noble men, at this day only of the meanest sort of people, cultus agrorum, and residential pecuaria antiquissimis temporibus, erat cura regum, heroum, hodi tantum infirmi plebis, the neatherd, 1. Calleth out the hoods, 2. Out of the beast houses, 3. With a horn, 4. And driveth them to feed. Bubulcus, 1. Evocit armenta, 2. E bovilibus, 3. Buxina, cornu, 4, and ducit pastum. The shepherd, 5. Feedeth his flock, 6. Being furnished with a pipe, 7. and a scrip, 8. And a sheep hook, 9. Having with him a great dog, 10. Fenced with a collar, 11. Against the wolves. Apilio, pastor, 5. Passit grigum, 6. Instructus fistula, 7. And para, 8. Ut and pedo, 9. Habensicum molossum, 10. Munitum milo, 11. Contra lupos. Swine, 12. Are fed out of a swine trough. Sus, 12. Saginantur ex aqualiculo Harry. The farmer's wife, 13. Milketh the udders of the cow, 15. At the cratch, 15. Over a milk pail, 16. And maketh butter of cream in a churn, 17. And cheeses, 18. Of curds. Vilica, 13. Mulgit ubera vaci, 14. Ad praecipi, 15. Super mulctra, 16. Et facit butyrum e flor lactis, in vase butyratio, 17. Et caseus, 18. E coagulo. The wool, 19. Is shorn from sheep, whereof several garments are made. Lana, 19. Deton deter ovibus, ex quaverii vests conficiuntur. Slayeth the making of honey. Maleficium. The bees send out a swarm, 1. And set over it a leader, 2. Apes emittent examen, 1. Adunc illi ducem, regem, 2. That swarm being ready to fly away is recalled by the tinkling of a brazen vessel, 3. And is put up into a new hive, 4. Examen il lud, a volaturum, revocator tinita vases na, 3. And includitor novo alveri, 4. They make little cells with 6 corners, 5. And fill them with honeydew, and make combs, 6. Out of which the honey runneth, 7. Struunt cellulas sexangulares, 5. Et complent eas melagene, and facient favus, 6. Equibus mel effluit, 7. The partitions being melted by fire, turn into wax, 8. Crates liquati ignea beunt in ceram, 8. Xlix grinding. Molitura. In a mill, 1. A stone, 2. Runneth upon a stone, 3. In mola, lapis, 2. Currit super lapidum, 3. A wheel, 4. Turning them about and grindeth corn poured in by a hopper, 5. And parteth the bran, 6. Falling into the trough, 7. From the meal slipping through a bolter, 8. Rota, 4. Circumagent, et conterit grana infusa per infundibulum, 5. Separat furfuram, 6. Dissidentum in system, 7. Offerina, Pauline, elabant per excusarium, 8. Such a mill was first a hand mill, 9. Then a horse mill, 10. Then a water mill, 11. Then a ship mill, 12. And at last a windmill, 13. Talis mola primum foot manuaria, 9. Dient jumentaria, 10. Tum aquatica, 11. And navalis, 12. Tandem, alida, pneumatica, 13. L bread baking. Panificium. The baker, 1. Sifteth the meal in a ringe, 2. And putteth it into the kneading trough, 3. Pister, 1. Cernit farinam cribo, 2. Pollinario, and indit mac tree, 3. Then he poureth water to it and maketh dough, 4. And kneadeth it with a wooden slice, 5. Tum affundet aquam, and facit massum, 4. Dipsit xpatha, 5. Ligna. Then he maketh loaves, 6. Cakes, 7. Simnels, 8. Rolls, 9, and dine format panes, 6. Placentas, 7. Similas, 8. Spiras, 9. And afterwards he setteth them on a peel, 10. And putteth them thorough the oven mouth, 12. Into the oven, 11. Post imponit pali, 10. And ingerit furno, 11. Per prefernium, 12. But first he pulleth out the fire and the coals with the coal rake, 13. Which he layeth on a heap underneath, 14. Sed prius iruit ignum and carbones rotabulo, 13. Quos congerit infra, 14. And thus is bread baked, having the crust without, 15. And the crumb within, 16. Et sic panis pinciter habens extra crustum, 15. Indus micum, 16. Lee fishing. Piscatio. The fisherman, 1. Catcheth fish, either on the shore, with an hook, 2. Which hangeth by a line from the angling rod, on which the bait sticketh, or with a cleek net, 3. Which hangeth on a pole, 4. Is put into the water, or in a boat, 5. With a trammel net, 6. Or with a wheel, 7. Which is laid in the water by night. Piscator, 1. Captat Pisces, civ in literi, hamo, 2. Qui pendet philo ab arundine, and cui esca inharit, civ funda, 3. Qui pendens perdica, 4. Imitator aqui, civ in simba, 5. Reti, 6. Civ nasa, 7. Qui demergitor per noctem. Lei fowling. Occupium. The fowler, 1. Make the bed, 2. Spreadeth a bird net, 3. Throw it a bait, 4. Upon it, and hiding himself in a hut, 5. He allureth birds, by the chirping of lure birds, which partly hop upon the bed, 6. And are partly shut in cages, 7. And thus he entangleth birds that fly over, in his net whilst they settle themselves down. Auceps, 1. Extrut erim, 2. Superstrut illi reti occupatorium, 3. Obsipat escam, 4. And abdens se in latabulo, 5. Alicit aves, cantu ilicum, qui partim in area currunt, 6. Partim inclusi sunt cavis, 7. Et quita obra transvolantes aves reti, dum se demittunt, or he setteth snares, 8 on which they hang and strangle themselves, aut tendit tendiculas, 8 quibus suspendunt and suffocant sepses, or setteth lime twigs, 9 on a perch, 10. Upon which if they sit they enwrap their feathers, so that they cannot fly away, and fall down to the ground. Aut exponit viscatos calamos, 9. Amati, 10. Quibus si incident, implicant penas, ut nequiant evoler, and decidunt interim. Or he catcheth them with a pole, 11. Or a pitfall, 12. Aut captat perdica, 11. Vel discipula, 12. Lii hunting. Venitus. The hunter, 1. Hunteth wild beasts whilst he besetteth a wood with toils, 2. Stretched out upon shores, 3. Venator, 1. Venator feras, dum singit silvum, cassibus, 2. Tenta supervaros, 3. Fursulas. The beagle, 4. Tracketh the wild beast or findeth him out by the scent, the tumbler, or greyhound, 5. Pursueth it. Canis sagax, 4. Vestigat feram, aut indiga odoretu, vertigus, 5. Persequiter. The wolf, falleth in a pit, 6. The stag, 7. As he runneth away, into toils. Lupus, incidite in fovem, 6. Fugiens servus, 7. In plagas. The boar, 8. Is struck through with a hunting spear, 9. Aper, 8. Transverberatur venibulo, 9. The bear, 10. Is bitten by dogs, and is knocked with a club, 11. Ursus, 10. Morditur a cannabis, and tunditur clava, 11. If anything get away, it escapeth, 12. As here a hare and a fox. Si quid effugit, evaded, 12. Ut hic lepus and vulpus. Lib butchery. Lanionia. The butcher, 1. Killeth fat cattle, 2. The lean, 3 are not fit to eat. Lanio, 1. Mactat pecudum altilum, 2. Vescula, 3 non sunt vescenda. He knocketh them down with an axe, 4. Or cutteth their throat. With a slaughter knife, 5. He flayeth them, 6. And cutteth them in pieces, and hangeth out the flesh to sell in the shambles, 7. Prosternet clava, 4. Vel jugulat. Cunaculo, 5. Excoriat, deglubit, 6. Dissaec and exponit carnes, venom in macelo, 7. He drayseth a swine, 8. With fire or scalding water, 9. And maketh gamins, 10. Pistols, 11. And flitches, 12. Glabratsuem, 8. Igni, vel aqua fervida, 9. And facet pernas, 10. Petasones, 11. And succidias, 12. Besides several puddings, chitlins, 13. Bloodings, 14. Liverings, 15. Sausages, 16. Praeteria farcimena varia, Faliscos, 13. Apex sabones, 14. Tomacula, 15. Botulos, Lucanicas, 16. The fat, 17. And tallow, 18. Are melted. Adepts, 17. And sebum, 18. Eliquantur. LV cookery. Coquinaria. The yeoman of the larder, 1. Bringeth forth provision, 2. Out of the larder, 3. Promiscondus, 1. Preferred obsonia, 2. Epinu, 3. The cook, 4. Taketh them and maketh several meats. Coquas, 4. Accipit ea and cocit varia esculentat. He first pulleth off the feathers and draweth the guts out of the birds, 5. Prius diplomat, and exenterat aves, 5. He scaleth and splitteth fish, 6. Desquamit and extersuit pisces, 6. He draweth some flesh with lard, by means of a larding needle, 7. Trajectat costum carnes lardo, op crescenturi, 7. He caseth hares, 8. Then he boileth them in pots, 9. And kettles, 10. On the hearth, 11. And scummeth them with a scummer, 12. Lapores, 8. Exuit, tum illicit alis, 9. And coccibus, 10. In foco, 11. And despumat lingula, 12. He seasoneth things that are boiled with spices, which he poundeth with a pestle, 14. In a mortar, 13. Or grateth with a grater, 15. Condit Elizada, Aromatibus, qui comminuit pistolo, 14. In mort aereo, 13. Aut terit radula, 15. He roasteth some on spits, 16. And with a jack, 17. Or upon a gridiron, 18. Quidam acet veribus, 16. And automato, 17. Vel super craticulum, 18. Or frieth them in a frying pan, 19. Upon a brand iron, 20. Vel frigit sartagen, 19. Super tripotum, 20. Kitchen utensils besides are, a coal rake, 21. A chafing dish, 22. A tray, 23. In which dishes, 24 and platters, 25 are washed, a pair of tongs, 26. A shredding knife, 27. A colander, 28. A basket, 29. And a besom, 30. Vasicoquinaria praeterea sunt, rotabulum, 21. Foculus, ignitabulum, 22. Trua, 23. In quacatini, 24. And patini, 25. Illu unter, forceps, 26. Culter incisorius, 27. Quilus, 28. Corbus, 29. And scopa, 30. Lvi the vintage. Vindemia. Wine groweth in the vineyard, 1. Where vines are propagated and tied with twigs to trees, 2. Or to props, 3. Or frames, 4. Vinum crescit in vinea, 1. Ubivits propagantur, and allegantur viminibus ad arbors, 2. Vel ad palos, radicas, 3. Vel ad juga, for when the time of grape gathering is come, they cut off the bunches, and carry them in measures of 3 bushels, 5. And throw them into a vat, 6. And tread them with their feet, 7. Or stamp them with a wooden pestle, 8. And squeeze out the juice in a wine press, 9. Which is called must, 11. And being received in a great tub, 10. It is poured into hogsheads, 12. It is stopped up, 15. And being laid close in cellars upon settles, 14. It becometh wine. Cum tempus vendemiandi adest, abscindunt botros, and compertant trimodius, 5. Congiscient in lacum, 6. Calcant pedibus, 7. Aut tundunt lignia pilo, 8. And ex primon succum torculari, 9. Qui dissiter mustum, 11. And ex septum orca, 10. Infunditer vassis, dolius, 12. Operculatur, 15. And abditum in chellis, super cantherios, 14. A bit in vinum. It is drawn out of the hogshead, with a cock, 13. Or faucet, 16. In which is a spigot, the vessel being unbunged. Prometer e dolio siphon, 13. Aut tubulo, 16. In quo est epistomium, vase relito. Lvii brewing. Zythopia. Where wine is not to be had they drink beer, which is brewed of malt, 1. And hops, 2. In a cauldron, 3. Afterwards it is poured into vats, 4. And when it is cold, it is carried in sews, 5. Into the cellar, 6. And is put into vessels. Ubi vinum non habiter, bibiter ceravisia, zythus, qui cociter ex bine, 1. And lupulo, 2. In a heno, 3. Post effunditur in lacus, 4. And frige factum. Deferter labors, 5. In cellaria, 6. And intunditur vassibus. Brandy wine, extracted by the power of heat from dregs of wine in a pan, 7. Over which a limbeck, 8. Is placed, droppeth through a pipe, 9. Into a glass. Vinum sublimatum, extractum 6 caloris e facibus vini in a heno, 7. Cui alembicum, 8. Superimpositum est destillat per tubum, 9. In vitrum. Wine and beer when they turn sour, become vinegar. Vinum and ceravisia, cum aciscant, funt acetum. Of wine and honey they make mead. Ex vino and mel faciant mulsum. Lei in a feast. Convivium. When a feast is made ready, the table is covered with a carpet, 1. And a tablecloth, 2. By the waiters, who besides lay the trenchers, 3. Spoons, 4. Knives, 5. With little forks, 6. Table napkins, 7. Bread, 8. With a salt cellar, 9. Cum convivium apparatur, mensa sternitur to tibus, 1. And mappa, 2. A tricliniarius, qui praeteria opinant discos, orbs, 3. Cochlearia, 4. Cultros, 5. Cum fusiniules, 6. Mapulas, 7. Panem, 8. Cum salino, 9. Messes are brought in platters, 10. A pie, 19. On a plate. Furcula inferuntur in patinus, 10. Artocrea, 19. In lance. The guests being brought in by the host, 11. Wash their hands out of a laver, 12. Or ewer, 14. Over a hand basin, 13. Or bowl, 15. And wipe them on a hand towel, 16. Then they sit at the table on chairs, 17. Convivi introducti ab hospite, 11. Abluunt manus e guternio, 12. Vel aquali, 14. Super maluvium, 13. Aut pelvim, 15. Tergunc mantili, 16. Tum accident mensi per sedilia, 17. The carver, 18. Break up the good cheer, and divide the structure, 18. Dirtuate daps, and distribute. Sauces are set amongst roast meat, in saucers, 20. Ambamata interponenturus uterus in scutellis, 20. The butler, 21. Filleth strong wine out of a cruse, 25. Or wine pot, 26. Or flagon, 27. Into cups, 22. Or glasses, 23. Which stand on a cupboard, 24. And he reacheth them to the master of the feast, 28. Who drinketh to his guests. Pincerna, 21. Infundit timidum, exercio, 25. Vel cantaro, 26. Vel lagina, 27. In pocola, 22. Vel vitria, 23. Qui extant in abaco, 24. And porrigit, convivitori, 28. Qui propin ad hospitibus. Licks the dressing of line. Tractatio lini. Line and hemp being rated in water, and dried again, 1. Are braked with a wooden brake, 2. Where the shives, 3. Fall down, then they are heckled with an iron heckle, 4. Where the toe, 5. Is parted from it. Linum and cannabis, mace rata aquis, et cicitararsum, 1. Contunduntur frangibulo lignea, 2. Ubicort ices, 3. Deciduntum carminantur carmine ferio, 4. Ubistupa, 5. Separatur. Flax is tied to a distaff, 6. By the spinster, 7. Which with her left hand pulleth out the thread, 8. And with her right hand turneth a wheel, 9. Or a spindle, 10. Upon which is a whorl, 11. Linum purum alligator Colorado, 6. Onetris, 7. Qui sinistra trahit phylum, 8. Dextera, 12. Rhombum, Gergulum, 9. Vel fusum, 10. In quo verticillus, 11. The spool receiveth the thread, 13. Which is drawn thence upon a yarn windle, 14. Hence either close, 15. Are wound up, or hanks, 16. Are made. Valva accipit phyla, 13. In deducantur in alabrum, 14. In vel glomi, 15. Glomerantur, vel fasciculi, 16. Fuent. Lx weaving. Textura. The Webster undoth the close, 1. Into warp, and wrappeth it about the beam, 2. And as he sitteth in his loom, 3. He treadeth upon the treadles, 4. With his feet. Textor didiosit glomus, 1. In stamen, and circumvolvit jugo, 2. Ac sedens in text reno, 3. Calcat in cilia, 4. Pedibus. He divideth the warp, 5. With yarn. And throweth the shuttle, 6. Through, in which is the woof, and striketh it close. With the slay, 7. And so maketh linen cloth, 8. Diducit stamen, 5. Lysias, and tragicit radium, 6. In quo est truma, ac densat. Pecten, 7. Et geta conficit lentum, 8. So also the clothier maketh cloth of wool. Sic entium panifex facit panami lana. Lxi linen cloths. Lentia. Linen webs are bleached in the sun, 1. With water poured on them, 2. Till they be white. Lentiamina insolentur, 1. Aqua perfusa, 2. Dunac candifiant. Of them the sempster, 3. Sowit shirts, 4. Handkerchers, 5. Bands, 6. Caps, and cxiis sartrix, 3. Suit indugia, 4. Muxinaya, 5. Calaria, 6. Capitia, and c. These if they be fouled, are washed again by the laundress, 7. In water, or lye, and soap. Hec, si sordidentur laventur rarsum, a litris, 7. Aqua, ciblexivio ac sapone. Lxii the tailor. Sartor. The tailor, 1. Cutteth cloth, 2. With shears, 3. And seweth it together with a needle and double thread, sartor, 1. Descended panem, 2. Forfus, 3. Consut kcu and filo duplicado, 4. Then he presseth the seams with a pressing iron, 5. Postea compel anat suturas ferramento, 5. And thus he maketh coats, 6. With plates, 7. In which the border, 8. Is below with laces, 9. Sic conficit tunicas, 6. Plicatas, 7. In quibus infra est fimbria, 8. Cum instiitis, 9. Cloaks, 10. With a cape, 11. And sleeve coats, 12. Pollia, 10. Cum patago, 11. And togas manicatas, 12. Doublets, 13. With buttons, 14. And cuffs, 15. Thoraces, 13. Cum globules, 14. And manuses, 15. Breeches, 16. Sometimes with ribbons, 17. Caligas, 16. Aliquando cum lemnisus, 17. Stockings, 18. Tibialia, 18. Gloves, 19. Montero caps, 20. And C. chirothecas, 19. Amiculum, 20. And C. So the furrier maketh furred garments of furs. Sic pelio facit politia e polibus. Lziath the shoemaker. Suitor. The shoemaker, 1. Maketh slippers, 7. Shoes, 8. In which is seen above, the upper leather, beneath the sole, and on both sides the latchets, boots, 9. And high shoes, 10. Of leather, 5. Which is cut with a cutting knife, 6. By means of an awl, 2. And lingle, 3. Upon a last, 4. Suitor, 1. Conficit crepitas, sandalia, 7. Calceos, 8. In quibus spectator supernubs tragulum, infern solia, et utrinque ansi, acrius, 9. Et perones, 10. Ecorio, 5. Quad discenditer scalpro sutorio, 6. Op subule, 2. Et fili piccati, 3. Super magum, 4. Lxiv the carpenter. Faber Lignarius. We have seen man's food and clothing, now his dwelling followeth. Hominis vitam and amictum, vidimus, sequitur nunc domicilium ejus. At first they dwelt in caves, 1. Then in booths or huts, 2. And then again in tents, 3. At the last in houses. Primo habitabant in specubus, 1. Deant in tabernacules veltigurius, 2. Tum entium in tentorius, 3. Dimum in domibus. The woodman felleth and heweth down trees, 5. With an axe, 4. The boughs, 6. Remaining. Lignator sternat and truncat arbors, 5. Securi, 4. Remanentibus armentis, 6. He cleaveth knotty wood with a wedge, 7. Which he forceth in with a beetle, 8. And maketh wood stacks, 9. Findit nodosum, lignum cuneo, 7. Quem adigit tudite, 8. And componit struos, 9. The carpenter squareth timber with a chip axe, 10. Whence chips, 11. Fall, and sawed it with a saw, 12. Where the sawdust, 13. Falleth down. Faber Lignarius ac Asia, 10. Materium, undeisuli, 11. Cadunt, and Saratsara, 12. Ubiscobs, 13. Decided. Afterwards he lifteth the beam upon trace cells, 14. By the help of a pulley, 15. Fasteneth it with cramp irons, 16. And marketh it out with a line, 17. Post elevatinum super conterios, 14. Op troclei, 15. Affigit anses, 16. And lineta mussi, 17. Thus he frameth the walls together, 18. And fasteneth the great pieces with pins, 19. Tum compaginat parietes, 18. And configit trabes clavis trabalibus, 19. Lxv the mason. Faber Murarius. The mason, 1. Layeth a foundation, and buildeth walls, 2. Faber Murarius, 1. Ponit fundamentum, and strut muros, 2. Either of stones which the stone digger getteth out of the quarry, 3. And the stone cutter, 4. Squareth by a rule, 5. Sivi lapidibus, quos lapidarius iruit in lapicidina, 3. And latomus, 4. Concadrat ad normam, 5. Or of bricks, 6. Which are made of sand and clay steeped in water, and are burned in fire. Sivi lateribus, 6. Qui formentur, ex arena and luto, aqua interitus and excaquintur igni. Afterwards he plaistereth it with lime, by means of a trowel, and garnisheth with a rough cast, 8. Dine crustat cals, op trulli, 7. And vesti tectorio, 8. Lxvi engines. Machini. One can carry as much by thrusting a wheelbarrow, 3. Before him, having an harness, for hanging on his neck, as 2 men can carry on a coal staff, 1. Or hand barrow, 2. Unus potest fair tantum trud endo pabonem, 3. Anti esse, aramna, suspensa acalo, quantum duo possunt fair palanga, vel feritro, 2. But he can do more that rolleth a weight laid upon rollers, 6. With a lever, 5. Plus autumn potest qui provolvit mullum impositam phalanges, cylindres, 6. Vect, 5. A wind beam, 7. Is a post, which is turned by going about it. Orgata, 7. Est columella, qui versatur circumundo. A crane, 8. Hath a hollow wheel, in which one walking draweth weights out of a ship, or letteth them down into a ship. Geranium, 8. Habet tympanum, cui in ambulans quis extra heat pondera navi, aut dimiti in navem. A rammer, 9. Is used to fasten piles, 10. It is lifted with a rope drawn by pulleys, 11. Or with hands. If it have handles, 12. Fistuca, 9. Ad hibetur ad panjandum sublicas, 10. Ad tolator fun tracto per trocleas, 11. Vel manibus, si habet anses, 12. Lxia house. Domus. The porch, 1. Is before the door of the house. Vestibulum, 1. Est ante januum domus. The door hath a threshold, 2. And a lintel, 3. And posts, 4. On both sides. Janua habet limen, 2. And super liminare, 3. And posts, 4. Utrinque. The hinges, 5. Are upon the right hand, upon which the doors, 6. Hang, the latch, 7. And the bolt, 8. Are on the left hand. Cardens, 5. Sunt a dextris, Aquibus pendent fors, 6. Claustrum, 7. Aut Pessulus, 8. A sinistris. Before the house is a forecourt, 9. With a pavement of square stones, 10. Borne up with pillars, 11. In which is the chapit here, 12. And the base, 13. Subaetibus est caveadium, 9. Pavimento tessellato, 10. Fulcidum columnus, 11. In quibus peristylium, 12. And basis, 13. They go up into the upper stories by greases, 14. And winding stairs, 15. Ascenditur in superiors contignationis per scalas, 14. And cochlidia, 15. The windows, 16. Appear on the outside, and the grates, 17. The galleries, 18. The water doubles, 19. The buttresses, 20. To bear up the walls. Fenestri, 16. Apparent extrinsicus, and cancle, clathra, 17. Perguli, 18. Sigrundia, 19. And fulcra, 20. Fulciendis muris. On the top is the roof, 21. Covered with tiles, 22. Or shingles, 23. Which lie upon laths, 24. And these upon rafters, 25. In summo est tectum, 21. Contectum imbricibus, tegules, 22. Vel scandules, 23. Qui incumbunt tigulus, 24. Hectinus, 25. The eaves, 26. Adhere to the roof. Tecto adharet stillicidium, 26. The place without a roof is called an open gallery, 27. Locusine tecto dissiter subdial, 27. In the roof are jettings out, 28. And pinnacles, 29. In tecto sunt meniana, 28. And coronides, 29. Lxiathamine. Metallophodina. Minors, 1. Go into the grave, 2. By a stick, 3. Or by ladders, 4. With lanterns, 5. And dig out with a pick, 6. The ore, which being put in baskets, 7. Is drawn out with a rope, 8. By means of a turn, 9. And is carried to the melting house, 10. Where it is forced with fire, that the metal may run out, 12. The dross, 11. Is thrown aside. Metalli fos ors, 1. Ingrediuntur putium fodinae, 2. Bacillo, 3. Subgradibus, 4. Cum lucernus, 5. And ephidion ligone, 6. Terram metallicam, qui imposita corbibus, 7. Extraheater fun, 8. Op machini tractorii, 9. And deferter in ustrinam, 10. Ubi urgitur igni, ut metallum, 12. Profluate scorii, 11. Abgiciantur sourcim. Lxix the blacksmith. Faber Ferrarius. The blacksmith, 1. In his smithy, or forge, 2. Bloweth the fire with a pair of bellows, 3. Which he bloweth with his feet, 4. And so heath the iron, Faber Ferrarius, 1 in Ustrina, Fabrica, 2. In Fladignum fall, 3. Quem ad tolet pedi, 4. Et ita candifacit ferrum, and then he taketh it out with the tongs, 5. Layeth it upon the anvili, 6 and strike that with an hammer, 7 where the sparks, 8 fly off. Diendet eximit forcipi, 5. Imponit incudi, 6. And cudit maleo, 7. Ubi stricturi, 8. Exiliant. And thus are hammered out, nails, 9. Horseshoes, 10. Cart strakes, 11. Chains, 12. Plates, locks and keys, hinges, and cet sic excuduntur, clavi, 9. Solia, 10. Canthi, 11. Catini, 12. Lamini, siri cum clavibus, cardens, and c. He quencheth hot irons in a cool trough. Restinguit cadentia, ferramenta in lacu. LXX the boxmaker and the turner. Screnarius and tornator. The boxmaker, 1. Smooth hate hewn boards, 2. With a plane, 3. Upon a workboard, 4. He maketh them very smooth with a little plane, 5. He boreth them thorough with an auger, 6. Carveth them with a knife, 7. Fasteneth them together with glue and cramp irons, 8. And maketh tables, 9. Boards, 10. Chests, 11. And C. Arcularius, 1. Edilat Assers, 2. Runcina, 3. Intabula, 4. Deplanit Planula, 5. Perfora, Tierbrat, Terebra, 6. Sculpit Cultro, 7. Comin at gluten and subscutibus, 8. And facit tabulas, 9. Mensas, 10. Arcus, Sistas, 11. And c. The turner, 12. Sitting over the treadle, 13. Turneth with a throw, 15. Upon a turner's bench, 14. Bowls, 16. Tops, 17, puppets, 18. And such like turners' work. Tornio, 12. Sedens in insili, 13. Tornat torno, 15. Super scamno tornatorio, 14. Globos, 16. Conos, 17. Iconculas, 18. And similiatory amata. LXXI the potter. Figulus. The potter, 1. Sitting over a wheel, 2. Maketh pots, 4. Pitchers, 5. Pipkins, 6. Platters, 7. Pudding pans, 8. Jugs, 9. Lids, 10. And C of potter's clay, 3. Afterwards he baked them in an oven, 11. And glazeth them with white lead. Figulus, 1. Sedens super rota, 2. Format alas, 4. Orsios, 5. Tripods, 6. Patinas, 7. Vasa testatia, 8. Fidelias, 9. Opercula, 10. And C. ex argilla, 3. Postia ex coquit inferno, 11. And incrustat liturgiro. A broken pot affordeth potsherds, 1 fracta oleadat testas, 12. Lci the parts of a house. Partes domus. A house is divided into inner rooms, such as are the entry, 1. The stove, 2. The kitchen, 3. The buttery, 4. The dining room, 5. The gallery, 6. The bed chamber, 7. With a privy, 8. Made by it. Domus distinguitur in conclavia, ut sunt atrium, 1. Hypocostum, 2. Culina, 3. Cella penuaria, 4. Synaculum, 5. Camera, 6. Cubiculum, 7. Cum si sessu, latrina, 8. Adstructo. Baskets, 9. Are of use for carrying things. And chests, 10. Which are made fast with a key, 11, for keeping them. Corbs, 9. In serviunt rebus transferendis, RC, 10. Qui clava, 11 recluduntur, ad servandis illis. Under the roof, is the floor, 12. Sub tecto, est solum, pavimentum, 12. In the yard, 13. Is a well, 14. A stable, 15. And a bath, 16. In area, 13. Putius, 14. Stabulum, 15. Cum balneo, 16. Under the house is the cellar, 17. Sub domo est cella, 17. Lciate the stove with the bedroom. Hypocostum cum dormitorio. The stove, 1. Is beautified with an arched roof, 2. And wainscoted walls, 3. Hypocostum, 1. Ornator laquari, 2. And tabulatis parietibius, 3. It is enlightened with windows, 4. Illuminator fenstris, 4. It is heated with an oven, 5. Calafit fornis, 5. Its utensils are benches, 6. Stools, 7. Tables, 8. With trace cells, 9. Footstools, 10. And cushions, 11. Aegis utensilia sunt scamna, 6. Celi, 7. Mensi, 8. Cum fulcris, 9. Ac scabellus, 10. And culcitries, 11. There are also tapestries hanged, 12. Appenduntur entium tapetes, 12. For soft lodging in a sleeping room, 13. There is a bed, 14. Spread on a bedstead, 15. Upon a straw pad, 16. With sheets, 17. And coverlids, 18. Pro levi cubitu, in dormitorio, 13. Est lectus, cubal, 14. Stratus in sponda, 15. Superstrumentum, 16. Cum laudicibus, 17. And stragules, 18. The bolster, 19. Is under one's head. Cervical, 19. S subcapit. The bed is covered with a canopy, 20. Canopio, 20. Lectus tegitur. A chamber pot, 21. Is for making water in. Madula, 21. Est visici lavandi. Lsiv wells. Putii. Where springs are wanting, wells, 1. Are digged. And they are compassed about with a brandreth, 2. Lest any one fall in. Ubifontis deficient, putii, 1. Effidi unter, and circumdanter crepidine, 2. Anices incidit. Thence is water drawn with buckets, 3. Hanging either at a pole, 4. Or a rope, 5. Or a chain, 6. And that either by a swipe, 7. Or a windle, 8. Or a turn, 9. With a handle or a wheel, 10. Or to conclude, by a pump, 11. Ind aqua horitur urnus, situales, 3. Pendentibus vel perdica, 4. Vel fun, 5. Vel catina, 6. Id kut talnon, 7. Aut gergilo, 8. Aut cilindro, 9. Manubriato. Aut rota, timpano, 10. Aut denici antlia, 11. Lxxv the bath. Balneum. He that desireth to be washed in cold water, goeth down into a river, 1. Qui cupit lavari aqua frigida, descended in fluvium, 1. In a bathing house, 2. We wash off the filth either sitting in a tub, 3. Or going up into the hot house, 4. And we are rubbed with a pumice stone, 6. Or a hair cloth, 5. In balneario, 2. Ablumimus squalors, subsedens in labro, 3. Subconscendens in sudatorium, 4. And defrecamer pumice, 6. Aut silicio, 5. In the stripping room, 7. We put off our clothes, and are tied about with an apron, 8. In appetiterio, 7. Exvimus vests, and presingamur castula, subligare, 8. We cover our head with a cap, 9. And put our feet into a basin, 10. Tagimus caput piliala, 9. And imponimus pedes teluvio, 10. The bath woman, 11. Reacheth water in a bucket, 12. Drawn out of the trough, 13. Into which it runneth out of pipes, 14. Balneatrix, 11. Ministrat aquam sicula, 12. Hostum ex alveo, 13. In quem deflut e canalibus, 14. The bath keeper, 15. Lanceth with a lancet, 16. And by applying cupping glasses, 17. He draweth the blood betwixt the skin and the flesh, which he wipeth away with a sponge, 18. Balneator, 15. Scarificat scalpro, 16. And applicando cucurbitas, 17. Extrahete sanguinum subcutaneum, quem abstergit spongia, 18. Lxi the barber's shop. Tuns trina. The barber, 1. In the barber's shop, 2. Cutteth off the hair and the beard with a pair of shears, 3. Or shaveth with a razor, which he taketh out of his case, 4. Tunser, 1. In tuns trina, 2. Tondet crines and barbam forcipi, 3. Velrated navacula, quam de promit ethica, 4. And he washeth one over a basin, 5. With suds running out of a laver, 6. And also with soap, 7. And wipeth him with a towel, 8. Combeth him with a comb, 9. And curleth him with a crisping iron, 10. Et lavat super pelvim, 5. Lexivio defluent e gulternio, 6. Ut and sapone, 7. And turgit lentio, 8. Pectat pectin, 9. Crispat calamistro, 10. Sometimes he cutteth a vein with a penknife, 11. Where the blood spurteth out, 12. Interdum secat vinum scalpello, 11. Ubi sanguis perpulialat, 12. The chirurgeon cureth wounds. Chirurgus curat vulnera. Lxi the stable. Equal. The horsekeeper, 1. Cleaneth the stable from dung, 2. Stabularius, equizo, 1. Purgat stabulum affamo, 2. He tieth a horse, 3. With a halter, 4. To the manger, 5. Or if he apt to bite, he maketh him fast with a muzzle, 6. Alligat equum, 3. Capistro, 4. Ad praecipi, 5. Autsi mordax constringit ficilla, 6. Then he struth litter, 7. Under him. Dient substernat strumenta, 7. He winnoweth oats with a van, 8. Being mixed with chaff, and taken out of a chest, 10, and with them feedeth the horse, as also with hay, 9. Ventilat avenam, vano, 8. Palis mixtum, acd promptam assista pabulatoria, 10, ec passit equum, ut and fino, 9. Afterwards he leddeth him to the watering trough, 11. To water. Postea ducit ad aquarium, 11. Aquatum. Then he rubbeth him with a cloth, 12. Combeth him with a curry comb, 15. Covereth him with an housing cloth, 14. And looketh upon his hoofs whether the shoes, 13. Be fast with the nails. Tum detergit pano, 12. Depectat strigili, 15. Insternit gossipi, 14. And inspicit solias, and calcii ferii, 13. Firmis clavis haeriant. Lxciath dials. Horologia. A dial measureth hours. Horologium dimeditor horas. A sundial, 1. Shouth by the shadow of the pin, 2. What a clock it is, either on a wall, or a compass, 3. Solarium, 1. Ostendit umbra nomanes, 2. Quota sit ora, siv in pariat, siv in pixid magnetica, 3. An hourglass, 4. Shouth the 4 parts of an hour by the running of sand, heretofore of water. Clepsydra, 4. Ostended parties hori quaechu or, fluxuarini, olim aqui. A clock, 5. Numbereth also the hours of the night, by the turning of the wheels, the greatest whereof is drawn by a weight, 6. And draweth the rest. Automaton, 5. Numerat entium nocturnis horas, circulationi rotarum, querum maxima trahiter apondera, 6. And trahit ceteras. Then either the bell, 7. By its sound, being struck on by the hammer, or the hand, 8. Without, by its motion about shouth the hour. Tum vel campana, 7. Sinitusuo, percussa omaliolo, vel index extra circuit ioni sua indicat horum. L6 the picture. Pictura. Pictures, 1. Delight the eyes and adorn rooms. Picturi, 1. Oblectant oculos and ornant conclavia. The painter, 2. Painteth an image with a pencil, 3. In a table, 4. Upon a case frame, 5. Holding his palette, 6. In his left hand, on which are the paints which were ground by the boy, 7. On a marble. Pictor, 2. Pingit effigiam penicillio, 3. In tabula, 4. Superplutio, 5. Tunens orbum pictorium, 6. In sinistra, in quo pigmenta qui terrabantur opuro, 7. In marmor. The carver and statuary carve statues, 8. Of wood and stone. Sculptor, and statuarius exculpunt statuus, 8. Eligno and lapide. The graver and the cutter grave shapes, 10. And characters with a graving chisel, 9. In wood, brass, and other metals. Collator and sculptor in sculpit figuras, 10. And characters, Scylla, 9. Ligno, Ari, aliasque metallis. LXXX looking glasses. Specularia. Looking glasses, 1. Are provided that men may see themselves. Specularia, 1. Paranter, ut homines intuienter sipsos. Spectacles, 2. That he may see better, who hath a weak sight. Perspicilla, 2. Ut cernat acius qui habet visum debilum. Things afar off are seen in a perspective glass, 3. As things near at hand. Remota videnter per telescopium, 3. Ut proxima. A flea appeareth in a multiplying glass, 4. Like a little hog. Pulex, 4. In microscopio apparet ut porcellus. The rays of the sun, burn wood through a burning glass, 5. Radii solis accendunt ligna per vitrum urans, 5. Lsxi the Cooper. Veter. The Cooper, 1. Having an apron, 2, tied about him, make hoops of hazel rods, 3. Upon a cutting block, 4. With a spokeshave, 5. And lags, 6. Of timber, veter, 1. Amictus precinctorio, 2. Facet circulos, e vergis calernus, 3. Supercellum incisorium, 4. Scalpro bimanubriato, 5. Andiciulas, 6. Ex ligno. Of lags he maketh hogsheads, 7. And pipes, 8. With 2 heads, and tubs, 9. Sews, 10. Flaskets, 11. Buckets, 12. With 1 bottom. Exocules conficit dolia, 7. And cupas, 8. Fundo bino, tum lacus, 9. Labra, 10. Pietinus trimedia, 11. And sichulas, 12. Fundo uno. Then he bindeth them with hoops, 13. Which he tieth fast with small twigs, 15. By means of a cramp iron, 14. And he fitteth them on with a mallet, 16. And a driver, 17. Postia vincit circules, 13. Quos ligat viminibus, 15. Op falsus viatorii, 14. And aptat tudite, 16. Ac tudicula, 17. Lsxi the roper, and the cordwainer. Restio, and lorarius. The roper, 1. Twisteth cords, 2. Of tow, or hemp, 4. Which he wrappeth about himself, by the turning of a wheel, 3. Restio, 1. Conterque funes, 2. E stupa, 4. Vel canabi, quam circumdat sibi agitationi rotuli, 3. Thus are made first cords, 5. Then ropes, 6. And at last, cables, 7. Sic fuent, primo funiculi, 5. Tum rests, 6. Tandem rudens, 7. The cordwainer, 8. Cutteth great thongs, 10. Bridles, 11. Girdles, 12. Sword belts, 13. Pouches, 14. Portmantles, 15. And see out of a beast hide, 9. Lorarius, 8. Cindit loramenta, 10. Frena, 11. Singula, 12. Baltheos, 13. Crumenas, 14. Hippoporas, 15, and C. decorio bubulo, 9. Lsxi the traveler. Viator. A traveler, 1. Beareth on his shoulders in a budget, 2. Those things which his satchel, 3. Or pouch, 4. Cannot hold. Viator, 1. Portat humerus in bulga, 2. Qui non capit funda, 3. Vel marsupium, 4. He is covered with a cloak, 5. Taketer lacerna, 5. He holdeth a staff, 6. In his hand wherewith to bear up himself. Tenet baculum, 6. Manu quo se fulciat. He hath need of provision for the way, as also of a pleasant and merry companion, 7. Opus habet viatico, ut and fido and facundo comide, 7. Let him not forsake the high road, 9. For a footway, 8. Unless it be a beaten path. Non desirat viam regem proter semitam, 8. Nisi sit calistritis. Byways, 10. And places where two ways meet, 11. Deceive and lead men aside into uneven places, 12. So do not by paths, 13. And crossways, 14. Avia, 10. And bivia, 11. Fallunt and seducant, in sail bras, 12. Non ec tramites, 13. And compita, 14, let him therefore inquire of those he meeteth, 15. Which way he must go, and let him take heed of robbers, 16. As in the way, so also in the inn, 17. Where he lodgeth all night. Sicitet igiter obvios, 15. Quasit undum, and caveat praedones, 16. Ut in via, sic entium in divers oreo, 17. Ubi pernoctat. Lsks of the horseman. X. The horseman, 1. Setate the saddle, 2. On his horse, 3. And girdeth it on with a girth, 4. X. 1. Imponet equo, 2. Ephipium, 3. Id exingit singulo, 4. He layeth a saddle cloth, 5. Also upon him. Insternit entium dorsal, 5. He decketh him with trappings, a forestall, 6. A breast cloth, 7. And a crupper, 8. Ornat eum phalris, frontali, 6. Antilena, 7. And postilena, 8, then he getteth upon his horse, putteth his feet into the stirrups, 9. Taketh the bridle rein, 10. 11 in his left hand, wherewith he guideth and holdeth the horse. Deend insilit in equum, indit pede stapedibus, 9. Capisit larum, habenam, 10. Freni, 11. Sinistra quo flectit, and retinit equum. Then he putteth to his spurs, 12. And setteth him on with a switch, 13. And holdeth him in with a misroll, 14. Tumid movet calcaria, 12. Incidet virgula, 13. And coercit postamide, 14. The holsters, 15. Hang down from the pummel of the saddle, 16. In which the pistols, 17. Are put. Bulgae, 15. Pendant ex apis ephipii, 16. Quibus sclopi, 17. Inseruntur. The rider is clad in a short coat, 18. His cloak being tied behind him, 19. Ipsi exinditur clamid, 18. Lacerna revincta, 19. A tergo. A post, 20. Is carried on horseback at full gallop. Virdarius, 20. Furter equo cursim. LXXXV carriages. Vehicula. We are carried on a sled, 1. Over snow and ice vehimertriha, 1. Super nivibus and glacia. A carriage with one wheel, is called a wheelbarrow, 2. With 2 wheels, a cart, 3. With 4 wheels, a wagon, which is either a timber wagon, 4. Or a load wagon, 5. Vehiculum unirotum, dissiter pabo, 2. Birotum, carus, 3. Quadrirotum, curus, qui vel sericum, 4. Vel plastrum, 5. The parts of the wagon are, the neap, or draft tree, 6. The beam, 7. The bottom, 8. And the sides, 9. Parties curus sunt, tema, 6. Jugum, 7. Compages, 8. Spondi, 9. Then the axle trees, 10. About which the wheels run, the linpins, 11. And axle tree staves, 12. Being fastened before them. Tum axes, 10. Circa quos rodi currant, paxilis, 11. And obicibus, 12. Prefixus. The nave, 13. Is the ground fast of the wheel, 14. From which come 12 spokes, 15. Modiolus, 13. Est basis roti, 14. Ex quo proteant duodecim radii, 15. The ring encompasseth these, which is made of 6 felloes, 16. And as many strakes, 17. Hampiers and hurdles, 18, are set in a wagon. Orbal ambit hose, compositum e sex absidibus, 16. And tautidem canthes, 17. Corbs and crates, 18. Imponenter curui. Lsxi carrying to and fro. Vectura. The coachman, 1. Joineth a horse fit to match a saddle horse, 2, 3. To the coach tree, with thongs, or chains, 5. Hanging down from the collar, 4. Auriga, 1. Ungit peripum, 2. Cellario, 3. Ad teminum, loris vel catenis, 5. Dependentibus de heltio, 4. Then he sitteth upon the saddle horse, and driveth them that go before him, 6. With a whip, 7. And guideth them with a string, 8. And inside et cellario, agit anti se antecessors, 6. Scudica, 7. And flectit funibus, 8. He greaseth the axle tree with axle tree grease out of a grease pot, 9. And stoppeth the wheel with a trigon, 10. In a steep descent. Ungit acum axungia, ex vase unguenteraio, 9. And inhibit rotum sufflamine, 10. In precipiti descensu. And thus the coach is driven along the wheel ruts, 11. Et sic origator per orbitas, 11. Great persons are carried with 6 horses, 12. By 2 coachmen, in a hanging wagon, which is called a coach, 13. Magnates v hunter sejujibus, 12. Duo bus redarius, cura pensili, qui vocator carpentum, pilantum, 13. Others with 2 horses, 14. In a chariot, 15. Alii bijagibus, 14. Esidu, 15. Horse litters, 16, 17. Are carried by 2 horses. Arciri, 16. And lactacy, 17. Portantur autuo bus equus. They use pack horses, instead of wagons, thorough hills that are not passable, 18. Ut intergementus clatellarius, loco curruum, per montes invius, 18. Lsxi passing over waters. Transitus aquarum. Lest he that is to pass over a river should be wet. Bridges, 1. Were invented for carriages, and footbridges, 2. For footmen. Trajecturis flumen ne made fiat, pontes, 1. Excogitati sunt pro vehiculis and ponticuli, 2. Pro peditibius. If a river have a ford, 3. It is waded over, 4. Si flumen habet vadum, 3. Vadator, 4. Floats, 5. Also are made of timber pinned together, or ferry boats, 6. Of planks laid close together for fear they should receive water. Rates, 5. Entium stru unter ex compactus tinus, vel pontens, 6 ex trabibus consolidatus, ne excipiant aquam. Besides scullers, 7. Are made, which are rowed with an oar, 8. Or pole, 9. Or haled with an haling rope, 10. Poro linters, lembi, 7. Fabricantur, chiaguntur remo, 8. Vel canto, 9. Aut trahuntur remolco, 10. Lsxiate swimming. Natatus. Men are wont also to swim over waters upon a bundle of flags, 1. And besides upon blown beast bladders, 2. And after, by throwing their hands and feet, 3. Abroad. Solent entium trinar aquas super serpum facem, 1. Poro super infl atis bum vesicas, 2. Deend liberi jactatum annuum p dumc, 3. And at last they learned to tread the water, 4. Being plunged up to the girdle stead, and carrying their cloaths upon their head. Tandem didicerunt calcare aquam, 4. Immersi singulo tennis and gestantes vest super caput. A diver, 5. Can swim also under the water like a fish. Urinator, 5. Entium natare potest sub aqua, ut piscis. Lsxix a galley. Navis actuaria. A ship furnished with oars, 1. Is a barge, 2. Or a foist, and sea in which the rowers, 3. Sitting on seats, 4. By the oar-rings, row, by striking the water with the oars, 5. Navis instructorimus, 1. Est uniremus, 2. Vel biremus, and sea in quaremiges, 3. Considens pretranstra, 4. Ad scalmus, remigant pel endo aquam remus, the shipmaster, 6. Standing in the forecastle, and the steersman, 7. Sitting at the stern, and holding the rudder, 8. Steer the vessel. Proerta, 6. Stands in prora, and gubernator, 7. Sedens in puppy, tenens clavum, 8. Governant navigium. Ex sea a merchant ship. Navis 1 or aria. A ship, 1. Is driven onward not by oars, but by the only force of the winds. Navigium, 1. Impellator, non remus, sed sola six vent orum. In it is a mast, 2. Set up, fastened with shrouds, 3. On all sides to the main chains. To which the sail yards, 4. Are tied, and the sails, 5. To these, which are spread open, 6. To the wind, and are hoised by bowlings, 7. In illo malis, 2. Erigitor, firmitus funibus, 3. Undic ad oras navis, cui annectuntur antennae, 4. His, vela, 5. Qui expanduntur, 6. Adventum and versarius, 7. Versanter. The sails are the main sail, 8. The trinket, or foresail, 9. The mizzen sail or poop sail, 10. Vela sunt artemen, 8. Dolan, 9. And epidramus, 10. The beak, 11. Is in the foredeck. Rostrum, 11. Est in prora. The ancient, 12. Is placed in the stern. Signum, vexillum, 12. Ponator in puppy. On the mast is the foretop, 13. The watchtower of the ship and over the foretop a vane, 14. To shew which way the wind standeth. In malo est corbus, 13. Specula navis and supergalima plustri, 14. Ventorum index. The ship is stayed with an anchor, 15. Navis sistiter anchora, 15. The depth is fathomed with a plummet, 16. Profunditas exploratur bolide, 16. Passengers walk up and down the decks, 17. Navigants deambulant in tabulato, 17. The seamen run to and fro through the hatches, 18. Nautae cursitant perforos, 18. And thus, even seas are passed over. Et gita, entium Maria tragici unter. XCI shipwreck. Naufragium. When a storm, 1. Ariseth on a sudden, they strike sail, 2. Lest the ship should be dashed against rocks, 3. Or light upon shelves, 4. Cum procella, 1. Oratur repent contra hunt vela, 2. Ne navis ad scopulos, 3. Allidator, aut incidit in brevia, certs, 4. If they cannot hinder her they suffer shipwreck, 5. Si non possunt prohibere passunter naufragium, 5. And then the men, the wares, and all things are miserably lost. Tum homines, mercs, omnia miserabiliter perunt. Nor doth the sheet anchor, 6. Being cast with a cable, do any good. Nec hic sacra anchora, 6. Rudenti jacta quidquam agivit. Some escape, either on a plank, 7. And by swimming, or in the boat, 8. Quidam evadunt, vel tabula, 7. Acna tando, vel scapha, 8. Part of the wares, with the dead folks, is carried out of the sea, 9. Upon the shores pars mercium cum mortuus amari, 9. In litera furter. XCII writing. Ars scriptoria. The ancients writ in tables done over with wax with a brazen poitral, 1. With the sharp end, 2. Whereof letters were engraven and rubbed out again with the broad end, 3. Veteres scribebant in tabella seratis enio stilo, 1. Cujus part cuspidata, 2. Exerabanter literi, rursum vero obliterabanter plana. Afterwards they writ letters with a small reed, 4. Deant literis pingebant subtili calamo, 4. We use a goose quill, 5. The stem, 6. Of which we make with a penknife, 7. Then we dip the neb in an inkhorn, 8. Which is stopped with a stopple, 9. And we put our pens, into a penner, 10. Nos iodimur ons rena penna, 5. Cujus column, 6. Temperamus scalpello, 7. Tum inting imus crenam in atramenterio, 8. Quad obstruder operculo, 9. And pennas recond imus in columario, 10. We dry writing with blotting paper, or coaly sand out of a sandbox, 11. Siccamus scripturum carta bibula, vel arena scriptoria, ex theca pulveraria, 11. And we indeed write from the left hand towards the right, 12. The Hebrews from the right hand towards the left, 13. The Chinese and other Indians, from the top downwards, 14. Et nos quidem scribimus a sinistra dextersum, 12. Hebraei a dextra sinistersum, 13. Chinenses and Indi alii, a summo diersum, 14. Skein paper. Papyrus. The ancients used beech boards, 1. Or leaves, 2. As also barks, 3. Of trees, especially of an Egyptian shrub, which was called papyrus. Veteres iodabanter tabulis faginus, 1. Aut folius, 2. Ut and libris, 3. Arborum, praesertim arbusculi Egyptii, cui nomen erat papyrus. Now paper is in use which the paper maker maketh in a paper mill, 4. Of linen rags, 5. Stamp to mash, 6. Which being taken up in frames, 7. He spreadeth into sheets, 8. And setteth them in the air that they may be dried. Nunc carta est in usu, quam chatto poos in mola papyratia, 4. Conficit e lentus vetustus, 5. In pulmentum contusis, 6. Quod hostum normulis, 7. Diducit in plagulas, 8. Exponit carry, ut secantur. 25 of these make a quire, 9. 20 quires a ream, 10. And 10 of these a bale of paper, 11. Harum xxv. Facient scapum, 9. XX scapi volumen minus, 10. Horum ex volumen majus, 11. That which is to last long is written on parchment, 12. Duracerum dius scribitur in membrana, 12. XCIV printing. Typographia. The printer hath metal letters in a large number put into boxes, 5. Typographus habet typos metallos, magno numero distributos per loculamenta, 5. The compositor, 1. Taketh them out one by one and according to the copy, which he hath fastened before him in a visorum, 2. Composeth words in a composing stick, 3. Till a line be made, he putteth these in a galley, 4. Till a page, 6. Be made, and these again in a form, 7. And he locketh them up in iron chases, 8. With coins, 9. Lest they should drop out, and putteth them under the press, 10. Typo theta, 1. Eximit illos singulatum, and secundum exemplar, quod habet prefixum sibi retinaculo, 2. Component verba nomon, 3. Dunnoc versus fiat, hos indit formi, 4. Dunnoc pagina, 6. Fiat, has iterum tabula compositoria, 7. Coarctoc eos marginibus ferius, 8. Op cochlearum, 9. An edilibantur, ac subjicit prelo, 10. Then the pressman beat it over with printer's ink, by means of balls, 11. Spreadeth upon it the papers put in the frisket, 12. Which being put under the spindle, 14. On the coffin, 13. And pressed down with a bar, 15. He maketh to take impression. Tum impressor linit atramento impressorio op polarum, 11. Superimponit cartas inditas operculo, 12. Quas subditas trochlei, 14. In tigolo, 13. And impressus socola, 15. Facit imbibera typos. XCV the bookseller's shop. Bibliopolium. The bookseller, one selleth books in a bookseller's shop, 2. Of which he write the catalogue, 3. Bibliopolia, 1. Vendit libros in bibliopolio, 2. Quorum conscribit catalogum, 3. The books are placed on shelves, 4. And are laid open for use upon a desk, 5. Libri disponenter per repositoria, 4. And exponenter ad usum, super plutium, 5. A multitude of books is called a library, 6. Multitudo librorum vocator bibliotheca, 6. Xcvi the bookbinder. Bibliopegus. In times past they glued paper to paper, and rolled them up together into one roll, 1. Olim agglutinabant cardum cardi, convolvebant eas in unum volumen, 1. At this day the bookbinder bindeth books, whilst he wipeth, 2. Over papers steeped in gum water, and then foldeth them together, 3. Beath with a hammer, 4. Then stitcheth them up, 5. Presseth them in a press, 6. Which hath 2 screws, 7. Glueth them on the back, cutteth off the edges with a round knife, 8. And at last covereth them with parchment or leather, 9. Make them handsome, and setteth on clasps, 10. Hodi compactor compingit libros, dum turgit, 2. Cartas maceratas aqua glutinosa, deint complicat, 3. Maliat, 4. Tum consud, 5. Comprimit prelo, 6. Quod habet duos cochleas, 7. Conlutinat dorso, de marginat rotundo culturo, 8. Tandem vesti membrana vel corio, 9. Ephrema, and effiget unsignulos, 10. Scatii a book. Liber. A book as to its outward shape, is either in folio, 1. Or in quarto, 2. In octavo, 3. In duodecimo, 4. Either made to open sidewise, 5. Or longwise, 6. With brazen clasps, 7. Or strings, 8. And square buffles, 9. Liber, quod exteriorum formam est vel in folia, 1. Vel in quarto, 2. In octavo, 3. In duodecimo, 4. Vel columnatus, 5. Vel lineatus, 6. Cum enis clausurus, 7. Vel ligulus, 8. And angularibus bullus, 9. Within our leaves, 10. With 2 pages, sometimes divided with columns, 11. And marginal notes, 12. Inta sunt folia, 10. Duobus paginus, aliquando columnus, 11. Divisicumque, nodus marginalibus, 12. Scatiate school. Scola. A school, 1. Is a shop in which young wits are fashioned to virtue, and it is distinguished into forms. Scola, 1. Est officina, in qua novelli animi formantur ad virtutum, and distinguitur in classes. The master, 2. Sitteth in a chair, 3. The scholars, 4. In forms, 5. He hate, they learn. Preceptor, 2. Sedet in cathedra, 3. Discipuli, 4. In subcellius, 5. Il docet, high discunt. Some things are writ down before them with chalk on a table, 6. Quidam prescribuntur illis creda in tabella, 6. Some sit at a table, and write, 7. He mendeth their faults, 8. Quidam sedent ad mensum, and scribunt, 7. Ipsi corrigit mendes, 8. Some stand and rehearse things committed to memory. 9. Quidem stant, and recitant mandata memoriae. 9. Some talk together. 10. And behave themselves wantonly and carelessly, these are chastised with a ferula. 11. And a rod. 12. Quidem confabulantur. 10. Ac gerant se petulance, and negligence, high castigantur ferula, baculo. 11. And virga. 12. Xcix the study. Museum. The study. 1. Is a place where a student, 2. Apart from men, sitteth alone, addicted to his studies, whilst he readeth books. 3. Which being within his reach he layeth open upon a desk. 4. And picketh all the best things out of them into his own manual. 5. Or marketh them in them with a dash. 6. Or a little star. 7. In the margent. Museum. 1. Est locus ubi studiosus. 2. Secretus ab hominibus, sed et solus dedita studiis, dum lectitat libros. 3. Quos pens se and exponit super plutium. 4. And exerpit optima quic ex illis in manual suum. 5. Notate in illis litera. 6. Vel asterisco. 7. Ad margium. Being to sit up late, he setteth a candle. 8. On a candlestick. 9. Which is snuffed with snuffers. 10. Before the candle, he placed the screen. 11. Which is green, that it may not hurt his eyesight. Richer persons use a taper, for a tallow candle stinketh and smoketh. Lucubraturus, elevat lignum, canelum. 8. In candelabra. 9. Qui emungitur emunctorio. 10. Ante linchem collicat umbraculum. 11. Quod viride est, anni habitet oculorum asium, opulentia oras ut inter serio nam candela sebacia fitet and fumigat. A letter. 12. Is wrapped up, writ upon. 13. And sealed. 14. Epistola. 12. Complicator, inscribator. 13. And obscinator. 14. Going abroad by night, he maketh use of a lantern. 15. Or a torch. 16. Prodians noctu iuditur lanterna. 15. Vel face. 16. See arts belonging to speech. Art sermons. Grammar. 1. Is conversant about letters. 2. Of which it maketh words. 3. And hate how to utter, write. 4. Put together and part them rightly. Grammatica. 1. Versator circa litteras. 2. Ex quibus componit voces, verba. 3. Docet elici, scribere. 4. Construera, distinguere, interpungere, eas rect. Rhetoric. 5. Doth as it were paint. 6. A rude form. 7. Of speech with oratory flourishes. 8. Such as are figures, elegancies, adages, apothegms, sentences, similes, hieroglyphics, and see rhetorica. 5. Pingit. 6. Quasi rudum formam. 7. Sermones oratorius pigmentus. 8. Ut sunt figurae, elegantii, adagia, proverbia, apothegmata, sententiae, pneumi, similia, hieroglyphica, and see poetry. 9. Gathereth these flowers of speech. 10. And teeth them as it were into a little garland. 11. And so making of prose a poem, it maketh several sorts of verses and odes, and is therefore crowned with a laurel. 12. Poesis. 9. Collegiate hos flores orationes, 10. And collegiate quasi in coralam, 11. Et gita, faciens e prosaligatam orationem, component varia carmina and hymnos, odas, ac propteria coronatur loru, 12. Music, 13. Seteighth tunes, 14. With pricks, to which it seteighth words, and so singeth alone, or in consort, or by voice, or musical instruments, 15. Musica, 13. Component melodias, 14. Natus, quibus aptat verba, et gita cantat sola vel consentu, symphonia, aut voci aut instrumentus musicis, 15. CI musical instruments. Instrumenta musica. Musical instruments are those which make a sound. Musica instrumenta sunt qui dunt vocem, first, when they are beaten upon, as a cymbal, 1 with a pestle, a little bell, 2 with an iron pellet within, or rattle, 3 by tossing it about, a Jew's trump, 4 being put to the mouth, with the fingers, a drum, 5 and a kettle, 6 with a drumstick, 7 as also the dulcimer, 8 with the shepherd's harp, 9 and the timbrel, 10. Primo, cum pulsantur, ut cymbalum, 1. Pistolo, tintinnabulum, 2. Indus globulo ferio, crepitaculum, 3. Circumversando, crembulum, 4. Oriadmitum, digito, tympanum, 5. And ahenum, 6. Clavicula, 7. Ut and sambuca, 8. Cum organo pastoricio, 9. And sistrum, crotalum, 10. Secondly, upon which strings are stretched, and struck upon, as the psaltery, 11. And the virginals, 12. With both hands, the lute, 13. In which is the neck, 14 the belly, 15, the pegs, 16 by which the strings, 17 are stretched upon the bridge, 18, the cithern, 19. With the right hand only, the viol, 20. With a bow, 21. And the harp, 23. With a wheel within, which is turned about, the stops, 22. In every one are touched with the left hand. Secundo, in quibus cordi intenduntur and plectuntur ut noblium, 11. Cum clavicordio, 12. Utrici manu, testudo, chalice, 13. In quadjugum, 14. Magadium, 15. And verticilli, 16. Quibus nervi, 17. Intenduntur super ponticulum, 18. And cithara, 19. Dextera tantum, pandura, 20. Plectro, 21. And lyra, 23. Indus rota, quiversator, dimensions, 22. In singulis tanguntur sinistra. At last, those which are blown, as with the mouth, the flute, 24. The shawm, 25. The bagpipe, 26. The cornet, 27. The trumpet, 28, 29. Or with bellows, as a pair of organs, 30. Tandem qui inflantur, ut or, fistula, tibia, 24. Gingras, 25. Tibia utricularis, 26. Lituus, 27. Tuba, 28. Buccina, 29. Velphilibus, ut organum pneumaticum, 30. Cii philosophy. Philosophia. The naturalist, 1. Vieweth all the works of God in the world. Physicus, 1. Speculatur omnia dei opera in mundo. The supernaturalist, 2. Searches out the causes and effects of things. Metaphysicus, 2. Prescrutator causes, and rerum effecta. The arithmetician, reckoneth numbers, by adding, subtracting, multiplying and dividing, and that either by ciphers, 3. On a slate, or by counters, 4. Upon a desk. Arithmeticus computat numeros, addendo, subtrahendo, multiplicando, dividendo, id vel cifras, 3. In palimpsesto, vel calculis, 4. Superabicum. Country people reckon, 5. With figures of tens, x, and figures of 5, v by 12s, 15s, and 3 scores. Rustici numerant, 5. Decicibus, x and quincunxibus, v per duodenas, quindenas, and sexagenas. CIII geometry. Geometria. A geometrician measureth the height of a tower, 1, 2. Or the distance of places, 3, 4. Either with a quadrant, 5. Or a Jacob's staff, 6. Geometra metiter altitudinem turis, 1, 2. Aut distantium locorum, 3, 4. Sieve quadrant, 5. Sieve radio, 6. He maketh out the figures of things, with lines, 7. Angles, 8. And circles, 9. By a rule, 10. A square, 11. And a pair of compasses, 12. Desinat figuras rerum lineis, 7, angules, 8. And circules, 9. Ad regulam, 10. Normam, 11. And circinum, 12. Out of these arise an oval, 13. A triangle, 14. A quadrangle, 15. And other figures. X his arai unter cylindrus, 13. Trigonus 14. Tetragonus, 15. And alii figuri. Sieve. The celestial sphere. Sphaera Coelestis. Astronomy considereth the motion of the stars, astrology the effects of them. Astronomia considerat motus astrorum, astrologia eorum effectus. The globe of heaven is turned about upon an axle tree, 1. About the globe of the earth, 2. In the space of xxiv hours. Globus coeli volvitur super acum, 1. Circa globum terrae, 2. Spatio xxiv horarum. The pole stars, or pole, the Arctic, 3. The Antarctic, 4. Conclude the axle tree at both ends. Stellae polars, Arcticus, 3. Antarcticus, 4. Finiunt acum utrinque. The heaven is full of stars everywhere. Coelum est stellatum undic. There are reckoned above 1,000 fixed stars, but of constellations towards the north, xxi. Towards the south, 16. Stellarum fixarum numerantur plus mil, siderum vero septentrionarium, xxi. Meridionalium, 16. Add to these the 12. Signs of the zodiac, 5. Every one XXX. Degrees, whose names are Aries Aries Taurus Taurus, Gemini Gemini, Cancer Cancer, Leo Leo, Virgo Virgo, Libra Libra, Scorpio Scorpius, Sagittarius Sagittarius, Capricorn Capricorn, Aquarius Aquarius, Pisces Pisces. Ad signa, 12. Zodiaci, 5. Quodlibet graduum, XXX, Quorum nomina sunt Aries Aries Taurus Taurus, Gemini Gemini, Cancer Cancer, Leo Leo, Virgo Virgo, Libra Libra, Scorpio Scorpius, Sagittarius Sagittarius, Capricorn Capricorn, Aquarius Aquarius, Pisces Pisces. Under this move the 7 wandering stars which they call planets, whose way is a circle in the middle of the zodiac, called the ecliptic. 6. Sub hoc cursit and stellae errantes 7. Quas vocant planetas, quorum via est circulves, in medio zodiaci, dictus ecliptica. 6. Other circles are the horizon. 7. The meridian. 8. The equator. 9. The 2 colures, the one of the equinox. 10. Of the spring when it entreth into Aries, autumnal when it entreth in Libra, the other of the solstices. 11. Of the summer, when it entreth into Cancer, of the winter when it entreth into Capricorn, the troics, the tropic of Cancer. 12. The tropic of Capricorn. 13. And the 2 polar circles. 14, 15. Alii circuli sunt horizon. 7. Meridianus. 8. Equator. 9. Duo coluri, alter equinoxiorum. 10. Verni, quando ingreditur Aries, autumnalis, quando ingreditur Libra, alter solstitiorum. 11. Estivi, quando ingreditur Cancer, hiberni, quando ingreditur Capricorn, duo tropici, tr cancri. 12. Tr Capricorni. 13. And duo polars. 14, 15. Civ. The aspects of the planets. Planetarum aspectus. The moon runneth through the zodiac every month. Luna percurrit zodiacum singulis mensibus. The sun, in a year. Sol, anno. Mercury, and Venus, female sign about the sun, the one in 115, the other in 585 days. Mercurius, and Venus, female sign circa solemn, illa cxv, hec dlxxxv. Diebus. Mars, male sign in 2 years, Mars, male sign biennial, Jupiter, in almost 12, Jupiter, fair duodecime, Saturn, in 30 years. Saturnus, triginta annis. Hereupon they meet variously among themselves, and have mutual aspects one towards another. Hin conveniunt vari inter se and se mutuo ad spiciunt. As here the and are in conjunction. And moon in opposition, and in a trine aspect, and in a quartile, and female sign in a sextile. Ut hic sunt, and in conjunction, and Luna in opposition, and in trigono, and in quadratura, and female sign in sextile. Cv. The apparitions of the moon. Phases Luni. The moon shineth not by her own light but that which is borrowed of the Sunday Luna, lucit non sua propria luz, sed mutuata sol. For the one half of it is always enlightened, the other remaineth darkish. Nam altera ejus mediatus semper illuminator, altera mane colliginosa. Hereupon we see it in conjunction with the sun. 1. To be obscure, almost none at all, in opposition. 5. Whole and clear, and we call it the full moon sometimes in the half, and we call it the prime, 3 and last quarter. 7. Hin videmus, in conjunction solis. 1. Obscurum, immo nullam, in opposition. 5 Totem and lucidum, and vacumus plenilunium alias demedium, and decimus primam. 3 and ultimum quadram. 7. Otherwise it waxeth. 2. 4 or waneth. 6. 8 and is said to be horned, or more than half round. Cetero qui crescit. 2. 4. Aut decrescit. 6, 8. And vocator falcata, vel gibosa. CVI the eclipses. Eclipses. The sun is the fountain of light, enlightening all things, but the earth, 1. And the moon, 2. Being shady bodies, are not pierced with its rays, for they cast a shadow upon the place just over against them. Sol est fons lucis, illuminans omnia, sed terra, 1. And luna, 2. Corpora opaca, non penetrantur aegis radius, nam jacient umbram in locum oppositum. Therefore, when the moon lighteth into the shadow of the earth, 2. It is darkened, which we call an eclipse, or defect. Ideo cum luna incidit in umbram terrae, 2. Obscurator quod vocamus eclipsin, deliquium, lunae. But when the moon runneth betwixt the sun and the earth, 3. It covereth it with its shadow, and this we call the eclipse of the sun, because it taketh from us the sight of the sun, and its light, neither doth the sun for all that suffer anything, but the earth. Cum vero luna currit inter solum and terram, 3. Obtagit illum umbra sua, and hoc vocamus eclipsin solis, quia addimit nobis perspectum solis, and luciem aegis, nec tamen sol patatur alicid, sed terra. CVII the terrestrial sphere. Sphera terrestris. The earth is round, and therefore to be represented by two hemispheres, ab terra est rotunda, fing enda igiter duobus hemispherius, ab. The circuit of it is 360 degrees, whereof every one maketh 60 English miles Oregon 21600 miles, and yet it is but a prick, compared with the world, whereof it is the center ambitus aegis est graduum ccclx. Quorum quisque facit lx. Milliaria Anglica vel 21,600 milliarium, and tamen est punctum, collata cum orb, cujus centrum est. They measure longitude of it by climates, 1. And the latitude by parallels, 2. Longitudinem aegis dimeti inter climatibus, 1. Latitudinem, linis parallelis, 2. The ocean, 3. Compasseth it about, and 5 seas wash it, the Mediterranean Sea, 4. The Baltic Sea, 5. The Red Sea, 6. The Persian Sea, 7. And the Caspian Sea, 8. Oceanus, 3. Ambitem and Maria v profundunt Mediterraneum, 4. Balticum, 5. Erythraeum, 6. Persicum, 7. Caspium, 8. CVIIB the terrestrial sphere. Sphera terrestris. It is divided into V-zones, whereof the 2 frigid ones, 9, 9. Are uninhabitable, the 2 temperate ones, 10, 10. And the torrid one, 11. Habitable. Distribuiter in zonas V, quarum dui frigidi, 9, 9. Sunt inhabitabiles, dui temperati, 10, 10. And torrida, 11. Habitantur. Besides it is divided into 3 continents, this of ours, 12. Which is subdivided into Europe, 13. Asia, 14. Africa, 15. America, 16, 16. Whose inhabitants are antipodes to us and the Southland, 17, 17 yet unknown. Ceterum divisa est in tres continents, nostrum, 12. Qui subdividitur in Europam, 13. Asiam, 14. And Africam, 15. In Americam, 16, 16. Cujus in coli sunt antipodes nobis and interim Australum, 17, 17 ad hoc incognitum. They that dwell under the North Pole, 18. Have the days and nights 6 months long. Habitantes sub arcto, 18. Habent dies noctis semestrals, infinite islands float in the seas. Infinitae insulae natant in maribus. Ki in Europe. Europa. The chief kingdoms of Europe, are Spain, 1. France, 2. Italy, 3. England, 4. Scotland, 5. Ireland, 6. Germany, 7. Bohemia, 8. Hungary, 9. Croatia, 10. Dacia, 11. Sclavonia, 12. Greece, 13. Thrace, 14. Podolia, 15. Tartary, 16. Lithuania, 17. Poland, 18. The Netherlands, 19. Denmark, 20. Norway, 21. Swethland, 22. Lapland, 23. Finland, 24. Lyland, 25. Prussia, 26. Muscovy, 27. And Russia, 28. In Europa nostra sunt regna primaria, Hispania, 1. Gallia, 2. Italia, 3. Anglia, Britannia, 4. Scotia, 5. Hibernia, 6. Germania, 7. Bohemia, 8. Hungary, 9. Croatia, 10. Dacia, 11. Sclavonia, 12. Grycia, 13. Thracia, 14. Podolia, 15. Tartaria, 16. Lithuania, 17. Polonia, 18. Belgium, 19. Dania, 20. Norvegia, 21. Suecia, 22. Lappia, 23. Finia, 24. Livonia, 25. Borussia, 26. Muscovia, 27. Russia, 28. Cix Moral Philosophy. Ethica. This life is a way, or a place divided into two ways, like Pythagoras's letter y broad, 1. On the left-hand track, narrow, 2. On the right, that belongs to vice, 3. This to virtue, 4. Vita hec est via, subbivium, simile literi Pythagorica y latum, 1. Sinistro tremite angustum, 2. Dextro, il vicii, 3. Est his virtutus, 4. Mind, young man, 5. Imitate Hercules, leave the left-hand way, turn from vice, the entrance, 6 is fair, but the end, 7 is ugly and steep down. Advert Jovinus, 5. Imiter Herculum, linque sinistrum, averser vitium, additus speciosus, 6. Sed exitus, 7. Turpus and precepts. Go on the right hand, though it be thorny, 8. No way is unpassable to virtue, follow whither virtue leadeth through narrow places to stately palaces, to the tower of honor, 9. Dextera ingredere, utud spinosa, 8. Nulla via in via virtudi, secura qua via ducit virtus per angusta, ad augusta, ad arcem honoris, 9. Keep the middle and straight path, and thou shalt go very safe. Teen medium and rectum tram item, ibis tutissimus. Take heed thou do not go too much on the right hand, 10. Cave exceedus ad dextrum, 10. Bridle in, 12. The wild horse, 11. Of affection, lest thou fall down headlong. Compos freno, 12. Equum ferociem, 11. Affectus ne precepts fias. See thou dost not go amiss on the left hand, 13. In an ass-like sluggishness, 14. But go onwards constantly, persevere to the end, and thou shalt be crowned, 15. Cave deficius ad sinistrum, 13. Sanitae asinina, 14. Sed progredere constanta pert end ad finem, and coronabaries, 15. Cx prudence. Prudentia. Prudence, 1. Looked upon all things as a serpent, 2. And doth, speaketh, or thinketh nothing in vain. Prudentia, 1. Circumspectat omnia ut serpens, 2. Agitque, loquitur, aut cogitat nihil incusum. She looks backwards, 3. As into a looking glass, 4. To things past, and seeth before her, 5. As with a perspective glass, 7. Things to come, or the end, 6. And so she perceiveth what she hath done, and what remaineth to be done. Respisit, 3. Tanquam in speculum, 4. Ad praeterita, and prospicit, 5. Tanquam telescopio, 7. Futura, scu finem, 6. Et quita perspicit quid agerit, and quid restet agendum. She proposeth an honest, profitable, and withal, if it may be done, a pleasant end, to her actions actionibus sui prefigit scopum, honestum, utilum, simulque, si fieri potest, jucundum. Having foreseen the end, she looked out means, as a way, 8. Which leadeth to the end, but such as are certain and easy, and fewer rather than more, lest anything should hinder. Fine perspecto, despicit media, suvium, 8. Qui ducit ad finem, sed certa and facilia, possiere podeus quam plura, ne quid impediet. She watcheth opportunity, 9. Which having a bushy forehead, 10 and being bald-pate, 11 and moreover having wings, 12 doth quickly slip away, and catcheth it. Attended occasionae, 9. Qui front capillata, 10 sed vertus calva, 11 ad hec alida, 12 facile illabiter, eam captat. She goeth on her way warily, for fear she should stumble or go amiss. In via pergitcat, provide, ne impingat aut aberet. Cxi diligence. Sidulitas. Diligence, 1. Loveth labors, avoideth sloth, is always at work, like the pismire, 2. And carrieth together, as she doth, for herself, store of all things, 3. Sidulitas, 1. Amat labors, fugit ignavium, semper est in opere, ut formica, 2. And comportat, ut illa, sibi, omnium rerum copium, 3. She doth not always sleep, or make holidays, as the slug-guard, 4. And the grasshopper, 5. Do, whom want, 6. At the last overtaketh. Non semper dormit, furias agit, aut ignivus, 4. And cicada, 5. Quos inopia, 6. Tandem premit. She pursueth what things she hath undertaken cheerfully, even to the end, she putteth nothing off till the morrow, nor doth she sing the crow's song, 7. Which saith over and over, crass, crass. Urgit in septa alacriter ad finem usque, procrastinat nihil, nec contit centile nam corvi, 7. Qui ingeminit cras, cras. After labors undergone, and ended, being even wearied, she resteth herself, but being refreshed with rest, that she may not use herself to idleness, she falleth again to her business, post labors exantlatos, and lassata, quiescit, sed recreata quiet, ne ad suscat ocio, readit ad negotia. A diligent scholar is like bees, 8. Which carry honey from divers flowers, 9. Into their hive, 10. Diligens discipulus, similis est pibus, 8. Qui congrunt mel ex various floribus, 9. In alver suum, 10. Cxii temperance. Temperantia. Temperance, 1. Prescribeth a mean to meat and drink, 2. And restraineth the desire, as with a bridle, 3. And so moderateth all things, lest anything too much be done. Temperantia, 1. Prescribit magem sibo and potui, 2. And continet cupidinem, suffreno, 3. And sic moderatur omnia ne quid nemis fiat. Revellers are made drunk, 4. They stumble, 5. They spew, 6. And babble, 7 heluns, gain ones, inebriantur, 4. Titubant, 5. Ructant, vomunt, 6. And rixantur, 7. From drunkenness proceedeth lasciviousness, from this elude life amongst whoremasters, 8. And whores, 9. In kissing, touching, embracing, and dancing, 10. E crapula oratur lascivia, ex hac vita libidinosa inter fornicators, 8. And scorda, 9. Osculando, baciando, palpando, amplexando, and tripudiando, 10. Xiath fortitude. Fortitudo. Fortitude, 1. Is undaunted in adversity, and bold as a lion, 2. But not haughty in prosperity, leaning on her own pillar, 3. Constancy, and being the same in all things, ready to undergo both estates with an even mind. Fortitudo, 1. Impavita est in adversus, and conf idens ut leo, 2. Ad non timida in secundis, in isisuo columini, 3. Constantia, and idem in omnibus, parita ad ferendum utramque fortunam equo animo. She receiveth the strokes of misfortune with the shield, 4. Of sufferance, and keepeth off the passions, the enemies of quietness with the sword, 5. Of valor. Excipit ictus infortunii clipio, 4. Tolerantia, and propellit affectus, hosts euthymii gladio, 5. Virtutis. Cxiv patience. Patientia. Patience, 1. Endureth calamities, 2. And wrongs, 3. Meekly like a lamb, 4. As the fatherly chastisement of God, 5. Patientia, 1. Tolerat calamitates, 2. And injurias, 3. Humiliter ut agnes, 4. Tanquam paternam ferilam dei, 5. In the meanwhile she leaneth upon the anchor of hope, 6. As a ship, 7. Tossed by waves in the sea, she preth to God, 8. Weeping, and expectateth the sun, 10. After cloudy weather, 9. Suffering evils, and hoping better things. Interim inititer spii anchori, 6. Ut navis, 7. Fluctuans mari, Deo supplicat, 8. Illacrimando, and expectat febum, 10. Post nubila, 9. Firens mala, spurens meliora. On the contrary, the impatient person, 11. Waileth, lamenteth, rageth against himself, 12. Grumbleth like a dog, 13. And yet doth no good, at the last he despaireth, and becometh his own murderer, 14. Contra, impatiens, 11. Plora, lamentator, debacator, 12. In sepsum, ob murmurat ut canis, 13. And tamen nil proficit, tandem desperat, and fit auto cur, 14. Being full of rage he desireth to revenge wrongs. Furibundus cupit vindicator injurias. Cxv humanity. Humanitas. Men are made for one another's good, therefore let them be kind. Homines facti sunt ad mutua commoda, ergo sint humani. Be thou sweet and lovely in thy countenance, 1. Gentle and civil in thy behavior and manners, 2. Affable and true spoken with thy mouth, 3. Affectionate and candid in thy heart, 4. Sis suavis and amabilis vultu, 1. Comes and urbanus gestu ac moribus, 2. Affabilis and verax, or, 3. Candens and candidus cord, 4. So love, and so shalt thou be loved, and there will be a mutual friendship, 5. As that of turtle doves, 6. Hardy, gentle, and wishing well on both parts. Sic ama, sic amabaries, and fiat mutua amicitia, 5. Su tertiarum, 6. Concurs, mansueta, and benevola utrinque. Froward men are hateful, testy, unpleasant. Contentious, angry, 7. Cruel, 8. And implacable, rather wolves and lions than men, and such as fall out among themselves, hereupon they fight in a duel, 9. Morossi homines, sunt odiosi, torvi, illapidi. Contentiosi, iracandi, 7. Crud els, 8. Ac implacabiles, magis lupi and leones, quam homines, and inter se discords, hin confligunt duel, 9. Envy, 10. Wishing ill to others, pineth away herself. Invidia, 10. Mal cupiendo alias, conficit sepsum. Cxvi justice. Justitia. Justice, 1. Is painted, sitting on a square stone, 2. For she ought to be immovable, with hoodwinked eyes, 3. That she may not respect persons, stopping the left ear, 4. To be reserved for the other party, justitia, 1. Pingitur, sedens in lapide quadrato, 2. Nam decet esse immobilis, obvolatis oculis, 3. Ad non respiciendum personas, claudens orem sinistrum, 4. Reservandam alteri parti, holding in her right hand a sword, 5. And a bridle, 6. To punish and restrain evil men, tenens dextra gladium, 5. And frenum, 6. Ad puniendum and coercendum malus, besides, a pair of balances, 7. In the right scale, 8. Whereof deserts, and in the left, 9. Rewards being put, are made even one with another, and so good men are incited to virtue, as it were with spurs, 10. Praeterea, stateram, 7. Cujus dextri lanci, 8. Merita, sinistri, 9. Premia imposita, sibi invisem exequantur, et quita boni incitantur ad virtudem, su calcaribus, 10. In bargains, 11. Let men deal candidly, let them stand to their covenants and promises, let that which is given one to keep, and that which is lent, be restored, let no man be pillaged, 12. Or hurt, 13. Let every one have his own, these are the precepts of justice. In contractibus, 11. Condide agator, steter pactis and promisses, depositum, and mutuum, redentur, nemo expiletur, 12. Aut latetur, 13. Suum quique tribuitur, haec sunt precepta justicii. Such things as these are forbidden in God's 5th and 7th commandment, and deservedly punished on the gallows and the wheel, 14. Talia prohibentur, quinto and septimo dei precepto, and merito puni unter crus ac rota, 14. Cati liberality. Liberalitas. Liberality, 1. Keepeth a mean about riches, which she honestly seeketh, that she may have somewhat to bestow on them that want, 2. Liberalitas, 1. Servat magem circadivi tias, quas honest querit ut habet quad largiatur agenis, 2. She cloetheth, 3. Nourisheth, 4. And enricheth, 5. These with a cheerful countenance, 6. And a winged hand, 7. Hos vesti, 3. Nutrit, 4. Ditat, 5. Vultu hilari, 6. And manualita, 7. She submitteth her wealth, 8. To herself, not herself to it, as the covetous man, 9. Doth, who hath, that he may have, and is not the owner, but the keeper of his goods, and being unsatiable, always scrapeth together, 10. With his nails. Subjicit opes, 8. Sibi, non se illis, ut avarice, 9. Qui habet, ut habet, and non est possessor sed custos bonorum suorum, and insatiabilis, semper corr added, 10. Unguibus sui. Moreover he spareth and keepeth, hoarding up, 11. That he may always have. Sed and parsit and ad servat, occludendu, 11. Ut semper habet. But the prodigal, 12. Badly spendeth things well gotten, and at the last wanteth. At prodigus, 12. Male disperdi bene parta, ac tandem aget. Catene society betwixt man and wife. Societas conjugalis. Marriage was appointed by God in paradise, for mutual help, and the propagation of mankind. Matrimonium institutum est a Deo in paradiso, ad mutuum adjutorium, and propagationem generis humani. A young man, a single man, being to be married, should be furnished either with wealth, or a trade and science, which may serve for getting a living, that he may be able to maintain a family. Vir juvenis, coelebs, congigium init juris, instructa sit aut apibus, aut arte and scientia, qui sit de pain lucrando, ut possit sustentar familiam. Then he chooseth himself a maid that is marriageable, or a widow, whom he loveth. Nevertheless a greater regard is to be had of virtue, and honesty, than of beauty or portion. Deant elegit sibi virginum nubilum, aut viduum, quam adamat, ubi tamen major ratio habenda virtutis and honestatis, quam formi aut dotes. Afterwards, he doth not betroth her to himself closely, but entreateth for her as a wooer, first to the father, 1. And then the mother, 2. Or the guardians, or kinsfolks, by such as help to make the match, 3. Post haec, non clam despondet sibiim, sed ambit, ut procus, apud patram, 1. And matram, 2. Vel apud tutors, and cognatos, per pronubos, 3. when she is espoused to him, he becometh the bridegroom, 4. And she the bride, 5. And the contract is made. And an instrument of dowry, 6. Is written. Ea sibi desponsa, fit sponsas, 4. And ipsa sponsa, 5. Func sponsalia, and scribiter instrumentum dodal, 6. At the last the wedding is made, where they are joined together by the priest, 7. Giving their hands, 8. One to another. And wedding rings, 9. Then they feast with the witnesses that are invited. Tandem funt nuptia ubi copulantur a sacerdote, 7. Datus manibus, 8. Ultro citroque, and annulus nuptialibus, 9. Tum epulantur cum invitatus testibius. After this they are called husband and wife, when she is dead he becometh a widower. Ab indicuntur meritus and uxor, hac mortua il fit viaguus. Cxix the tree of consanguinity. Arbor consanguinitatis. In consanguinity there touch a man, 1. In lineal ascent, the father-in-law, 2. And the mother-in-law, 3. The grandfather, 4. And the grandmother, 5. The great-grandfather, 6. And the great-grandmother, 7. The great-great-grandfather, 8. The great-great-grandmother, 9. The great-great-grandfather's father, 10. The great-great-grandmother's mother, 11. The great-great-grandfather's grandfather, 12. The great-great-grandmother's grandmother, 13. Hominum, 1. Consanguinitate et ingunt, in linea ascendenti, pater, vitricus, 2. And mater, Naverca, 3. Avis, 4. And Avia, 5. Provis, 6. And Provia, 7. Abavus, 8. And Abavia, 9. Atavis, 10. And Atavia, 11. Tritavus, 12. And Tritavia, 13. Those beyond these are called ancestors, 14. 14. Ulterior stacuntur majors, 14. 14. In a lineal descent, the son-in-law, 15. And the daughter-in-law, 16. The nephew, 17. And the niece, 18. The nephew's son, 19. And the nephew's daughter, 20. The nephew's nephew, 21. And the niece's niece, 22. The nephew's nephew's son, 23. The niece's niece's daughter, 24. The nephew's nephew's nephew, 25. The niece's niece's niece, 26. In linea descendenti, filius, privinus, 15. And filia, privina, 16. Nepos, 17. And neptus, 18. Pronepos, 19. And prontes, 26. Abnepo, 21. And abneptus, 22. Atnepo, 23. And adneptus, 24. Trinepos, 25. And trintes, 26. Those beyond these are called posterity, 27. 27. Ulterior stacuntur posteri, 27. 27. In a collateral line are the uncle by the father's side, 28. And the aunt by the father's side, 29. The uncle by the mother's side, 30. And the aunt by the mother's side, 31. The brother, 32. And the sister, 33. The brother's son, 34. the sister's son, 35. And the cousin by the brother and sister, 36. In linea collaterali sunt patruus, 28. And umita, 29. Avunculus, 30. And mater terra, 31. Frater, 32. And Sarer, 33. Patrulus, 34. Sobernus, 35. And Enus, 36. CXX the society betwixt parents and children. Societas parentales. Married persons, by the blessing of God, have issue, and become parents. Conj Uggs, ex benedictione dei, socipi unsobolum, prolum, and funt parentes. The father, 1. Begetteth and the mother, 2. Beareth sons, 3. And daughters, 4. Sometimes twins. Pater, 1. Generat and mater, 2. Paret filios, 3. And filias, 4. Aliquando gemelos. The infant, 5. Is wrapped in swaddling clothes, 6. Is laid in a cradle, 7. Is suckled by the mother with her breasts, 8. And fed with pap, 9. Afterwards it learneth to go by a standing stool, 10. Playeth with rattles, 11. And beginneth to speak. Infans, 5. Involvitur facius, 6. Reponitor in cunas, 7. Lactator a matri uberibus, 8. And nutritur papis, 9. Dient discat instir separasto, 10. Ludit crepundias, 11. And insipid feri. As it beginneth to grow older, it is accustomed to piety, 12. And labor, 13. And is chastised, 14. If it be not dutiful. Crescente etate, ad sucit pietati, 12. And labori, 13. And castigator, 14. Si non sit merigerus. Children owe to parents reverence and service. Liberi debent parentibus cultum and officium. The father maintaineth his children by taking pains, 15. Pater sustentat liberos, laborando, 15. CXXI the society betwixt masters and servants. Societas Heralis. The master, the goodman of the house, 1. Hath men servants, 2. Haris, pater familias, 1. Habet famulos, servos, 2. The mistress, the good wife of the house, 3. Maidens, 4. Hera, mater familias, 3. Ancillas, 4. They appoint these their work, 6. And divide them their tasks, 5. Which are faithfully to be done by them without murmuring and loss, for which their wages and meat and drink is allowed them. Illi mandant his opera, 6. And distribuant labrum pensa, 5. Qui his fide leader sunt ex sequenda sine murmur and dispendio, pro quo merx and alimonia prebentur ipsis. A servant was heretofore a slave, over whom the master had power of life and death. Servus olim erat mancipium, in quem domino potestas fut vitae and nisus. At this day the poorer sort serve in a free manner, being hired for wages. Hodi pauperioris serviunt liberi, conducti mercede. Xia city. Herbs. Of many houses is made a village, 1. Or a town, or a city, 2. Ex multis domibus fit pagus, 1. Vel oppidum, vel herbs, 2. That and this are fenced and begirt with a wall, 3. A trench, 4. Bulwarks, 5. and palisados, 6. Istud and hec muni unter and singunter moenibus, muro, 3. Valo, 4. Ageribus, 5. And vallis, 6. Within the walls is the void place, 7. Without, the ditch, 8. Intramuros est pomoerium, 7. Extra, fossa, 8. In the walls are fortresses, 9. And towers, 10. Watch towers, 11. Are upon the higher places. In moenibus sunt perpunacula, 9. And tas, 10. Specula, 11. Extant in editioribus locis. The entrance into a city is made out of the suburbs, 12. Through gates, 13. Over the bridge, 14. Ingresses in urbum fit ex suburbio, 12. Per portum, 13. Super pontum, 14. The gate hath a portcullis, 15. A drawbridge, 16. Two-leaved doors, 17. Locks and bolts, as also bars, 18. Porta habet cataractas, 15. Pontum versatillum, 16. Valvas, 17. Claustra and repagula, ut and vectes, 18. In the suburbs are gardens, 19. And garden houses, 20. And also burying places, 21. In suburbia sunt horti, 19. And suburbana, 20. Ut and coemeteria, 21. See the inward parts of a city. Interiora urbis. Within the city are streets, 1. Paved with stones, marketplaces, 2. In some places with galleries, 3. And narrow lanes, 4. Intra urbum sunt platea, vici, 1. Strati lapidibus, fora, 2. Alicubi cum porticibus, 3. And angi portus, 4. The public buildings are in the middle of the city, the church, 5. The school, 6. The guild hall, 7. The exchange, 8. Publica edificia sunt in medio urbis, templum, 5. Scola, 6. Curia, 7. Domus mercaturi, 8. About the walls and the gates are the magazine, 9. The granary, 10. Inns, alehouses, cooks' shops, 11. The playhouse, 12. And the spittle, 13. Circa moenia, and portus armamentarium, 9. Granarium, 10. Diversaria, popani, and copani, 11. Theatrum, 12. Nosodocium, 13. In the by-places are houses of office, 14. And the prison, 15. In rexibus, foraci, cloaci, 14. And custodia, carcer, 15. In the chief steeple is the clock, 16. And the watchman's dwelling, 17. In to primaria est horologium, 16. And habitatio vigilum, 17. In the streets are wells, 18. In platia sunt putii, 18. The river, 19. Or beck, runneth about the city, serveth to wash away the filth. Fluvius, 19. Vel rivus, interfluens urbum, inservit iluendi sordibus. The tower, 20. Standeth in the highest part of the city. Arcs, 20. Extat in summo urbis. Civ judgment. Judicium. The best law, is a quiet agreement, made either by themselves, betwixt whom the suit is, or by an umpire. Optimum jus, est placida conventio, facta vel ab ipsis, inter quos lis est vel ab arbitro. If this do not proceed, they come into court. 1. Heretofore they judged in the marketplace, at this day in the moot hall, in which the judge, 2. Sitteth with his assessors. 3. The clerk, 4. Taketh their votes in writing. Hec si non proc edit, venator in forum. 1. Olim judicabant in foro, hodi in praetorio, cui judex, praetor. 2. Presidet commissus Orbis. 3. Dicagraphus. 4. Excipit vota calamo. The plaintiff. 5. Accuseth the defendant. 6. And produceth witnesses. 7. Against him. Actor. 5. Accusat reum. 6. And producit testes. 7. Contra illum. The defendant excuseth himself by a counsellor. 8. Whom the plaintiff's counsellor. 9. Contradicts. Reus excusat se per advocatum. 8. Cui actoris procurator. 9. Contradicit. Then the judge pronounceth sentence, acquitting the innocent, and condemning him that is guilty, to a punishment, or a fine, or torment. Tum judex sententiam pronunciat, absolvens incentum, and damnans santum ad ponam, vel mulctam, vel ad supplicium. CXXV. The tormenting of malefactors. Supplicia malefactorum. Malefactors, 1. Are brought from the prison. 3. Where they are wont to be tortured, by sergeants. 2. Or dragged with a horse. 15. To place of execution. Malefici. 1. Perducantur, e carcera. 3. Ubi torqueri solent, per lictores. 2. Vel equo raptantur. 15. Ad locum supplicii. Thieves. 4. Are hanged by the hangman. 6. On a gallows. 5. Furs. 4. Suspenduntur a carnifex. 6. In patibulo. 5. Whoremasters are beheaded. 7. Mochi decollantur. 7. Murderers and robbers are either laid upon a wheel. 8. Having their legs broken, or fastened upon a stake. 9. Homicidi, sicarii, ac latrines, pirati, vel imponentur rodi crucifragio plexi. 8. Vel palo infaguntur. 9. Witches are burnt in a great fire. 10. Striges, lamii, crementur super rogum. 10. Some before they are executed have their tongues cut out. 11. Or have their hand. 12. Cut off upon a block. 13. Or are burnt with pincers. 14. Quidam antiquam supplicio officiantur illinguantur. 11. Aut plectuntur manu. 12. Super sippum. 13. Aut forcipibus. 14. Uruntur they that have their life given them, are set on the pillory. 16. Or strapadoed. 17. Are set upon a wooden horse. 18. Have their ears cut off. 19. Are whipped with rods. 20. Are branded, are banished, are condemned to the galleys, or to perpetual imprisonment. Vita donati, constring unter numellis. 16. Luxantur. 17. Imponentur equilio. 18. Truncantur oribus. 19. Seduntur verges. 20. Stigmate notentur, relegantur, damnantur ad trieremes, vel ad carcerum perpetuum. Traitors are pulled in pieces with 4 horses. Produels de serpuntur quadriges. See merchandising. Mercatura. Wares brought from other places are either exchanged in an exchange, 1. Or exposed to sale in warehouses, 2. And they are sold for money, 3. Being either measured with an ELN, 4. Or weighed in a pair of balances, 5. Merx, aliend alitae, aliend vel commutantur in domo commerciorum, 1. Vel exponentur venum in tabernis mercimoniorum, 2. And venduntur pro pecunia, moneta, 3. Vel mensurati ulna, 4. Vel ponderati libra, 5. Shopkeepers, 6. Pedlars, 7. And brokers, 8. Would also be called merchants, 9. Tabernarii, 6. Circumforanei, 7. And scrutarii, 8. Entium volunt dici mercators, 9. The seller braggeth of a thing that is to be sold, and setteth the rate of it, and how much it may be sold for. Venditur ostentat rem per mercalum, and indicat pretium, quanti liceat. The buyer, 10. Cheapneth and offereth the price. Emptor, 10. Liciter, and pretium offered. If any one bid against him, 11. The thing is delivered to him that promiseth the most. Sicis controlacitur, 11. Ei residential addicitor qui policitur plurimum. Ci asterisk measures and weights. Menturi and pondera. We measure things that hang together with an ELN, 1. Liquid things with a gallon, 2. And dry things by a 2-bushel measure, 3. Residential continuous metamur ulna, 1. Liquidus congeo, 2. Aretas metimno, 3. We try the heaviness of things by weights, 4. And balances, 5. Gravitatem rerum experimer ponderibus, 4. And libra, bilance, 5. In this is first the beam, 6. In the midst whereof is a little axle tree, 7. Above the cheeks and the hole, 8. In which the needle, 9. Moveth itself to and fro, on both sides are the scales, 10. Hanging by little cords, 11. In hac primo est jugum, scapus, 6. In cujus medio axiculus, 7. Superius tratina and agina, 8. In qua examen, 9. Cc agitat, utrinque sunt lances, 10. Pendens funicules, 11. The braziers balance, 12. Weight things by hanging them on a hook, 13. And the weight, 14. Opposite to them which in, a, weigh just as much as the thing, in, b, twice so much in, c, thrice so much, and c statera, 12. Ponderat res, suspend endo illas unco, 13. And pondus, 14. Ex opposito, quad in, a, equiponderat rei, in, b, bis tantum, in, c, ter, and seeth. Physic. Ars medica. The patient, 1. Sendeth for a physician, 2. Who feeleth his pulse, 3, and looketh upon his water, 4. And then prescribeth a receipt in a bill, 5. Egrotens, 1. Exercit medicum, 2. Qui tangit ipsius arterium, 3. And inspicit urinum, 4. Tum prescribit medicamentum in schedula, 5. That is made ready by an apothecary, 6. In a apothecary's shop, 7. Where drugs are kept in drawers, 8. Boxes, 9. and gallipots, 10. Istud peratur a pharmacopio, 6. In pharmacopolio, 7. Ubi pharmaca ad serventur in capsules, 8. Pixidibus, 9. And laginus, 10. And it is either a potion, 11. Or powder, 12. Or pills, 13. Or trochuscs, 14. Or an electuary, 15. Ist vel potio, 11. Vel pulvis, 12. Vel piluli, 13. Vel pastilli, 14. Vel electuarium, 15. Diet and prayer, 16. Is the best physic. Dieta and oratio, 16. Est optima medicina. The chirurgeon, 18. Cureth wounds, 17. And ulcers, with plasters, 19. Chirurgus, 18. Curat vulnera, 17. And ulcera, splenius, emplastris, 19. 6. A burial. Sepultura. Dead folks heretofore were burned, and their ashes put into an urn, 1. Defuncti olem cremabantur, and cineres recondebantur in urna, 1. We enclose our dead folks in a coffin, 2. Lay them upon a bier, 3. And see they be carried out in a funeral pomp towards the churchyard, 4. Where they are laid in a grave, 6. By the bearers, 5. And are interred, this is covered with a gravestone, 7. And is adorned with tombs, 8. And epitaphs, 9. Nos includimus nostros de mortuos loculo, capulo, 2. Imponimus feritro, 3. And curamus eferi pompa funebri versus coimiterium, 4. Ubi inferuntur, sepulchro, 6. A vespilonibus, 5. And humantur, hoc tacitur sipo, 7. And ornator monumentus, 8. Ac epitaphius, 9. As the choir go along psalms are sung, and the bells are rung, 10. Funere prodiunt, hymni cantantur, and campani, 10. Pulsantur. CXXX. A stage play. Ludoscenicus. In a playhouse, 1. Which is trimmed with hangings, 2. And covered with curtains, 3. Comedies and tragedies are acted, wherein memorable things are represented, as here, the history of the prodigal son, 4. And his father, 5. By whom he is entertained, being returned home. In theatro, 1. Quod vestitur tapetibus, 2. And tacitur Cyprius, 3. Comediae vel trago edii aguntur, quibus representantur residential memorables uta hic historia Delaware filio prodigo, 4. And Petra, 5. Ipsius, aquo recipitur, domum redux. The player's act being in disguise, the fool, 6. Make jests. Actors, histrions, agunt personati, morio, 6. Dat jocos. The chief of the spectators sit in the gallery, 7. The common sort stand on the ground, 8. And clap the hands, if anything please them. Spectatorum primarii, sedent in orchestra, 7. Pleb stat in cavia, 8. And plaudit, si quid aridet. Thirsi slights. Prestigii. The tumbler, 1. Make several shows by the nimbleness of his body, walking to and fro on his hands, leaping through a hoop, 2. And see prestigiator, 1. Facit various spectacula, volubilitate corporis, deambulando manibus, salendo per circulum, 2. And c. Sometimes also he danceth, 4. Having on a vizard. Interdum entium tripudiat, 4. Larvitus. The juggler, 3. Schutzleitz, out of a purse. Agerta, 3. Facit prestigias e marsupio. The rope dancer, 5. Goeth and danceth upon a rope, holdeth a poise, 6. In his hand, or hangeth himself by the hand or foot, 7. And si funambulus, 5. Gradator and saltat superfunum, tenens halterum, 6. Manu, aut suspended se manu vel pedi, 7. And sic thursii. The fencing school. Palestra. Fencers meet in a duel in a fencing place, fighting with swords, 1. Or pikes, 2. And halberds, 3. Or short swords, 4. Or rapiers, 5. Having balls at the point, lest they wound one another mortally, or with two-edged swords and a dagger, 6. Together. Pugils congredi unter duello in palestra, decurtans vel gladius, 1. Vel hastilibus, 2. And bipanibus, 3. Vel semispathes, 4. Vel ensibus, 5. Mucronum obligatus, ani late lethaliter, vel framis and pugin, 6. Simul. Wrestlers, 7. Among the Romans in time past were naked and anointed with oil, take hold of one another and strive whether can throw the other, especially by tripping up his heels, 8. Luctatories, 7. Apud Romanos olem nudi and inuncti oleo, prehendunt se in vicem and anatuntur uter alterum prosternir possit, per primus supplantando, 8. Hoodwinked fencers, 9. Fought with their fists in a ridiculous strife, to wit, with their eyes covered. Andabati, 9. Pugnabant pugnus ridiculo cert amine, nemirum oculis obvolates. Thirsieth tennis play. Ludus poli. In a tennis court, 1. They play with a ball, 2. Which one throw it, and another taketh, and sendeth it back with a racket, 3. And that is the sport of noble men to stir their body. In sphaeristerio, 1. Luditer pila, 2. Quam alter mitit, alter excipit, and remittit reticulo, 3. Id est lusus nobilium ad commotionem corporis. A wind ball, 4. Being filled with air, by means of a ventil, is tossed to and fro with the fist, 5. In the open air. Phallus, pila magna, 4. Dist anta areop epistemae, reverberatur pugno, 5. Sub dio. Thursive dice play. Ludus alii. We play with dice, 1. Either they that throw the most take up all, or we throw them through a casting box, 2. Upon a board, 3. Marked with figures, and this is dice players' game at casting lots. Tesseris, talis, 1. Ludimus vel plistobolindum, vel imitimus illis per fridulum, 2. In tabellam, 3. Notatum numeris, id est ludus sortilegii aleatorum. Men play by luck and skill at tables. In a pair of tables, 4. And at cards, 5. Sort and arte luditur calculis in alveo aleatorio, 4. And chartis lusuris, 5. We play at chess on a chessboard, 6. Where only art beareth the sway. Ludimus abaculis in abaco, 6. Ubi sola ars regnat. The most ingenious game is the game of chess, 7. wherein as it were two armies fight together in battle. Ingeniosissimus ludus est ludus latrunculorum, 7. Quo veludi duo exercitus confligunt preolio. CXXXV races. Cursus cert amina. Boys exercise themselves by running, either upon the ice, 1. In scrick shoes, 2. Where they are carried also upon sleds, 3. Or in the open field, making a line, 4. Which he that desireth to win, ought to touch, but not to run beyond it. Puri exercent se cursu, sub super glacium, 1. Diabatres, 2. Ubi entium v huntertres, 3. Civ in campo, design ontes lineum, 4. Quam qui vincere cupit debetit injury, ad non ultra procurra. Heretofore runners, 5. Run betwixt rails, 6. To the goal, 7. And he that toucheth it first receiveth the prize, 8. From him that gave the prize, 9. Olim decurribant cursors, 5. Inter canclos, 6. Ad metam, 7. And qui primum contingebatim, accipibat brabulum, premium, 8. Abrabuta, 9. At this day tilting, or the quintain, is used, where a hoop, 11 is struck at with a truncheon, 10, instead of horse races, which are grown out of use. Hodi hastiludia habenter, uba circulus, 11 peditor lanza, 10, loco acquire orum, qui abirunt in desuetudinem. 30 Boys sport. Ludi puerils. Boys used to play either with bowling stones 1. Or throwing a bowl, 2. At 9 pins, 3. Or striking a ball, through a ring, 5. With a bandy, 4. Or scourging a top, 6. With a whip, 7. Or shooting with a trunk, 8. And a bow, 9. Or going upon stilts, 10, or tossing and swinging themselves upon a merry totter, 11. Puri solent litere vel globis fictilibus, 1. Vel jactans globum, 2. Ad conas, 3. Vel mittens sphaerulam per annulum, 5. Clava, 4. Versantes turbinam, 6. Flagello, 7. Vel jaculans sclopo, 8. And arcu, 9. Vel incidens gralis, 10. Vel super pettorum, 11. Se agitantes and assilents. 30 The kingdom and the region. Regnum and regio. Many cities and villages make a region and a kingdom. Multi urbes and pagi faciant regionum and regnum. The king or prince resideth in the chief city, 1. The noblemen, lords, and earls dwell in the castles, 2. That lie about it, the country people dwell in villages, 3. Rex aut princeps sedet in metropoli. 1. Nobles, barones, and comites habitant in archibus, 2. Circumjacentibus, rustici in pages, 3. He hath his toll places upon navigable rivers, 4. And high roads, 5. Where portage and tollage is exacted of them that sail or travel. Habet telenia sua juxta flumina navigabilia, 4. And vias regias, 5. Ubiport orum and vectigal exigitera navigantibus and adhere facientibus. 38 Regal Majesty. Regia Majestas. The king, 1. Sitteth on his throne, 2. In kingly state, with a stately habit, 3. Crowned with a diadem, 4. Holding a scepter, 5. In his hand, being attended with a company of courtiers. Rex, 1. Sedet in suo solio, 2. In regio splendor, magnifico habitu, 3. Redimitus diademate, 4. Tenens septrum, 5. Manu, stipetus frequentia alicarum. The chief among these, are the Chancellor, 6. With the councillors and secretaries, the Lord Marshal, 7. The Controller, 8. The Cupbearer, 9. The Taster, 10. The Treasurer, 11. The High Chamberlain, 12. And the Master of the Horse, 13. Inter hos primarii sunt cancellarius, 6. Cum conciliarius and secretarius, prefectus praetorii, 7. Oli magister, 8. Posilator, Pincerna, 9. Dapifer, 10. Thesaurarius, 11. Archicubicularius, 12. And Stabuli magister, 13. There are subordinate to these the noble courtiers, 14. The noble pages, 15. With the chamberlains, and laqueys, 16. The guard, 17. With their attendants. Subordinantur his nobles aulici, 14. Nobile famulitium, 15. Cum cubicularius, and cursoribus, 16. Stipators, 17. Cum satellitio. He solemnly giveth audience to the ambassadors of foreign princes, 18. Solemniter recipit legatos exteriorum, 18. He sendeth his vicegerents, deputies, governors, treasurers, and ambassadors to other places, to whom he sendeth new commissions ever and anon by the posts, 19. Obligat vicariosuos, administrators, prefectos, quaestors, and legatos, aliersum, quibus mittit mandatum novus sub inda provirdarios, 19. The fool, 20. Maketh laughter by his toysome actions. Morio, 20. Movetrissum ludicris actionibus. 36. The soldier. Miles. If we be to make war, soldiers are lifted, 1. Si bellendum est scribuntur milites. 1. Their arms are a headpiece, 2. Which is adorned with a crest, and the armor, whose parts are a collar, 3. A breastplate, 4. Arm pieces, 5. Leg pieces, 6. Greaves, 7. With a coat of mail, 8. And a buckler, 9. These are the defensive arms. Horum arma sunt, Gallia, Cassis, 2. Qui ornator Christa, and armatura, cujus partes turcis ferruos, 3. Thorax, 4. Brachialia, 5. Acrii feria, 6. Manisi, 7. Cum lorica, 8. And sciuto, clipio, 9. Haec sunt arma defensiva. The offensive are a sword, 10. A two-edged sword, 11. A falchion, 12. Which are put up into a scabbard, 13. And are girded with a girdle, 14. Or belt, 15. A scarf, 16. Serveth for ornament, a two-handed sword, 17. And a dagger, 18. Offensiva sunt gladius, 10. Framea, 11. And asinasses, 12. Qui reconduntur vagina, 13. Axinguntur singulo, 14. Vel baltheo, 15. Fascia militaris, 16. Inservit ornatui, Romphia, 17. And pujo, 18. In these is the haft, 19. With the pummel, 20. And the blade, 21. having a point, 22. In the middle are the back, 23. And the edge, 24. In his est manubrium, 19. Cum pomo, 20. And veridum, 21. Cuspidatum, 22. In medio dorsum, 23. And aces, 24. The other weapons are a pike, 25. A halberd, 26. In which is the haft, 27, and the head, 28, a club, 29. And a whirlybit, 30. Reliqua arma sunt asta, 25. Bipones, 26. In quibus hastel, 27. And mucro, 28. Clava, 29. And coistus, 30. They fight at a distance with muskets, 31. And pistols, 32. Which are charged with bullets, 33. Out of a bullet bag, 34. And with gunpowder out of a bandolier, 35. Pugnator eminus bombardus, sclopetus, 31. And sclopes, 32. Qui onerantur globes, 33. Etheca bombardica, 34. And pulvera nitrato e pixid pulveraria, 35. CXL the camps. Castra. When a design is undertaken, the camp, 1. Is pitched and the tents of canvas, 2. Or straw, 3. Are fastened with stakes, and they entrench them about for security's sake, with bulwarks, 4. And ditches, 5. Sentinels, 6. Are also set, and scouts, 7. Are sent out. Expedition suscepta, castra, 1. Locantur and tentoria lentis, 2. Velstrumentus, 3. Figantur paxilis, ec circumdant, securitatis gratia ageribus, 4. And fosses, 5. Excubii, 6. Constituuntur, and explorators, 7. Emittentur. Sallyings out, 8. Are made for forage and plunder sake, where they often cope with the enemy, 9. In skirmishing. Excursions, 8. Funt pabulationes and predicausa, ubicipius confligitur cum hostibius, 9. Velatando. The pavilion of the Lord General is in the midst of the camp, 10. Tentorium summi imperatoris est in medio castrorum, 10. CXLI the army and the fight. Aces and proelium. When the battle is to be fought, the army is set in order, and divided into the front, 1. The rear, 2. And the wings, 3. Quando pugna committenda est, aces instruder, and dividitur in frontem, 1. Tergum, 2. And alas, cornua, 3. The foot, 4. Are intermixed with the horse, 5. Petty tattoos, 4. Intermissitur equitatui, 5. That is divided into companies, this into troops. Il distinguitur in centurias, hic in turmas. These carry banners, 6. Those flags, 7. In the midst of them. Illi in medio ferunt vexilla, 6. Halabra, 7. Their officers are, corporals, ensigns, lieutenants, captains, 8. Commanders of the horse, 9. Lieutenant colonels, and he that is the chief of all, the general. Eorum praefecti sunt, decurions, signiferi, vicarii, centurions, 8. Magistri equitum, 9. Tribuni, chiliarchi, and summus omnium imperator. the drummers, 10. And the drum slades, 11. As also the trumpeters, 12. Call to arms, and inflame the soldier. Tympanisti, 10. And tympanotrabi, 11. Ut and tubicines, 12. Vocant ad arma and inflammant militum. At the first onset the muskets, 13. And ordnance, 14. Are shot off. Primo conflictu, bombardi, 13. And tormenta, 14. Exploduntur. Afterwards they fight, 15. Hand to hand with pikes and swords. Postia pugnatur, 15. Communis hastes and gladius. They that are overcome are slain, 16. Or taken prisoners, or run away, 17. Victi trucidantur, 16. Vel capiuntur, vel aufugiant, 17. They that are for the reserve, 18. Come upon them out of their places where they lay in wait. Sexcentariati, 18. Superveniunt ex insidious. The carriages, 19. Are plundered. Impedimenta, 19. Spoliantur. Xlii the sea fight. Pugna navalis. A sea fight is terrible, when huge ships, like castles, run one upon another with their beaks, 1. Or shatter one another with their ordnance, 2. And so being bored thorough they drink in their own destruction, and are sunk, 3. Naval proelium terribile est, quam ingens naves, veludi arses, concurrunt rostris, 1. Autse in visem quas sant tormentis, 2. Et gita perforati, imbibunt pernicium suum and submerguntur, 3. Or when they are set on fire and either by the firing of gunpowder, 4. Men are blown up into the air, or are burnt in the midst of the waters, or else leaping into the sea are drowned. Aut quam igni corripiuntur, and vel ex incendio pulveris tormentarii, 4. Homines ehisiuntur in arum, vel exuruntur in medias aquis, vel entium deciliens in mare, suffocantur. A ship that flieth away, 5. Is overtaken by those that pursue her, 6. And is taken. Navis fugitiva, 5. Intercipitur ab insequentibus, 6. And capitur. Xlien the besieging of a city. Obsidium urbis. A city that is like to endure a siege, is first summoned by a trumpeter, 1. And persuaded to yield. Urbs passura obsidianum, primum provocator perturbacinum, 1. And invitator ad depitionem. Which if it refused to do, it is assaulted by the besiegers, and taken by storm. Quod si abnuit facere, appugnator ab obsidentibus and occupator. Either by climbing over the walls with scaling ladders, 2. Or breaking them down with battering engines, 3. Or demolishing them with great guns, 4. Or breaking through the gates with a petar, 5. Or casting granados, 6. Out of mortar pieces, 7. Into the city, by engineers, 8. Who lie behind leaguer baskets, 9. Or overthrowing it with mines by pioneers, 10. Vel muros per scalas, 2. Transcendendo, aut diruendo arietibus, 3. Aut demoliendo tormentis, 4. Vel dirumpendo portus exostra, 5. Vel ejaculando globos tormentarios, 6. E mortarius, ballistes, 7. In urbum per ballisterios, 8. Qui lati tant post guerras, 9. Vel subvert endo cunicules per fos ors, 10. They that are besieged defend themselves from the walls, 11. With fire and stones, and sea, or break out by force, 12. Obsessi defendunt se demurus, 11. Ignibus, lapidibus, and caut irrumpunt, 12. A city that is taken by storm is plundered, destroyed, and sometimes laid even with the ground. Urb 6 expugnata, diriditer, exciditor, interdum equator solo. Xliv religion. Religio. Godliness, 1. The Queen of Virtues, worshipeth God, 4. Devoutly, the knowledge of God being drawn either from the book of nature, 2. For the work commendeth the workmaster, or from the book of Scripture, 3. She meditateth upon his commandments contained in the Decalogue, 5. And treading reason under foot, that barking dog, 6. She giveth faith, 7. And assent to the word of God, and calleth upon him, 8. As a helper in adversity. Pietas, 1. Regina virtutum colit Deum, 4. Humiliter, notitia Dei, hostivel ex libro naturi, 2. Nam opus commendat artificem, vel ex libro scripturi, 3. Recallit mandata ejus comprehensa in Decalogo, 5. And conculcans rationem, oblatrantem canum, 6. Prebet fidem, 7. And assensum ferbo Dei, iumque invocat, 8. Ut opitulatorum in adversus. Divine services are done in the church, 9. In which are the choir, 10. With the altar, 11. The vestry, 12. The pulpit, 13. Seats, 14. Galleries, 15. And a font, 16. Officia divina funt in templo, 9. In quo est penetrale, addendum, 10, cum altari, 11. Sacrarium, 12. Sug estis, 13. Subcelia, 14. Ambons, 15. And baptisterium, 16. All men perceive that there is a God, but all men do not rightly know God. Omnes homines sentiunt esse Deum, sed non omnes rect norant Deum. Hence are divers religions whereof 4 are reckoned yet as the chief. In diversi religiones querum 4 numerantur ad hoc primarii. CXLV Gentilism. Johann Amos. The Gentiles feign to themselves near upon xiim. Deities. Gentiles finxerunt sibi prop xiim. Numina. The chief of them were Jupiter, 1. President, and petty god of heaven, Neptune, 2. Of the sea, Pluto, 3. Of hell, Mars, 4. Of war, Apollo, 5. Of arts, Mercury, 6. Of thieves, merchants, and eloquence, Vulcan, Mulciber, of fire and smiths, Aeolus, of winds, and the most obscene of all the rest, Priapus. Eorum praecipiat errant Jupiter, 1. Preces and Dester Celi, Neptunus, 2. Maris, Pluto, 3. Inferni, Mars, 4. Belly, Apollo, 5. Artium, Mercurius, 6. Furum, Mercatorum, and Eloquentia, Vulcanus, Mulciber, Ignis and Fabrorum, Aeolus, Ventorum, and Obscenissimus, Priapus. They had also womanly deities, such as were Venus, 7 the goddess of loves, and pleasures, with her little son Cupid, 8 Minerva, Pallas, with the 9 muses of arts, Juno of riches and weddings, Vesta, of chastity, Ceres, of corn, Diana of hunting and fortune, and besides these Morbona, and Febris herself. Habuerant entium muliebria numina, qualia fuerunt Venus, 7. Dia amorum, and voluptatem, cum filiala Cupidine, 8. Minerva, Pallas, cum novem muses artium, Juno, divitiarum and nuptiarum, Vesta, Castitatis, Ceres, Frumentarum, Diana, Venationum, and Fortuna, Quin and Morbona, ac Febris ipsa. The Egyptians, instead of God worshipped all sorts of beasts and plants, and whatsoever they saw first in the morning. Egyptii, pro deo colbant genus animalium and plantarum, and quicquid conspiciae banter primum main. The Philistines offered to Moloch, 9. Their children to be burnt alive, Philistii offerbant Molocho, Saturno, 9. Infantes cremendos vivos. The Indians, 10. Even to this day, worship the devil, 11. Indi, 10. Entiamnum venerantur cacatamona, 11. Xilvi Judaism. Judaismus. Yet the true worship of the true God, remained with the patriarchs, who lived before and after the flood. Verus tamem cultus veri dei, remansit apud patriarchas, qui vixerunt ante and post diluvium. Amongst these, that seed of the woman, the meshes of the world, was promised to Abraham, 1. The founder of the Jews, the father of them that believe, and he, being called away from the Gentiles, with his posterity, being marked with the sacrament of circumcision, 2. Made a peculiar people, and church of God. Inter hos, semen illud mulierus, meshes mundi, promisus est Abrahamo. 1 Condituri Judaeorum, patri credentium, and ipsi, avocatus e gentilibus, cum post eris, notata sacramento circumcisionis, 2. Constitutus singularis populus, and ecclesia dei. Afterwards God gave his law, written with his own finger in tables of stone, 5. To this people by Moses, 3. In Mount Sinai, 4. Postea Deus exhibit legem suum, scriptum digito suo in tabulis lapides, 5. Huic populo per Mosen, 3. In Monte Sinai, 4. Furthermore, he ordained the eating the paschal lamb, 6. And sacrifices to be offered upon an altar, 7. By priests, 8. And incense, 9. And commanded a tabernacle, 10. With the ark of the covenant, 11. To be made, and besides, a brazen serpent, 12. To be set up against the biting of serpents in the wilderness. Porro ordinavit mangicationum agni paschalis, 6. And sacrificia offerenda in altari, 7. Per sacerdotes, 8. And suffidus, 9. And jussit tabernaculum, 10. Cum arca foederis, 11. Fieri, praeteria, enium serpentum, 12. Erigi contra morsum serpentum in deserto. All which things were types of the meshes to come, whom the Jews yet look for. Qui omnia typi erant mesha venturi, quem Judaei ad hoc expectant. Xlaei Christianity. Christianismus. The only begotten eternal Son of God, 3. Being promised to our first parents in paradise, at the last being conceived by the Holy Ghost, in the most holy womb of the Virgin Mary, 1. Of the royal house of David and clad with humane flesh, came into the world at Bethlehem of Judea, in the extreme poverty of a stable, 2. In the fullness of time, in the year of the world 3970, but pure from all sin, and the name of Jesus was given him, which signifieth a Saviour. Unigenitus aeternus Dei filius, 3. Promissus protoplastus in paradiso, tandem conceptus per sanctum spiritum in sanctissimo utero Virginis Mariae, 1. De domo regia divitis, and in tutus humana carne, prodiat in mundum Bethlehemi Judea, in summa paupertate stabuli, 2. Implito tempor, anno mundi 3970, sed mundus ab omni peccato and nomen Jesu impositum fut ei, quod significat salvatorum. When he was sprinkled with holy baptism, 4. The sacrament of the new covenant, by John his forerunner, 5. In Jordan, the most sacred mystery of the divine Trinity, appeared by the Father's voice, 6. Whereby he testified that this was his Son, and the Holy Ghost in the shape of a dove, 7. Coming down from heaven. Hic, cum imburatur sacro baptismo, 4. Sacramento novi fideris, a Johanna precursor suo, 5. In Jordan apparut sacratissimum mysterium divini trinitatis, patris voci, 6. Qua testabater hunc esse filium suum, and Spiritus Sancto in specie columbi, 7. Delebent coelitus. From that time, being the 30th year of his age, unto the 4th year, he declared who he was, his words and works manifesting his divinity, being neither owned, nor entertained by the Jews, because of his voluntary poverty. Abio tempor, trisimo anno itatis sui, usque in annum quartum, declaravit quis esset, verbis and operibus prae esse ferentibus divinitatem, nec agnatus, nec acceptus egideis, ob voluntarium paupertatem. He was at last taken by these, when he had first instituted the mystical supper, ate of his body and blood for a seal of the new covenant and the remembrance of himself, carried to the judgment seat of Pilate, governor under Caesar, accused and condemned as an innocent lamb, and being fastened upon a cross, 9. He died, being sacrificed upon the altar for the sins of the world. Captus tandem of his, quam prius instituisit sinam mysticam, 8. Corporis and sanguinis sui, in sigillum novi fideris, and sui recordationem, raptus ad tribunal Pilati, prefecti Caesarei, accusatus and damnatus est agnus innocentissimus, actus in cruciem, 9. Mortem subiet, immolatus in era pro peccatis mundi. But when he had revived by his divine power, he rose again the 3rd day out of the grave, 10. And 40 days after being taken up from Mount Olivet, 11. Into heaven, 12. And returning thither whence he came, he vanished as it were, while the apostles, 13. Gazed upon him, sed quam revixisse divina sua virtud, resurrexit tertia die sepulchro, 10. And post dies XL. Sublatus de Monte Oliveti, 11. In Caelum, 12. And eo rediens unde venerat, quasi evenud, apostoles, 13. Aspectantibus, to whom he sent his Holy Spirit, 14. From heaven, the 10th day after his ascension, and them, being filled with his power, into the world to preach of him, being henceforth to come again to the last judgment, sitting in the meantime at the right hand of the Father, and interceding for us. Quibus missit spiritum sanctum, 14. Decilla, decima die post ascensum, ipsos vero, hac virtut impultos, in mundum predicaturos, olim redituris ad judicium extremum, interior sedens ad dextrum patris, and intercedens pro nobis. From this Christ we are called Christians, and are saved in him alone. Ab hoc Christo decimer Christiani, inc eo solo salvamur. Xladiath Mohammedism. Mahometismus. Muhammad, 1. A warlike man, invented to himself a new religion, mixed with Judaism, Christianity, and Gentilism, by the advice of a Jew, 2. And an Arian monk, 3. Named Sergius, feigning, whilst he had the fit of the falling sickness, that the Archangel Gabriel and the Holy Ghost, talked with him, using a pigeon, 4. To fetch meat out of his ear. Mahomet, 1. Homo bellator, excogitabat sibi novum religionum, mixtum ex Judaismo, Christianismo and Gentilismo, Concilio Judaei, 2. And Monarchy Ariani, 3. Nomini Sergii, Fingens, dum laborarit epilepsia, Archangelum Gabrielum, and Spiritum Sanctum, siccum colloqui, ad swifaciens columbam, 4. Peter Escam ex or Sua. His followers refrain themselves from wine, are circumcised, have many wives, build chapels, 5. From the steeples whereof, they are called to holy service not by bells, but by a priest, 6. They wash themselves often, 7. They deny the Holy Trinity, they honor Christ, not as the Son of God, but as a great prophet, yet less than Mahomet, they call their law, the Alchoran. Asicli aegis abstinent se avino, circumciduntur, sunt polygamy, extruunt secella, 5. Decorum turricules, convocantur ad sacra nona campanis, sed a sacerdote, 6. Sepius se abluant, 7. Negant ss Trinitatem, Christum honorant, non ut dei filium, sed ut magnum prophetam, minorum tamen Mahomet, legem suum vocant alcaran. Xlix God's providence. Providentia dei. Men's states are not to be attributed to fortune or chance, or the influence of the stars, comets, one indeed are wont to portend no good, but to the provident eye of God, 2. And to his governing hand, 3. Even our sights, or oversights, or even our faults. Humani sorts non tribundi sunt fortunae aut casui, aut influx siderum, comity, one quidem solent nihil boni portendir, sed provido dei oculo, 2. And adjustum manui rectrici, 3. Entium nostri prudentii, vel imprudentii, vel entium noxi. God hath his ministers and angels, 4. Who accompany a man, 5. From his birth, as guardians, against wicked spirits, or the devil, 6. Who every minute layeth wait for him, to tempt and vex him. Deus habet minis trosuos, and angelos, 4. Qui associant se homini, 5. A nativitate aegis, ut custodes, contra malignos spiritus, seu diabolum, 6. Qui minutatim strut insidias ei, ad tentandum vel vexandum. Woe to the mad wizards and witches who give themselves to the devil, being enclosed in a circle, 7. Calling upon him with charms, they dally with him, and fall from God. For they shall receive their reward with him. V dementibus magis and lamius qui cacitamoni se dedunt, inclusi circulo, 7 eum advocantes incantaменtis, cum eocal ludunt and a deo deficient. Nam cum illo merc edem accipient. Cl. The Last Judgment. Judicium extremum. For the last day shall come which shall raise up the dead, 2. With the sound of a trumpet, 1. And summon the quick with them to the judgment seat of Christ Jesus, 3. Appearing in the clouds, to give an account of all things done. Nam dies novissima veniat, qui resuscitabit mortuos, 2. Voci tubi, 1. And sitabit vivos, cum illis ad tribunal Jesu Christi, 3. Apparentus in nubibus, ad redundum rationem omnium actorum. When the godly and elect, 4. Shall enter into life eternal into the place of bliss, and the New Hierusalem, 5. Ubipai, Justi, and Electi, 4. Introibunt in vitam aeternam, in locum beatitudinus and novum Hierosolimam, 5. But the wicked and the damned, 6. Shall be thrust into hell, 8. With the devils, 7. To be there tormented forever. Impii vero, and damnati, 6. Cum cacitamonibus, 7. In Gehennium, 8. Detrudentur, ibi cruciandi aeternum. CLI the close. Clausula. Thus thou hast seen in short, all things that can be shewed, and hast learned the chief words of the English and Latin tongue. Ita vidisti summatum residential omnes qui poterunt ostendi, and didicisti voces primarius Anglici and Latini lingui. Go on now and read other good books diligently, and thou shalt become learned, wise, and godly. Purge nunc and leg diligenter alias bonos libros, ut fias doctus, sapiens, and pious. Remember these things, fear God, and call upon him, that he may bestow upon thee the spirit of wisdom. Memento horum, deum time, and invoca eum, ut largiater tibi spiritum sapientiae. Farewell. Vale. Index titulorum. See note on chapter numbering. The chapter number for Invitatio, 1, was missing. There is no entry for Clausula, 151. Chapter references 64 to 104 were off by 1, printed as 63 to 103, and have been silently corrected. Only those with additional errors are individually marked. Cap A Pag 141 Aces and Prealium 178 6 Air 1046 Agricultura 5833 Amphibia 4043 Animae Hominis 5419 Animalia and Primum Aves 24-7 Aqua 1213 Arbor 17119 Arbor Consanguinitatis 150 128 Ars Medica 163 92 Ars Scriptoria 112 100 Art Sermones 120 152 Occupium 65 24 Aves Aquatici 30 22 Aves Campesters and Sylvesters 28 20 Aves Domestici 25 23 Aves Rapaces 29 B 75 Balneum 91 96 Bibliopegus 117 95 Bibliopolium 116 C 41 Canales and Asa 50 39 Caput and Manus 47 40 Caro and Viscera 49 140 Castra 177 147 Christianismus 187 4 Chylum 758 Convivium 7255 Coquinaria 68 135 Cursus Cert Amina 171 D44 Deforms and Monstrosi 55 2 Deus 567 Domus 82 E 106 Eclipses 131 84 X 102 77 Equal 194 109 Ethica 36 108 Europa 134 F69 Faber Ferrarius 85 64 Faber Lignaria 79 65 Faber Murarius 80 30 Ferri Bestia 36 29 Ferri Picuds 35 71 Figulus 87 15 Flores 20 113 Fortitudo 141 14 Fructus Arborum 18 17 Frugus 22 18 Frutices 23 G 145 Gentilismus 184 103 Geometria 126 H 36 Homo 43 78 Horologia 95 45 Hort Aurum Cultura 56 115 Humanitas 144 73 Hypocostum cum Dormitorio 89 I5 Ignis 832 Insecta Repentia 38 25 Insecta Volentia 31 101 Instrumenta Musica 123 123 Interiora Urbis 156 1 Invitatio 146 Judaismus 186 124 Judicium 157 150 Jud M Extremum 193 28 Gementa 34 116 Justitia 145 L12 Lapides 1554 Lanionia 67 97 Liber 118 117 Liber Alitas 147 61 Lintia 76 134 Ludus Alii 170 136 Ludi Puerils 172 133 Ludus Poli 169 130 Ludus Scenicus 166 M66 Machini 81 148 Mahamtismus 190 35 Marini Pisces and Conchi 42 48 Maleficium 61 38 Membra Hominis Externa 45 127 Menturi and Pondera 162 126 Mercatura 161 68 Metallifodena 84 11 Metalla 15 139 Miles 176 49 Molidura 62 3 Munda 699 Museum 120 N88 Natitus 107 91 Naufragium 111 89 Navies Actuaria 108 90 Navies 1 Aria 109 8 Noobs 12 0 143 Obsidium Urbis 181 16 Olara 21 21 Assigns 27 P 132 Pala Estra 168 50 Panaficium 63 93 Papyrus 113 72 Parties Domus 88 114 Patientia 142 27 Pecora 33 47 PQ Area 59 105 Phases Luni 130 102 Philosophia 125 79 Pictura 96 51 Piscatio 64 34 Pisces Fluviatiles 41 104 Planet Aspectus 129 131 Prestigii 167 149 Providentia Dei 191 110 Prudentia 137 142 Pugna Navalis 180 74 Putii 90 Quetzales 26 Quadrupedia and Primum Domes Tica 32 R 138 Regia Majestis 174 137 Regnum and Regio 173 144 Religio 183 82 Restio and Lorarius 99 S 62 Sartor 77 98 Scola 119 70 Scrini Arias and Tornator 86 111 Sedulitas 139 42 Census Externi and Interni 52 37 Septem Etat Hominis 44 129 Sepulturo 165 31 Serpents and Reptilia 37 118 Societas Conjugales 144 121 Societas Heralis 153 120 Societas Parentales 152 80 Specularia 97 104 Sphera Coelestis 127 107 Sphaera Terrestris 132 125 Supplicium Maleficiorum 159 63 Suitor 78 T 112 Temperantia 149 Terra 1310 Terri Foetus 1460 Textura 75 76 Tons Trina 93 59 Tractio Lini 74 87 Transitus Aqua M 106 94 Typographia 114 V 86 Vectura 105 85 Vehicula 103 53 Veneta 66 83 Viator 181 Veter 98 56 Vendemia 70 122 Herbs 144 Z 57 Zythopeia 71 An index of the titles. See note on chapter numbering. Chapter numbers for the invitation, 1, and the close, 151, were missing. Chapter references 64 to 104 were off by 1, printed as 63 to 103, and have been silently corrected. Only those with additional errors are individually marked. Minor differences in spelling and hyphenization are not marked. Chap A page 37 The Seven Ages of Man 44 6 The Air 1033 Amphibious Creatures 40 105 The Apparitions of the Moon 130 141 The Army and the Fight 178 100 Arts belonging to speech 121 104 The Aspects of the Planets 129 B 75 The Bath 91 76 The Barber's Shop 93 28 Laboring Beasts 34 30 Wild Beasts 36 143 The Besieging of a City 181 19 Birds 24 22 Birds that Live in the Fields and Woods 28 23 Ravenous Birds 29 21 Singing Birds 27 41 The Chanels and Bones 50 97 A Book 118 96 The Bookbinder 117 95 The Book Seller's Shop 116 70 The Boxmaker 86 136 Boys Sports 172 50 Bread Baking 63 57 Brewing 71 129 A Burial 165 54 Butchery 67 C 104 The Celestial Sphere 127 140 The Camp 177 85 Carriages 103 86 Carrying to and fro 105 64 The Carpenter 79 27 Herd Cattle 33 29 Wild Cattle 35 41 The Chanels and Bones 50 147 Christianity 187 123 A City 154 143 The Besieging of a City 181 123 The Inward Parts of a City 156 151 The Close 194 8 The Clouds 12 119 The Tree of Consanguinity 150 56 Cookery 68 81 The Cooper 98 82 The Cordwainer 99 17 Corn 22 32 Crawling Vermin 38 33 Creatures that live as well by water as by land 40 31 Creeping Things 37 D 44 Deformed and Monstrous People 55 78 Dials 95 134 Dice Play 170 111 Diligence 139 45 The Dressing of Gardens 56 E9 The Earth 13 106 The Eclipses 131 66 Engines 81 108 Europe 134 F58 A Feast 72 132 The Fencing School 168 5 Fire 851 Fishing 64 34 Riverfish and Pond Fish 41 35 Sea Fish and Shellfish 43 40 The Flesh and Bowels 49 15 Flowers 20 25 Flying Vermin 31 113 Fortitude 141 26 Four-footed beasts about the house 32 52 Fowling 65 20 Tame fowl 25 24 Waterfowl 30 10 The fruits of the earth 14 14 Fruits of trees 18 G 89 A Galley 108 145 Gentilism 184 103 Geometry 126 2 God 5 149 God's Providence 190 147 Growing 59 49 Grinding 62 H 39 The Head and the Hands 47 16 Potherbs 21 27 Herd Cattle 33 4 Heaven 7 48 The Making of Honey 61 84 The Horseman 102 67 A House 82 72 The Parts of a House 88 115 Humanity 144 53 Hunting 66 46 Husbandry 58 I1 The Invitation 1 101 Musical Instruments 123 146 Judaism 186 124 Judgment 157 150 The Last Judgment 193 116 Justice 145 K 137 The Kingdom and Region 173 L 28 Laboring Beasts 34 117 Liberality 147 19 Living Creatures 2459 The Dressing of Line 7461 Linen Cloth 7680 Looking Glasses 97 M 148 Mohammedism 190 138 Kingly Majesty 174 36 Man 43 37 The Seven Ages of Man 44 38 The Outward Parts of a Man 45 65 The Mason 80 127 Measures and Weights 162 126 Merchandising 161 90 A Merchant Ship 109 11 Metals 1568 A Mine 84 105 The Apparitions of the Moon 137 109 Moral Philosophy 136 101 Musical Instruments 123 P 93 Paper 113 87 Passage over Waters 106 114 Patience 142 102 Philosophy 125 109 Moral Philosophy 136 128 Physic 163 79 The Picture 96 34 Pond Fish 41 16 Pot Herbs 21 71 The Potter 87 94 Printing 114 149 God's Providence 191 110 Prudence 137 R 135 Races 171 23 Ravenous Birds 29 144 Religion 183 34 Riverfish 41 82 The Roper 99 138 Regal Majesty 174 S 98 A School 119 142 The Sea Fight 180 35 Sea Fish and Shellfish 42 42 The Outward and Inward Senses 52 31 Serpents 37 91 Shipwreck 111 63 The Shoemaker 78 18 Shrubs 23 21 Singing Birds 27 131 Slights 167 118 The Society Betwixt Man and Wife 148 120 The Society Betwixt Parents and Children 152 121 The Society Betwixt Master and Servant 153 43 The Soul of Man 54 139 The Soldier 176 69 The Blacksmith 85 136 Boys Sports 172 104 The Celestial Sphere 127 107 The Terrestrial Sphere 132 100 Arts belonging to Speech 121 77 The Stable 94 130 A Stage Play 166 12 Stone 1673 The Stove with the Bedroom 89 99 The Study 120 88 Swimming 170 62 The Tailor 77 112 Temperance 140 133 Tennis Play 169 107 The Terrestrial Sphere 132 125 The Torments of Malefactors 159 83 The Traveler 113 A Tree 1770 The Turner 86 U25 Flying Vermin 31 32 Crawling Vermin 38 56 The Vintage 70 W7 The Water 1160 Weaving 75 74 Wells 90 29 Wild Cattle 35 30 Wild Beasts 36 3 The World 692 Writing 112 Trinani Deo Gloria Finus. Original title page Johann Amos Comenius Orbis Sensualium Pictus, hoc est omnium principalium in mundo rerum, and in vita actionum, pictura and nomenclatura. Johann Amos Comenius's Visible World, or, a nomenclature, and pictures of all the chief things that are in the world, and of men's employments therein, in above 150 copper cuts. Written by the author in Latin and High Dutch, being one of his last essays, and the most suitable to children's capacity of any he hath hitherto made. Translated into English by Charles Houle, M.A. For the use of young Latin scholars. The 11th edition corrected, and the English made to answer word for word to the Latin. Nihil est in intellectu, quod non prius fut in sensu. Arist. London, printed for, and sold by John and Bench Sprint, at the Bell in Little Britain, 1728. Additional notes. Editor's preface. The text for the English translation is from the English edition of 1727, in which for the first time the English words were so arranged as to stand opposite their Latin equivalents. The 1659 English translation has the same general layout, but word order within sentences is often different, as explained in the advertisement to the 1727 edition. Chapter numbering. In the 1659 edition the invitatio and clausula, close, are unnumbered, and in the 1727 edition there are 2 chapters civ. 104. In the 1727 index, and in the numbers visible in the corner of some illustrations, chapter numbers 64 through 104 were off by 1, printed as 63 to 103. Chapter name 1659 text 1727 index 1727 text invitation I, 1, God I, 1, 2. Shoemaker LXII, 62, 63 LZ8, 63, Carpenter LZ8, 63, 63 LXIV, 64. Geometry CII, 102, 102 CIII, 103, Celestial Sphere CIII, 103, 103 Civ, 104, Aspects of the Planets Civ, 104, 104 Civ, 104. The Last Judgment CL, 150, 150 CL, 150, The Close CLI, 151, Transcribers Footnotes Chapter 19 Here the King's Fisher. The printed text reads Fisher, here the King's. The 1659 edition may explain the error, chapter CX she proposeth. And, to her actions, actionibus sui prefigit scopum, text shown as printed. The first Latin line corresponds to the last English line. Chapter CXII Revelers, Babel, Heloons, Rixenter. The 1659 edition has Brabel, meaning quarrel or brawl. Chapter XI illustration shown as printed. For comparison, here is the equivalent illustration from the 1659 edition. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook. The Orbis Pictus updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Electronic Works 1.a. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the foundation or PGLOF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e. Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works provided that, you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f.1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the Foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion, and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark. Project Gutenberg trademark is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or federal tax identification number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, Utah 841-16801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact. Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg Trademark Electronic Works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks. Back. Orbis Pictus. Johann Amos Comenius. Editor's Preface. Comments upon the Orbis Pictus. The author's preface to the reader. The translator, to all judicious and industrious schoolmasters. An advertisement concerning this edition. Orbis Sensualium Pictus, a world of things obvious to the senses drawn in pictures. I. Invitation. Invitatio. 2. God. Deus. 3. The world. Mundus. 4. The heaven. Caelum. V. Fire. Ignis. 6. The air. Air. 7. The water. Aqua. 8. The clouds. Nubes. 9. The earth. Terra. X. The fruits of the earth. Terrae foetus. 11. Metals. Metalla. 12. Stones. Lapides. 13. Tree. Arbor. 14. Fruits of trees. Fructus arborum. 15. Flowers. Flores. 16. Potherbs. Olera. 17. Corn. Fruges. 18. Shrubs. Frutices. 19. Living creatures, and first, birds. Animalia, and primum, aves XX. Tame fowls. Aves domestici. XXI singing birds. Oscines. XXII birds that haunt the fields and woods. Aves campestris and sylvesters XXIII. Ravenous birds. Aves rapaces. XXIV waterfowl. Aves aquatici. XXV flying vermin. Insectivolentia. XXVI four-footed beasts, and first those about the house. Quadrupeda, and primum domestica. XXVII herd cattle. Pecora. XXVII laboring beasts. Gementa. XXIX wild cattle. Feripecuds. XXX wild beasts. Feribestia. XXXI serpents and creeping things. Serpents and reptilia. XXXII crawling vermin. Insectoripentia. XXXII creatures that live as well by water as by land. Amphibia. Thursive river fish and pond fish. Pisces fluviatiles and lacusters. XXXV sea fish, and shellfish. Marini Pisces and conchi. 30 Man homo. XXXVII the 7 ages of man septimitates hominis. 38 The outward parts of a man membra hominis externa. 36 The head and the hand. Caput and manus. XL the flesh and bowels. Caro and viscera. XLI the chanels and bones. Canales and ossa. Xlii the outward and inward senses. Sensus externi and interni. Slien the soul of man anima hominis. Xliv deformed and monstrous people. Deforms and monstrosi. Xlv the dressing of gardens. Hortorum cultura. Xlvi husbandry. Agricultura. Slaii growing. Pecuaria. Slaiate the making of honey. Maleficium. Xlix grinding. Molitura. L bread baking. Panificium. Lee fishing. Piscatio. Lei fowling. Occupium. Lii hunting. Venitus. Live butchery. Lanionia. LV cookery. Coquinaria. LVI the vintage. Vendemia. LVII brewing. Zythopia. Laina feast. Convivium. Licks the dressing of line. Tractatio lini. LX weaving. Textura. LXI linen cloths. Lintia. LXII the tailor. Sartor. Lziath the shoemaker. Suitor. LXIV the carpenter. Faber lignarius. LXV the mason. Faber murarius. LXVI engines. Machini. Lxii a house. Domus. Lxiath a mine. Metallifodina. LXIX the blacksmith. Faber ferrarius. LXX the boxmaker and the turner. Scrinarius and tornator. LXXI the potter. Figulus. Lci the parts of a house. Parties domus. Lciath the stove with the bedroom. Hypocostum cum dormitorio. Lciv wells. Putii. LXXV the bath. Balneum. Lxi the barber's shop. Tunstrina. Lxi the stable. Equal. Lxiath dials. Horologia. L6 the picture. Pictura. LXXX looking glasses. Specularia. Lxi the cooper. Veter. Lxi the roper, and the cordwainer. Restio, and lorarius. Lxi the traveler. Viator. Lxiv the horseman. X. LXXXV carriages. Vehicula. Lxi carrying to and fro. Vectura. Lxi passing over waters. Transitus aquarum. Lxiath swimming. Natatus. Lxix a galley. Navis actuaria. XC a merchant ship. Navis one or aria. XCI shipwreck. Naufragium. XCII writing. Ars scriptoria. Skein paper. Papyrus. XCIV printing. Typographia. XCV the bookseller's shop. Bibliopolium. XCVI the bookbinder. Bibliopegus. Scatii a book. Liber. Scatiate the school. Scola. XCIX the study. Museum. C arts belonging to speech. Art sermons. CI musical instruments. Instrumenta musica. CII philosophy. Philosophia. CIII geometry. Geometria. Civ. The celestial sphere. Sphaera Celestis. Civ. The aspects of the planets. Planetarum aspectus. CV. The apparitions of the moon. Phases luni. CVI the eclipses. Eclipses. CVII the terrestrial sphere. Sphera terrestris. CVIIB the terrestrial sphere. Sphera terrestris. Ki in Europe. Europa. Cix moral philosophy. Ethica. Cx prudence. Prudentia. Cxi diligence. Sedulitas. Cxii temperance. Temperantia. Xiath fortitude. Fortitudo. Cxiv patience. Patientia. Cxv humanity. Humanitas. Cxvi justice. Justitia. Kati liberality. Liberalitas. Catine society betwixt man and wife. Societas conjugales. Cxix the tree of consanguinity. Arbor consanguinitatis. Cxx the society betwixt parents and children. Societas parentales. Cxxi the society betwixt masters and servants. Societas Herolis. Xi a city. Herbs. Xiath the inward parts of a city. Interiora urbis. Xiv judgment. Judicium. Cxxv the tormenting of malefactors. Supplicia malefactorum. Xi merchandising. Mercatura. Xi asterisk measures and weights. Menturi and pondera. Xiath physic. Ars medica. Xix a burial. Sepultura. Cxxx a stage play. Luda scenicus. Thyrsi slights. Prestigii. Thursii the fencing school. Palestra. Thursii tennis play. Ludus poli. Thursiv dice play. Ludus alii. Cxxxv races. Cursus cert amina. 30 boys sport. Ludi puerils. 30I the kingdom and the region. Regnum and regio. 38th regal majesty. Regia majestas. 36 the soldier. Miles. Cxl the camps. Castra. Cxli the army and the fight. Aces and proelium. Xlii the sea fight. Pugna navalis. Xlien the besieging of a city. Obsidium urbis. Xliv religion. Religio. Cxlv gentilism. Gentiimus. Xlv Judaism. Judaismus. Xlaii Christianity. Christianismus. Xlaiath Mohammedism. Mahometismus. Xlix God's providence. Providentia Dei. Cl. The Last Judgment. Judicium extremum. Cli the close. Clausula. Index titulorum. An index of the titles. Trinoni Deo Gloria. Finus. Jo. Amos Comenius Orbis Sensualium Pictus, Pictura and Nomenclatura. Jo. Amos Comenius's Visible World, Nomenclature, and Pictures in above 150 copper cuts. Additional notes: the full Project Gutenberg license 2, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 158 159 160 161 162 163 164 165 166 167 168 169 170 171 172 173 174 175 176 177 178 179 180 181 182 183 184 185 186 187 188 189 190 191 192 193 194 195 196 197 198 199 200